most passive abilities in the game, as well as silencing you.
Not surprised that Burning still wanted to ban out the gyro. Throw that Doom.
Yeah.
Still goes through. Bounty Hunter will be the last ban out by Mushi, so he's still thinking that maybe it's going to be a safe lane Burning Weaver this scenario. The Bounty Hunter will become the nuisance on the long lane, but also when you got Slaughter, like to pick up an Invis hero, like Weaver's already going to have a hard enough time with Amplified Damage revealing him out. DK as well, are we going to see him go for that normal Shadow Blade build, even if Slaughter, like Amplified Damage is a nuisance? But then again, probably with initiation, you're going to initiate from non-amplify anyway, so you should be okay.
Looking over to DK, unless they pick something now that can initiate, I guess he has to go for the Shadow Blade still, just get a movement speed and surprise factor going in. I mean, before you get amplified, you can still use Shadow Blade for initiation, but I still feel that if they get another initiator, they can maybe go for something like Armlet, more powerhouse kind of DK, and go in and actually fight, because against the Slaughter, if you go in and you only have a Shadow Blade and Treads for your survival, you're not going to live long.
Yeah, I'll just pop you out. So DK, you can see in there on your screen, they're the ones that are going to make their last decision right now. If they can take this game out, they will manage to advance themselves through into the next round, and Orange will be eliminated. So they've got to make sure they choose very, very wisely. But they have only got 17 seconds to make this choice. We'll see how they do handle up against the Slaughter.
That's true, and DK, of course, they have the 2 chances to take this home the first game. And they're gonna go for a Timbersaw, so we have a 4 strength core heroes, pretty much. I won't say Treant is a core, but that is a very strength-based lineup.
And this does force the Doombringer to go inside the jungle. So this is what we're talking about, where you could be looking at the Weaver in the long lane, the DK or the Timbersaw in the middle lane. Be rather dependent on what Mushi wants is this last one. And yeah, so very safe lanes as far as DK go. They'll want to play insanely passive to start with, and then they'll look for their openings. And that timing, it can come on the back of the Dragon Form first level. When Timbersaw starts to get a little bit more momentum as well, he can become really troublesome. The BKB build for the Weaver, probably going to be very high up there to get when you got, well, at this point, little to go. And the last pick up here from Orange, so they get some.
I was sitting here thinking, are they gonna go into the minus armor strat here with the Shadow Fiend and Slaughter, which is a very nice combination. We've seen it many times, and with Dark on your team, Shadow Fiend is just a beautiful pickup. So Mushi gonna play the SF and KYXY playing that Slaughter.
I'm just loving the synergy, the combos that Orange have. Even with all the tankability of DK, when they throw in their combos, it won't kill them off instantly. This is where I'm feeling still a little bit of a problem. Like, if you get a vac into a wall with a crush, with a ultimate from SF, it's still going to take a very, very long time before DK will actually fall. So they need to make sure that after this, they've still got what it takes to keep on fighting. And that means SF, Mushi, he has got to get a fantastic start. He gets going to be that right-click DPS that makes DK back up.
That's true, but we also have to look over to DK and see QQQ. He is one of the support players, and he's going to be playing the Doom, as we saw yesterday as well. He might be heading into that mech, maybe a Vladimir's, as they have so many melee heroes. But support Doom, it works out really well sometimes, but it's a very greedy pick.
Oh yeah.
Something you don't always get away with.
But with the way greedy picks work, if it does work, then there will be no way Orange could come back if it does work. Sit inside the jungle, we know how fast he can farm up. You can come out 4 minutes in, sitting around level 5. It's very, very easy for a Doombringer to farm up inside the jungle, but at the same time, it kind of also depends on what creep camp he's able to find.
That's true. What you get in a jungle is really important for Doom, as his Devourer kind of relies on getting a good creep.
Yep.
And we saw that both these teams have played each other 11 times, DK leading 8-3. So DK definitely a little bit more comfortable going up against Orange, but Orange bringing out this SF of Slaughter strat is really something I like to see here.
30 seconds.
How effective it's going to be. Let's run through our lanes very, very quickly as well. So we'll look down towards the bottom lane. Will be KYXY playing as the Slaughter. He'll be supported by Extinct as the Visage. And then up a little bit further, it'll be Net as the Nyx Assassin. Into the middle lane, it'll be Mushi as the Shadow Fiend. And Ohio, the last one up on that top lane as the Darkseer. And as far as DK goes, ROTK is heading down to the bottom lane as that Timbersaw. In towards the middle lane, Super will be the DK. And then up on the top lane, Burning will be playing as the Weaver. MMY as the Treant Protector, and that leaves last but not least your, well, actually Doom be in the jungle. That'll be the last one. QQQ
will be in the jungle. He's gonna stay there for quite some time, only having a tango. He can still jungle quite effectively. Devourer is such a good spell for just staying in that jungle and, you know, using the time as well as he can.
I'm interested to see what kind of build he's going to go for. Is this going to be like a fast bottle, or does he say, let's just go for the whole monies? See if he can get into a hand of Midas at one point.
Oh, look at these birds. They're going to block off the big camp. Maybe they're running for it. I don't... Yeah, they will make it.
Won't make it in time.
Oh, so close.
Wild Wind will spawn up.
Yeah, that's good for the Doom, else he would really get stopped there.
One of the best creeps you can get at the start as well, because now he finally has armor, because he starts off at 0.
It's decent. I still feel that going for the Satire or the Troll would be better. I say going for it's kind of not something you decide.
I mean, so you have either your undead army that you can summon up.
That's pretty cheap as well to summon and have sick DPS and really good regen as well on those skeletons. So using the Scorched Earth.
Notice on our bottom lane, ROTK isn't actually on the lane. He just started up by stacking up the Ancients. He's already moving down with Living Armor, so he wants to try and stop this pull from net. Just trying to be an absolute nuisance to him, and that's actually exactly what he'll be until Extinct rotates over. He won't want to stay here for too long at all. Living Armor allows him to overstay his welcome a lot more than he normally would be able to.
Yeah, he got a nice pull there still. Pulled the neutrals towards him, so that now there's a little bit of a double wave going down on bottom, but not too much. It's gonna push a little bit towards his tower though.
He's having a lot of fun time up here on the top lane, finding himself in between multiple times MMY as well as Burning. This Darkseer is very, very, well, it's actually a really good position for him, isn't it? There's no stun, there's no lockdown, even lead seed, a small slowdown, just surge yourself away from it.
Yeah, that's the downside to DK's lineup. They have nothing to stop him before Doom really hits level 6, or Treant Protector of course hits level 6, but it's gonna be Doom first. Meanwhile on this bottom lane, Timbersaw is also pretty happy now because he is gonna get experience under his tower. Looking over to mid lane, 7 for 5 on the DK against the 6 for 3 Shadow Fiend, who does pick up a haste rune.
And Ahaya's got some confidence walking underneath the Doombringer as well as MMY.
Not scared of anything.
But he's got Iron Shell up at level 2. He knows how much damage he does deal, but then again, you should remember how much damage MMY will also deal with just his normal physical attacks. That Treant Protector hits really, really hard.
Even harder as he was actually close to Doom, who took over a damage wolf. So having the pack leader's aura increases the damage so much on Treant Protector.
Yeah, I think it's around plus 22 on top of his normal 88.
I believe 22 or 28, it's crazy. Doom himself getting plus 19 from this and a crit. So this increases your farm rate incredibly much.
To power through that jungle, already up to level 3, so Mushy as well in the middle lane. Seeing a bottle flying out to him, looks like on the bottom lane too, there's a little bit of fun with ROTK, but again it's just him being harassed out of the jungle. But he'll keep coming back again. As long as Treant Protector is having that Living Armor up and available, he will just keep spamming it out and letting ROTK just push the limits. He got Living Armor and he got 4 points up in the Reactive Armor. It is very difficult to almost impossible to kill off that Timbersaw on the bottom lane without a large commitment.
That's true, man. Not really something they can do that easily. And I like the Bottle Doom just running around jungling. He did find the troll camp now, so did go for the Race Dead, which is really an insanely good spell for jungling out fast. And we will see him pull out in farm some, even though he's a support player. At heart, he can definitely do some good job just getting items in the jungle. Mid lane, I'm looking over towards it, and now we see Shadow Fiend starting to pull ahead a little bit. Level 5 has been hit. Oh wow,
wow,
decent damage.
That's a lot of damage from Mushy.
Very nice.
Those quick 2 raises, and then I think Dragon Knight just realizes what he's up against there in that middle lane. The Living Armor helps him heal up with the Tango, and they're running for the 4-minute rune on the top, and it won't even be there. But Super, well, he may think of a stun right now. In fact, there it goes. He's got Breed Fire and QQQ with the help there. Measures there, as you said. Mushy out of position. One quick raise, but he will go down.
Wow, so huge. Look at QQQ now, 1,100 gold and he's bottle running. Gonna run the same time as Super, since his courier or bottle as well.
The effectiveness of Doom when he comes out of the jungle. This is even before he hits that level 6. Imagine what happens when he does hit that level 6. SF, even inside of a BKB or anything, he won't be able to Shadow Raise, he won't be able to do that burst damage we saw him do up against the DK. And with that kind of power, you've got behind just a support hero with the control.
Yeah, and that was him having so much mana on the Doom as he came for the gank that he actually could use the Ensnare. It's 150 mana cost to Ensnare. Yeah, that's not a happy courier. Running 2 bottles, you can do it! Come on!
We'll come back to this after a short
He's gonna fill them up
break.
And then he's gonna be back to full speed.
He's in, he's got movement speed now.
He's perfectly fine now, perfectly fine. Gotta go fast, right?
It's all about like the hair. You remember the story of the hare and the tortoise? You get there eventually, man. you get there eventually.
Man, that courier is pretty happy that you cannot go under 100 movement speed, at least in Dota.
That is an upside.
Yeah, he was down to 137, poor thing.
Higher. This is a really rough lane for him on the top lane now. Obviously he's running up his bottle and that's great for him, but up against Burning, which he cannot harass down at all. Like even the Iron Shell damage, this living armor from MMY, now up at level 2, makes it very, very difficult. And even if he doesn't, like if he surges away from Elite Heat, it forces him to use the surge and also heals up Burning.
Yeah, but even so, he's getting so much on his offlane, 26 CS, and these are mostly lane creeps. I don't believe he has been jungling even for a short period of time in this game. He's just been staying up here. Bottom rune is gonna be controlled by the Visage.
This for him, but it won't really open up much of an opening. Like, you got ROTK walk straight past him, but like Extinct can't initiate on that. He knows what he can and can't do. Well, he's looking to try and get a pull here, but and he realizes there's no more creeps available there.
Nothing there to find, really. And so far, the game is very even. Even with that first blood, I wouldn't say that Orange are falling behind too much because of this offlane. Darkseer making it draw pretty even because of all the CS he's getting. Timbersaw only at 2 CS. That's his counterpart.
Timbersaw's basically been shut down. The only thing that's balancing him out for the gold graph for DK is the fact that Doombringer is continuously pulling money out of the jungle. And that's one thing that Orange, they can't do anywhere as efficiently. Because obviously Devour gives you so much more power. ROTK now says, well, time to fix up that CS score. 3-1 now. As on the run, because Nep, well, there will be a stun, and there's going to be a sprint in. There's going to be amplified damage with the Crush. Couldn't get it first, the Timber Chain. 1 second on cooldown. Crush will hit. ROTK, he can latch himself away from this. That range going to get a little bit closer. Now we can latch, but there's this follow-up stuff from Nyx. Then Orange get themselves on the board as well. 1-1.
1-1 and 2,300 gold now on this starter. He can go for any build he wants. Blink Dagger is very popular. Doesn't seem to be going for anything like a Midas. Probably just gonna head into an early armlet, I would assume.
Yep.
And just try to be that powerhouse running in the front and let Mushi help him with the DPS.
Means he has to offset that armlet somehow. Like, the regeneration we're going to be looking at for him. What are we thinking on that one? Or is it just good control over the armlet?
Lifesteal is decent on him, so you could go for that as well, but I just think that he's going to go for armlet, power treads, and then try to maybe find some fights with that. Or he's just going to keep farming until he has a Blink Dagger and then really just go out and initiate everywhere. Mana Boots now finished up for net. Not bad timing at all.
Eyes on Doombringer right now, up at level 6 and just purchased Smoke, so QQQ, look for his presence somewhere across the map. Hero like Darkseer will go down very, very quickly if that's where he wants to initiate.
Darkseer with the Iron Shell farm does get the big one, and does he get the second one?
Radiant's
He gets it.
is under attack.
Nice money, but he's
Nice
forced
farming
away.
from the low ground.
Look at that in the snare back up on Doom with his army of death and Super as well as QQQ. They are now going to smoke up and see if they can find themselves kills. And Ohio, he already feels it. Like, mid lane's been missing for a while now, and they can see that. There's an observer wall that's watching the rotation around. Obviously can't see heroes inside the smoke, but they know Doombringer's missing. Level 6 was roughly about now. And DK using that fun little ward spot. Just hiding itself behind the rock wall.
Yeah, it's a very interesting little ward spot, but they're gonna push top. They have the level 8 on DK, so he can definitely bring down this tower pretty fast.
Under attack.
There won't be much of a trade in the bottom lane. Bushy is trying to do some kind of damage here, while Extinct is actually finding his levels in the middle lane, and there will be TP's top lane.
Look at his item. Look at Slardar. He's gonna go now.
Is he gonna come in? There's your Blink Dagger. 4-man crush! But there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. Ohio needs to give him more power here. Even with the Iron Shell damage, DK just took the damage and back up a little bit more. So tower deny, and that's why Super is going to be Vendetta stun, and Slardar actually denies up the tower. There's still amplified damage up on Super.
Still really good play by Orange, just getting the deny on tower, wasting the enemy's Doom. I'd say they're pretty happy with this, and they didn't defend with more than just 3 heroes, so DK probably not too happy committing all that time with 4 heroes and getting nothing really. Tower deny doesn't do too much.
I'm a little bit more concerned about the fact that also Visage is getting so much experience in the SF. SF's at 71 for 6 as far as the CS. It is the highest on the board, followed pretty closely by Weaver at the 64. But I say closely when you have Mushy do that kind of stuff, flash farming, straight up to 74. So he'll keep that gap pretty well up.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend is a very hard hero to keep pace with, but then again, Farm on Weaver is also really dangerous. If he hits high farm and gets that MKB going, BKB, even Lincoln Sphere, if some teams like it, or Desolator, you can deal so much damage as well. So we'll see what they're gonna head into. But the combination, I mean, we already saw KYXY blink in and stun on 4. He couldn't commit because he knew that there was Doom, there was stun from DK. Too many things could follow up if he just stayed there. But even so, he was bringing the Doombringer really low on HP. But he needs power treads and maybe one more item before he really can kill people with this initiation.
Mushy on his way to the BKB is super. How's he chilling? Haste rune up on him. I'm waiting for QQQ to have that Doom off cooldown in 18 seconds time and then see him rotate around and get some kills. There's so many BKBs coming up on the board everywhere. Absolutely everywhere.
A lot of them, but I also like to see QQQ just farm up a little bit more. Sure, his ganks are really nice, but just seeing him farm up and get that early mech, solve that armor problem. He has the buckler in base now, but getting the full mech is really worth it. In bottom lane, you see some big movement.
Yeah, they're looking for ROTK, who's sitting on top of the tier 1 tower. He's going to get squashed in right now because KOAXY, he can follow up this pretty easily, waiting for ROTK just to timber chain himself out. Have a blink to the crush, but should be putting that amplified damage on him the second he sees him.
That level 1 timber chain though, it's not something that can really get you too far away, and it's also really slow. So against this backstab, he should be able to live.
Now they move. In comes Snap, surged in, force done, follow up, amplify and crush.
Yeah.
Very quick combinations here from Orange, and there's a lot of DK now rotating down towards the bottom lane. They smoked up as well, and Super's going to be the first one to come in. Into the Dragon Form with the haste. Stuns on KYXY in Ohio. Turns around. The back to start with. There's no follow-up with any cutting. Well, there it is. There's your stun. The net. Nice ultimate coming up the tree protector. That'll hold at least 2 of them in position. And stun out from KYXY. Super keeps diving in. Mushy. 1 race, 2 race. A lot of damage coming from him. They will lose the Slider, but MMY picks up a double kill here in this fight. Going to the tree protector with a 2-for-2 trade.
2-for-2 trade, but still.
Is it? Burning. He wants to go for Extinct. There's a lot of damage. He's still got the living armor up his sleeve. That attack is going to be enough. Snipes off the Visage. And Mushy's going to find him as well. Mushy winds up the ultimate.
That's the magic one.
And he holds it. He holds it. Where's the stun? There's a timber chain through Mushy. Now he winds up the mana, obliterates ROTK, and Burning. The Centaur comes in to say hello, but Darkseer's Iron Shield damage will get the kill. Over commitment here from DK on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and losing out Burning there is not something they can afford. They don't want to give any type of lead or momentum here towards Orange, and now finding this rune, Mushy gonna be back up to the high health as well.
And this is really troublesome for DK. You're getting Mushy, who's finding kills. Also, like the double bait of the ultimate. He waited a long time before he finally got that one off, and then instantly took out the Timbersaw. Doesn't die, stays ahead, and that means now 113 on him, 100 CS. He cracks the century mark. And Mushy is getting bigger, and on top of that, their initiation is working as well. A Blink Dagger with the Strength Treads. KYXY, he jumps in and then he follows up, and with an amplified damage too, he's just an enabler. He's making it so SF can do the damage, not just SF, like if Extinct can live a little bit longer during these fights, he'll be starting to throw off his, and then Darkseer. We haven't even seen his real presence in this fight just yet. We saw an Iron Shell here or there, but a vac into a wall hasn't happened yet. If DK's after dealing with that one, life's going to get a lot harder for the Chinese.
Yeah, he's only level 8 on Darkseer, so far it's pretty impossible to land a big vacuum, but for him in this game it's so important that he actually got that amount of farm on offlane. Sure, maybe not full experience, but he's level 8, almost has the mech, and having that mech is going to be so huge in the team fights.
I don't know if intentional, but KOAXY might be hating on that catapult.
Might be.
Could be looking for Super, and probably was. A small misclick. ROTK coming in here as well. They got MMY just behind him. And a very quick blink away by KYXY. He is not going to fall for this trap. He does get the amplified damage now up on ROTK.
It's very cheap to just spam your amplify damage. Getting the high ground vision just by putting it on the catapult there is perfectly fine.
QQ moving around inside that Invis rune. To spawn out Mushy for a quick minute, but Mushy comes into that middle lane. He'll want to see if he can bring down that tier 1 tower in the mid. Still no towers claimed by Orange. Like they did deny up their top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and the deny is really important that they did on the top lane. How are we looking for gold right now? They're ahead by 1.5.
15 minutes mech now comes up from Ohio, where he's not finding a whole lot of levels. He's finding what he needs for the team fight. By the same time, Super, you want gold from that? H is stack time with your Flame Dragon too, so he's got that good splash damage to get all that extra gold in.
And he can thank RTK.
Well, they're coming in. They're coming in. Blink to crush. Super amplify. They got the soul assumption too, but Super very tanky. Now it comes in the chakram. The next charge from Ohio pops up and instantly repairs all the damage they took. And yeah, Blink Taker comes off cooldown. Now he can follow RTK. Amplifies up again.
Steal the stack, more likely. Easier and safer.
Yeah, they turn around for it.
Also want to deny all this from the DK. It's a big steal here by Orange.
No way really RTK can try and stop this. If he wants a timber chain up there, he's going to know he's very visible. Throws out the Chakram, looks up to the high ground. In comes Burning, so yes, they do want to contest this with MMY. Smack bang in the middle, RTK stood up when he first got in. Familiar still haven't dropped just yet. They drop down once, drop down twice, all Burning in position, but MMY, big ultimate, 3 to catch out here. The Chakram still just ripping through KYXY. Burning with a double kill now. He's going to find himself some more. It's going to be a triple kill for Burning, bringing down the next assassin. And Ohio, he's on the run, surging away. Burning trying to catch up to him in time. He's got away from this surge. It's level 2. So Burning has to keep going. And Mushi! Winds it up, and Burning, it's a trap!
Mushi, what up? This is why he's a really amazing Shadow Fiend player. That was just crazy. Burning got destroyed by Mushi.
That is the second time we've seen him drop an ultimate where a hero's been in point blank range. The first time was the Timbersaw on the bottom lane, caught in really close, and that's now the second time, but on the high ground with no vision. You knew he was hunting the kill. You knew Burning, like, he got 3, he wanted 4, he wanted more. That's money right there.
That was just a prediction that the Shukuchi would be chasing after, and he knows Burning very well. Burning, when he sees someone that looks like an easy kill, he's gonna go for it. Doxy, on the other hand, was completely safe, having mech available as well. So just good play there by Orange, but they did get really caught out in the enemy secret shop. They lost a lot of heroes up there.
Oh yeah. That's actually really great to see. I'm happy to see DK. In fact, I'm wondering if DK is even looking along these lines, because you know what we were talking about a lot during the best of ones, where like there's so much on the line right now. You want to play that kind of safe kind of Dota. There's no risk Dota kind of style. And in this game, it really seems like DK, they want to be the ones on the front foot. They want to force Orange to actually play, to try and be aggressive with their lineup. And Orange, if you look at their lineup, that's exactly what their lineup wants to do. It wants to get out there. It wants to fight. And DK, they kind of want to take it all up, but so far they're still missing out on, well, I would say a lot of farm and a lot of gold, because they're still decently keeping up as well with Orange, but it just doesn't seem like they've got enough just yet to take Orange head to head. And
an eye on KOX right here. If he sees someone that looks like an easy kill, he's gonna go.
And well, able to avoid the Chakram too, so we don't have any kind of damage on him. The blink is still available. More support coming in. Super's coming in through the side, and now with the Burning field up, and KYXY doomed up.
Back here,
QQ will be chasing this, and now with the lead seat, they want Mushi. He's a bigger kill right now. He just pops the BKB, winds up the ult, MMY throws his, stops Mushi, but then with a big, so huge over from Mushi! Double kill for him! Raise it up quickly, clean up the creep wave and follow them down. MMY thought he had the control, blink up for the crush, Supla, amplified damage, hold him there, he stuns up Ned, now Mushi comes back to the fight, stun, and there it is, another one, going the way of Slana this time around.
What crazy team play there by Orange, just landing that. DK way too confident against Orange there. That's going to be a Roshan attempt for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think it'll be an attempt, man. It's going to be successful. There's no real way the DK can stop this now.
Chill coming out, proccing that Linken's on Roshan, and then amplify damage. Minus 18 armor. This is why Orange lineup can kill Roshan so fast.
It's scary, man. 24. Oi, oi, oi.
Making the most out of this Shadow Fiend. The way they have been using the ulti, we haven't even gone 20 minutes in, and we've seen 3 really beautiful Shadow Fiend ultis.
Yep. It's kind of hilarious, because normally the thing I hear from a lot of my co-casters is, you know, when you have an SF ulti, level 1, it's okay. Level 2, hell yes. Go out there, find fights, and just start killing everything you can possibly find.
Yeah, but he really made big plays already with the level 1 ulti, and now sitting at 142 CS, 40 ahead of the Weaver, and Weaver still doesn't have his BKB. If he had the BKB on bottom fight, then maybe he would have been okay, but he needed 200 more gold, and that's what he needs now as well. So really getting shut down by the Shadow Fiend and Doxy, everyone really from Orange.
Orange need to keep this momentum up. I'm looking at this lineup, and while it's still great, while their combos are working now, they are going to drop off. They really are going to drop off against this DK lineup, because Doom is still getting bigger bit by bit. Timbersaw, not a great momentum right now on him, but they can do it for his team, and then you got DK and Weaver.
That's
true. You want to try and kill these guys off later, unless Mushy is walking around with huge amounts of damage dealing items and keeps landing all these ultimates, they won't be able to win a fight up against DK.
Yeah, but even for Mushy, he's not that reliant on items, as he has a Slaughter in his team that amplifies any damage he wants to deal. They even have the Darkseer, so...
They down QQQ, blink up with the crush, Slaughter, kill secure.
Killed, secured.
Now look to the tier 1 tower in mid. Mushy just nukes down the creep wave, and the new one's coming in with catapult as well. So this tower will go down, living armor or not, it won't protect the tower enough.
And we see the movement for Super, trying to get down to that bottom tower, gonna try and split push, but I think Orange just gonna try to get 2 towers on mid lane.
Yep, they got the momentum here, why fall back? And on the front lines, Chakra from ROTK can be a nuisance, but they got the familiar burst to basically make a bit of a, a buffer.
For Nyx, they're gonna try to kill bottom, but haste rune on DK allows him to just run away. Nice attempt by Net, but doesn't get him.
Next time that will work. You look at Net's money. Blink Dagger is so close for him.
Yeah, that's a very farmed Nyx, just because of these fights that are going way of Orange.
What's his net worth sitting at?
Net
Actually, well, he's fourth. He's fourth up. But if you look at DK, like MMY sitting just below 2,000 net worth, just over 3,000 is in fact the Timbersaw then. Doombringer, of course, you always expect him to have a little bit more, 5.1k up on him, because he is able to have that bonus gold coming in through the Devour. There's always a little bit more money coming the way of him, but the money overall is going the way of Orange. 8,000 is the gold advantage for them, and the experience starts to level up around 9k.
And right now, Orange is just confident that they can fall back a little bit, take some more farm. They didn't really get the tier 2 on mid, but they did try to get a kill on bottom. They defended a tower at least, so Orange pretty comfortable in this, 14-7.
Oh yeah, they should still be looking for more.
Yeah, of course, they're gonna move up to the top lane, but when they have that BKB on Slaughter, they can be unstoppable in a team fight. Nothing will control Mushin, nothing will control KYXY. The Doom will probably be used on the Darkseer again, as it has been pretty much every fight so far. And even then, they get clustered up way too much and just get chain stunned and ulted by Shadow Fiend.
DK is accepting the fact tier 1 tower on the top lane is going to go down. And there's more support coming in, obviously. Ohio standing behind him with a DD room bolted up because he does a lot of physical damage. And that'll be the tower, living armor. Wow, that's a nuisance, but it's not going to stop Mushy from achieving his goal. So tier 1 tower, no attempt for a defense. They look towards KYXY in the middle lane, but MMY and Super trying to go up against him, and that's not going to work.
Yeah, no real trade at all being taken for DK. They're farming a little bit with their Weaver on bottom lane. He has his BKB, but now looking at the dire jungle, we're gonna see initiation.
Now we are RTK, Vendetta for the stun, Familiar's follow-up, Visage, and to pick up the Timbersaw, QQQ can be back in again, Mushy, just right-clicking, another solar subject, QQQ, a lot of damage, not enough to finish him off, Mushy, wants to wind up the ultimate, burning, lost the position, he just walked in to die right then, and Super, while Mushy puts the targets on him, pushing him back, QQQ buys back.
Burning doesn't throw out his ultimate, doesn't realize that he goes down so fast to Mushi's right clicks. And he simply just walked in with BKB on Weaver and died.
It's like he thought BKB would protect him from the physical damage as well, but obviously not the case.
I guess he wasn't thinking like that, but he was just thinking that he would survive just a little bit longer. But Mushi's damage is really something you have to be fearful of.
He's hitting about 200 for every single hit. And then there's more Mushies when he pops off that Mana style. And that's going to be tier 2 tower plus those kills going the way of Orange. They are in a fantastic position right now. But like they were in a fantastic position yesterday as well. In their first game up against DK, you could say the game was basically theirs. And then they got a little bit greedy. They started hunting a lot of kills. Oh, nice entry. Vendetta. And they got follow-up KYXY. Blink in for the crush. They pick off MMY.
Very good pick off. So far, Orange looking completely unstoppable in this game, and unless they do something like they did last game, where they basically ran into tier 4 towers, I don't see anything that can stop them. The tier 4 is their enemy in this game.
Yep, and that means when they breach the base, we look for those key items as well to come up on them. Like we're getting Visage into those familiars. He's got a medallion up as well as the gem, but Mech on the Darkseer. We don't really need to look into the whole pipe kind of scenario, but they need the strength, they need the ability to get themselves up to that high ground. For now though, tier 2 towers the main objective. RTK blink in, got the stun, and then the follow-up crush. They already got the first kill on the Timbersaw over to QQQ. Look at the nukage coming out! It's just easy damage for Mushi. He will be held in position by MMY's ultimate, but then he throws out the ultimate super inside the BK, but he's okay. But Burning goes down again. Slider to take that kill. Blink dagger off cooldown, but not enough mana available for Slider to really chase it properly. But they've got the kills, and they take the tier 2 tower. I'm wondering if we just go in. I think we're going to go in.
Yeah, they're gonna keep going here, and I mean, they kill off Burning, they kill off 2 heroes more, and what do they lose? A Nyx, that's all. And now they're just gonna start bashing on this tier 3. Unless they dive, there's no way they can stop this.
That Nyx initiation here, man, that was beautiful positioning. MMY wants to try and hold this again, but he doesn't have his ultimate this time around. There's just some easy damage from Orange, and that tower, it will be denied by the DK.
Still nice decision here from Orange, just backing out. They know they just won an amazing fight, got the tower mid. They should back up, get something for the gold they have. Blink dagger now in the darks here.
They learned their lesson from yesterday.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
overcommit, guys.
I'm pretty sure that was the topic of last night.
Yep. Winning this is such a huge thing. Like, you get yourself into the next round. Obviously, any kind of game you win at TI3 is freaking huge, but to topple down Chinese giant like DK,
yeah,
and keep Malaysia alive. That's the bigger thing for these guys right now. And if they keep playing like this, they're going to. They're going to keep destroying DK. But if they even show a small gap in their armor, you know DK is going to pummel it through. A hero like Burning, all he needs is just a little bit of extra space. Maybe if he finally gets a damage dealing item, it could deal a hell of a lot more. And they're going to find each other. 5v5 engagement. Mushi comes in. Then BK beacon him up, Crystal's up on him, higher, back in to a 4-man stun! And the follow-up stun is DK being absolutely impaled! And Super will go down to 14-1 GG! Orange! What a fight, what a combo, what synergy!
That blink dagger on Darkseid caught them completely off guard, and Orange looking pretty happy as they walk out of the booths.
They really should be. They came in being 1 game down and have just basically shown that it doesn't matter. Like having that night off, they came back in, they played what I almost want to call like a symphony of Dota.
That was just beautiful. The entire game, they played everything the way they should. So Orange, amazing play.
Yeah, that it was. And of course now we're going to a very, very short break and over to the boys at the panel for that. It was, and of course now we're going to a very, very short break and over to the boys at the panel for that.
Thank you very much, Toby and Wagamama. So there we have it. Orange take game 2 of the best of 3 and are going to now tie us up at a 1-1. And absolutely amazing. And the most impressive thing is they did it with the useless fish. The useless fish. They won with Slider. They made him useful.
It's actually really useful when you have it
against a Weaver.
Yeah, against a Weaver, against a Dragon Knight, which makes your armor completely irrelevant. Against Timbersaw and Doom, which start with 0 armor, both of them. I think it was the right pick. The hero is not the strongest hero in the world, but with that lineup, it worked perfectly.
Yeah, it was really impressive.
Yeah, it was very, very smart. And Weaver had very difficult item builds. Like, if you go BKB, you will still get wrecked by the -20 armor from AMP, the SF, Aura, Presence of Dark Lord, and they had Medallion too. So even though Burning had a BKB, he couldn't just walk in there, and you can get bashed. If he goes Linken's, there's a myriad of spells to pop it off, and you can't go armor because he just flops to the Requiem too. They had some really nice combos with the Vacuum and into a Nerubian Assassin, Impale into a Requiem on the bottom lane, and then the final fight that we just saw, that coordination was incredible.
Yeah, especially, as I mentioned, Mushi hitting his Requiem of Souls. That's the name of the ultimate,
yeah.
Am I correct? Yeah. Just the timing. Like, people talk about Mushi and his Shadow Fiend. Malcolm, we saw it here in this game, why it was so good.
Just perfect play with the Vacuum on the bottom lane. Such a good fight. You could just see nothing DK could do against it. I think the Slider pick was just element of surprise and genius against this tanky lineup. Whew, I lost my breath. Yeah. Sorry.
Malk is always near the player area, so that game ended rather abruptly. We can take a look at one of the replays, though, and see exactly how just divine the combos were. So you see here, Mushi, nice Manta into BKB. There's just the Slardar stun into an Impel, and everyone blows up, and easy to chase down Super. And, well, that was going to be the GG. And really, Ohio, with his vacuums, were so good. I mean, we didn't necessarily see a needed one in that fight, but there were, earlier on, one of the big fights that happened on the bottom lane was Mushi was trying to channel his ultimate. He got overgrowthed by the Treant Protector, and then Ohio was like, well, this is okay for me. Pulled him in and blew him up. And so all the team fights, they just seemed so on point, Orange. But do you also think it was a case that it was more about the draft, it was more about the synergy than the playstyle? Because I felt it was a lot harder for DK to make something happen, and they needed a little bit more farm. Obviously, they had the Weaver and the Treant Protector, so they were looking to utilize him in a solo kind of capacity, but they were kind of forced the team fight. And the Timbersaw, it's good, but you really need it to get a little bit ahead.
To not be 0-8
yeah.
at 27 minutes.
Yeah, Zenith actually used the Treant Protector and Timbersaw in the preliminary stage and had a lot more success, but they were prepared for their opponents. They know that Burning loves his Weaver. They know they like their strength tanky heroes, and they just completely demolished them with that line. I think it was more like an anti-DK strategy rather than it was like a targeted strategy that they ran.
So now Orange have prepared a strategy, and they've brought us to a 1-1 game.
Well, I think the Slardar pick was still just on the fly pick, an element of surprise that could really just enable them to take down these heavy hitters like DK, Doombringer, Treant Protector. All of those heroes really have a lot of HP and it's hard to take down, but with the amplified damage from Slardar, the minus armor from Shadow Fiend, it's just a great all-around combo against such tanks. But yeah, overall it looked like Mushi was really satisfied with his Shadow Fiend and went for it again today.
So, what about next game? Where did DK go from here? Because Orange, they seem to be a little bit prepared. They knew a lot about DK. If you're DK, what have you got to be concerned about when you come up against Orange in the final game in the draft? Because you have to remember, this game, the next one map, you're either out of the tournament, and if you win it, you're actually going to increase your prize pool by a minimum of $120,000. So you're playing one map, and if you win, it's a $120,000 game, and that's minimum.
I think a good focus point for them could be take a page out of Navi's playbook and focus on shutting down the middle lane, especially if it's Mushi that's standing there. Because it sort of feels like Orange's weak spot is if Mushi is being held down or shut down, then they're not functioning as well as a team if he doesn't get that farm and level up and going. So I think they could help out Super on the middle lane.
Yeah, they really took advantage of the Doom pick. Doom not really able to do anything until level 6. He did get a lot of farm though, early bottle, early arcane boost, but we've seen Shadow Fiend a lot more recently, and when teams draft greedy junglers like that, it punishes it quite heavily.
Yeah,
what have you got for us?
I think it's all about what happened in the lanes. You can't let Slardar farm a Blink Dagger so fast, Mushi get out of control, and Ohio, the offlane's player, being 24 of the 26 kills of the game. Everyone was doing whatever they wanted. If they win one lane, maybe DK has a chance. If they lose all three, there's no way they can win.
Yeah, that certainly was the story, and I agree with shutting down the Mushi part, because his pick, Shadow Fiend, was so well protected by every member of the team. So let's see what DK can do, and it looks like both the teams are going to be joining Game 3 now, so we're going to go back to the match to kick off Game 3. Best of luck to both teams.
Orange's turn to ban.
The Orange come back and just put on this show of heroes, minus armor and beautiful combinations, and they just catch DK completely off guard with this.
That they did, and like they said in the interview, like we got nothing up our sleeves, nothing's gonna
Nothing
happen.
special.
All of a sudden, like Lana combo, we have been seeing the combination with heroes like what's just been picked up. The Alchemist here from DK with the Darkseer, but you know it's burning. In the first two bans, OD taken out, and that Darkseer along with him.
Yeah, so heading into a draft, we see that Alchemist for DK now being picked up, and one thing that I really love about the later stage of this TI3 is the fact that in the group stage, you and me, we saw Shadow Fiend being played by Na'Vi once, and we saw a little bit of Shadow Fiend by Orange, but now as we head later into the game, or later into the tournament, we actually see it more and more, and I love seeing Shadow Fiend. It's a good and fun hero.
Yeah, well, he's an amazing hero. He brings back the skill shot days. When you can really accentuate the skill of a player as opposed to like the spend one hit wins all kind of like style. It really shows who is the best, even more than normal.
It's a hero that requires really impeccable timing, whether it be races or your timing on Blink Daggers or BKBs, or in Mushi's case, those amazing ultis. Like, I have not seen an SF being played to this point in the tournament with such good ultis. It's just completely insane.
He didn't even need to set up every single time. It was just good positioning during the team fight. Like I think we all remember. Yeah, the Weaver kill was amazing. That was just like I know Burning. I know what he's gonna do. I just wait for him and then just take him out the second he comes up. And it was the same kind of like we've been seeing combinations where you use other people to get the SF ulti, but Mushi was saying I can do it by myself, but when I do have help, then it's a full team wipe. Like we saw in that bottom lane with the surprise Blink Dagger on the Darkseer, everything just went to crap for DK. And DK right now, like, they're going up against Bane, they're going up against Nature's Prophet. So we get Ohio split, we get the Bane for the control, and I'm wondering if DK just try and do what they've done before. We see these strength heroes, we see this tank ability, and we just see this level of farm saying you can't stop us when we get to a certain point. If that's the way they want to go down this, then Orange with the Bane, with the Prophet, we've got to look to see him be very, very aggressive. They've got to get out there and they've got to shut down DK on all lanes.
That's definitely something they want to do, but Orange, having Nature's Prophet and having Bane, they can really go and just keep these gangs going. They can find out DK a lot if this goes towards the mid game and Bane has a decent chance to gang along with someone. So Orange, they have their options open. They can also bring it to a later game. They can play something like a anti-mage themselves if they want to. Having Fury, you can definitely stall the game, but Alchemist, he's a scary hero if the enemy gets a Magnus along with it. I almost want to overemphasize this, that Alchemist as a carry towards the latest stage of the game is not that strong, but with Empower, he is really looking scary. So I feel that should be a ban in the second phase here for Orange.
Turn to ban.
And you get the Nyx Assassin as the second pickup now.
Yeah, Nyx just adding up a little bit more stun, nice ganks. We saw Nyx being played really well in the last game, of course, by Orange. But
they just don't have that lockdown kind of control. I'm surprised they actually want to go for the Nyx Assassin when there's still a hero like, I might be thinking about the Rubik is still on the field as well. When you get a hero like a Bane with his channeling ability, you still got your stun, you still got your burst damage to come out from him. But it kind of looks like they look for the Nyx Assassin initiation, but then they ban out the Lifestealer as well. A nice hero which we combined with the Nyx Assassin, and Mushi is trying to read DK's mind. He takes out the Beastmaster here in the third ban.
A little bit scared of that gang coming out from DK as well. I said earlier that Nature's Prophet and Bane, they can easily find pickoffs, but when you have a Nyx Assassin in the enemy team, you don't want to give them more easy ganks, and Beastmaster giving both vision and a great ulti would be really dangerous to go up against.
What else is Burning rate highly up against Orange? It's kind of hard to ban out against this kind of stuff. Like, what do you want to do? You want to ban out a Slider? You ban out the Anti-Mage instead? Or no late game kind of farming contester up against the Alchemist? Or not an easy one, at least. You can run the Doombringer on the safe lane and then use your Devourer for that, but it's, like, as we saw, he's very, very effective in the jungle. You don't always need to do that kind of stuff. But you can grab another jungle hero, like Enigma. He's been banned out in a lot of the games last night as well as today. Maybe that's another option to go. Let's look in towards a harder jungle and let Ohio take that long lane for Orange, or the other way around. It can go the way of DK as well.
Yeah, there's an option. They can always go for something else if they want to, but Anti-Mage has been trending a whole lot here at TI3, just being played so much by Burning and other carries as well. Of course, Alliance did run it, and gonna see whatever Mushi wants to go for. He has the ban and the pick coming up now. So, last one he wants to remove. I feel that Magnus is still worth the ban out, but maybe he is thinking about something else, as we see them discuss in the booth.
Pretty intense discussion as well. There's a lot to work out between the team. I love how Ohio is just sitting on the sidelines. In fact, there he is on your screen right now. Just
there appears to always be one guy sitting there just going, well, I got what I want, it's fine.
Yeah, well, whatever you guys want to take, I'm fine with that.
So yeah, I'm going to be playing Nature's Prophet.
Prophet always stands alone anyway, TP's out anywhere across the map and just go with the push because there in fact is his Prophet stats as well. Max kills 9, max gold per minute 640. Because Prophet, he is just one of those guys. Speaking as a fan of the Prophet, he is just everywhere and anywhere, doing so much damage, doing split push, and he's such a nuisance to a team. Like, you got a team like an Alchemist and the Knicks, if you want to go for a big team fight lineup, you got to come back. The Mag's actually taken by Mushy here. So they had the ban, they pick him up, and they block it against DK.
And I feel this is really a steal from Mushi, and now we might see some interesting melee carry coming out of Mushi instead. But taking that Magnus, I believe it's really good, because letting it go towards DK, we have seen too many times in this tournament what happens when Alchemist gets some chain stunners in his team and have Magnus to just boost him up. He becomes really, really dangerous.
I'm wondering where Orange's AoE combo is. Like, are we looking at Jakiro? Are we looking at, do I dare say his name? I wasn't going to say that name because I'm looking for the other team right now.
Yeah, of course.
I'm looking for the man that is an enigma.
Saw him Black Hole in the audience early on.
Yeah, that's a great YouTube clip, man. That's a great YouTube clip. Shout out to the guy who's actually dressed up as Enigma.
Shout out to Enigma cosplayer guy. Too awesome.
I applaud you immensely. But they got the Keeper of the Light now with the Nyx Assassin. So this is the makings of a possible aggressive lane. Like a rather possible aggressive lane. If you're feeling it's a little bit weak up there with the Bane, it might actually make Orange think that maybe they need to get a little bit more active kind of supporter. Because if that is Coddle and Nyx heading up north, and they're going up there with, it could be an Alchemist, it could be a solo Alchemist in the bottom lane as well, we just don't know yet. Or middle lane, the Alchemist goes everywhere. But that could be a very aggressive lane on the top lane, but with 2 melee heroes, if you're, actually we're going to go with a Chen instead. So they add presence toward the top lane, but they still have the investment inside their own jungle.
Yeah, and Chen, he is always very happy when he can farm up a little bit more, but I don't think that DK should be going aggressive tri-lane, even against a Chen, because there's Chen, Bane, and Nature's Prophet. No matter what carry Orange you're going for, you can easily get caught out, and suddenly you have 4 heroes plus a creep around you, and you're very, very dead. So DK probably gonna take the safer route, I feel, and just have that farm on their Alchemist. They can, of course, also send him towards mid if they feel like it. They have the choice to pick up their 4th hero now, might tell a little bit of the tale. Nice, right now they need a mid and an offlaner, but Alchemist is a flexible hero. Could go for something else.
They go with...
Oh, there we go.
The PL Coddle combo.
Cancer Lancer!
It's a dangerous thing to do though when you're going up against a Magnus, because you've still got Magnus with the ability to empower up, well, I would say a melee hero, but right now he's the only one in their lineup. Cleaning up a lot of these PL illusions is going to be very, very difficult, but as far as the split push goes, Orange do still have enough that can test up against that. Their bigger problem is just going to be the never-ending wave. But this also now means our lanes change up a little bit more too. Are you going to throw PL up on the top lane with a Coddle? No, you want to have him on the bottom lane.
Unless they want to dual lane this, which would be a little bit awkward, they should just be super playing an Alchemist mid, and then we will see Burning just play that Phantom Lancer and farm it up. But the bigger problem, I feel, for Orange is that they don't have any more AoE than Magnus. We see them batting out Clockwork, but when you only have Magnus for AoE, that's not really enough control against the Phantom Lancer, so they have to rely on the Nature's Prophet, on the Chen, take the towers, take control of this map, and get some Roshan kills going and then crack the base. Because late game, I don't think they have this one.
No, not unless they maybe... Well, Gyro is still available in the pool as well, and maybe DK is looking to ban that one out too, as far as what can clean up the PL and just get him out of there. This late game potential of DK is very, very scary.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend being the ban out, so a little bit scared of that combination again, even with only Magnus in the enemy team. They don't want Mushi to land those amazing Requiem of Souls again. Too scary. Scary even for the PL. So now it's Mushi's choice. We see them still talking about it, so not really made up their mind yet.
It's kind of a rough thing. Okay, now there's actually nods between it. Ohio's getting into this, and they seem to be happy. And they're going to go with... Ooh.
Oh, Bears!
Bring in the Ursa.
There's a safe lane carry Ursa, and we saw it played in the lower bracket by Team Liquid before. We've seen it several times in this tournament, actually.
To deal with a PL now? To deal with a PL?
needs to find a real one, but having him power, Ursa is also pretty strong.
That's
so
true. If he
still
does find that real one, if he does get that basher up, locking down the real PL becomes a lot easier. And when you throw Mag in there and you throw out the RP as well, you should be able to find the real one. But
5 seconds remaining.
all comes down to search and destroy, and quite literally search for him. But DK, they're not done yet. They've still got more heroes to come. We've got one more core that they still need to select.
Yeah, they need to pick up an offlaner for sure, so now with that PL and Alchemist, they already have secured the mid and their safe lane. But as for Orange, I feel that if they get the towers going now, which they should be able to with that lineup, they have a natural Vladimir carrier on Ursa, and if they get early mech on the Chen, they could really start snowballing. So DK, they have to be careful with what they want to pick here. Can't be too greedy this time, I feel, because then Orange will punish them like they punished them in last game.
Ooh,
Enigma.
Okay.
And that's probably gonna be an off-lane.
Okay.
Enigma.
That's...
Means you will be abusing the jungle a lot, because you can't lane against a Bane Chen up there on the off-lane. That's scary stuff.
I say my TI3 is now complete that I get to cast an Enigma game. And that's a really ballsy pick. That's a really ballsy pick. When you're going up against a Bane, you're up against a Magnus, you got Chen with hold. Like, they're the three, well, I'm saying Chen, like maybe you got a Troll Creep. They're the three that can stop Enigma Black. If he does catch out that Ursa, if he can hold him in position, of course, with the chains up as well to Maleficus, it's going to be very, very difficult for Ursa to gain a lot of momentum until that BKB comes up, and then you got the Black Hole, which will then deal with that. So, I'm actually kind of liking the pick. I'm liking the pick, but I'm very, very scared.
5
Will be.
Yeah. And I don't know. I saw Mushi play this Ursa in the All-Star match. Looked good to me. Good to me.
It did. It looked serious. It looked serious.
That was him trolling, man.
He was
Haven't
trolling
even seen him serious.
He was trolling and he was still dominating. But let's run through it. So Mushi, as we're talking about, will be playing that Ursa, heading up towards the top lane. Be babysitted by Net as the Bane and Extinct as the
Ohio
Chen.
doing a pretty traditional thing here, but he did get scouted by the Knicks.
Be careful, DK. They're moving all inside of smoke as well.
Oh, Ohio, you don't want to be caught up, and
then
the
like,
smoke.
his smoke just broke.
He's
His
pinging.
smoke just broke. He's got to check in the corner. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's just around the corner. There's another 18 seconds. He could use the TP scroll. The pings are coming out. The smoke's still breaking. They're like, we know he's here. We know he's. You need to look. You need to look. He throws another sentry and Super in a second. He sees him. TP 5 seconds. He can't get out. The concoction to some first blood goes the way of DK. Warding still went down, so it's not going to be the easiest time in the world
They're checking
to go
Roshan
through
now.
the jungle. Yeah, they're worried about it.
Thinking that they were doing something weird, but of course, a lot of blocks on the Radiant jungle. Blocking off 4 camps, I believe, yeah. Everything should be gone.
This is really going to frustrate the Enigma. In fact, they're already starting the sentry wars. Problem is, they need to...
D-wards.
Okay, they can see
they D-ward this one in time. Enigma giving nice vision there. ROTK looking so happy. He already has a soul ring sent out to Enigma.
Holy, that's
how good his start got.
really, really quick when you're
nice
able to pick up that
D-warding,
first blood.
getting rid of both these spawn blocks.
This is really scary, actually. This is really, really scary. For Enigma to have that, he's already got 3 clarity potions on him as well, but he may as well give that over to QQQ. But they've got 6 between them. They've got more mana than anybody. It's crazy. And this Enigma, he'll move through this jungle so quickly. So quickly.
Yeah, and he wanted to block off the entire enemy jungle, but it's always risky to go for something like this. DK, just with good positioning moving out there. He could have TP'd out, but he was greedy and wanted to place the sentry as late as possible.
He didn't want to use 135 gold for it, just save it as long as possible, but yeah, threw away first blood because of it. Watching this middle lane as well, Alchemist going up against Magnus. One's where we've got the heroes on the lowest amount of life coins, because on this bottom lane, Burning, he's just going to be enjoying his farming. Already up to 5-0 on this bottom lane, and he'll be battling up against Mushi, who's up to, well, 4-0, but he's not far behind him as far as creep waves go. But QQQ as well as MMY, I think they're going to try to do some damage towards this bottom tower. In fact, there's already a TP coming in, and Ohio...
Level 1 Fury,
he's
in danger. He has boots, so he's quite okay.
Yeah,
I thought he was a little bit too close there, but forgot he started with the boots.
Next I see.
Again, when Burning stays this close, you get that lance off, you'll still slow him down.
He slows him down, but MMY not close enough to kill off Furion right there. Should be pretty even with these two heroes. Alchemist and Magnus, not too much difference. Alchemist having maybe a little bit easier time in the beginning, but Magnus pulling ahead as he hits level 7.
Allowed to TP out that bottom lane, heads down the bottom lane, just to the top lane. Not really happy with Mushy, the discreet way of pushing out. And the Illumine just at the right mark, pulls the aggro down past the tower. Now Mushy, he's got to be a little bit careful when he's down this deep. He's running out of his own creep wave, and there he is. He has to back himself out again. The run for the 2-minute rune, KYXY, because he has skewer, he will win this run. Short range, but still secure it, and as the fresh bottle charges, well worth it.
Yeah, that's true. Burning still perfectly fine down here on the bottom lane, even with Ohio coming down to defend. He is finding some decent experience on Ohio, but taking nice harassment as well.
See, well, I'm hoping phase boots up on this Ursa, chasing down, but we should also point out the fact that Ursa is being picked up while he's on the Dire side. So,
yeah,
Roshan is something we should really keep our eyes very firmly fixed on,
yeah,
mainly around the 8-minute mark, when you expect him to rotate down, have enough power that he can kill it off.
Yeah, that's the downside though, having Ursa as a safe lane carry. It's always pretty obvious as soon as you leave the lane and want to go for something like a Roshan. Unless you go fights first, the enemy will know that you're off doing something, and when Ursa does something, it's always Roshan.
Sigma's taking a little bit longer to move through the jungle progression than I thought.
Yeah, but that's because the jungle is so blocked off. We see even the Magnus sending in an illusion room just to mess with him, so there's not too much for him to farm. Looking at RTK now, can't farm in the small camp, and then the two closest camps are also blocked off.
It slows down an amazing start of his. In fact, you're seeing it in the gold, it's slowly being whittled back to orange, and as far as experience goes, they are actually holding the lead for now. 3 minutes in there, and they have it by 1,000.
Yeah, that's Chen just farming really fast in his jungle as well, having that troll creep. So he's up to level 4, almost 4.5. As the Enigma, despite getting the first blood, is level 3 and not too rich on this bottom.
Needs more time. And I'm wondering too if he wants to go in, like having normal boots would be okay, but think about going straight in for a blink dagger. Like, does he want to go straight for the blink, or should we be looking at a mech?
Yeah, for this game, of course, BKB should be a bad option, as there's enemy with Magnus and even the Fiend script from Bane. Really dangerous. Top rune being contested a little bit. Denied by QQQ. Big deny.
KYXY to send that courier back with the bottle all the way back to base.
But yeah, I don't know. I think that the Enigma should just try and get a mech really early, is what I feel.
The team fight goes, is a mech really going to be enough to save you? Because if you're going to get RP'd up, it's almost like, do you want to wait for Orange to come to you with the Ursa as well as the Magnus, or do you want to come to them and initiate?
Looking at his top gang attempt, Mech might not save, but it might be enough to just help your team enough. But he's gonna go down here probably. Yes. QQQ being caught up.
Centaur's far enough to the side and Extinct. He's trying to get in a little bit closer, run up, and then Brain Sap. Centaur, well, with the Nightmare set up, they do get the stomp, but QQQ goes down.
Bane says no.
We'll take that one, but at the same time, Burning as well as ROTK. Looking to take out that T1 tower in the bottom lane, Ohio. A second level of Treants is not going to be enough to defend this.
And that winning combination. Really aggressive play by RTK here, just walking after Ohio, forcing him off the tower so that Burning can actually deal some damage. But even the Treants just pulling the aggro off.
It's being very, very frustrating when you do that kind of stuff. You lose all your conversions, you lose your tanks on the front lines. He shuts down the pull.
It's really hard for him to get this bottom tower. I haven't even dealt too much damage to it, but same thing for top. Even though QQQ got picked off there, he is holding the top tower.
On the bright side as well, we hit 5 minutes 30 in, so all these very early wars that were planted down are basically timing out. So ROTK's got his own jungle back again. So back to the fast progression Enigma that we know and love.
Yeah, the downside for DK in this game, I never really mentioned it, is that they dewarded 2 camps, but those 2 camps were the camps that were blocked with sentry wards, and those have shorter duration. They never dewarded the camps that were blocked with observer wards, or they did, but they did so pretty late.
To wait it out. So someone had more money for the sentry wards. You deward sentries with sentries, you gotta wait to buy, well, have money for it. They're pretty expensive. You want to commit 200 gold, and to making sure camps are freed up. You make sure you get a good return of investment on that.
It's a lot of gold, but it also gives you a lot more options to what you want to do. Chen having level 5 now. That's
To
two
point out the
send-offs.
awesome micro there from Ohio, denying off his own treant with another treant, so MMY doesn't get any kind of extra experience down that bottom lane.
Yeah, Ohio.
Small things, but wonderful to watch.
Small things, but that's what you gotta do. And we see the poor courier is like, why am I doing
Radiant's
this?
top tower is under attack.
It's the satchel, it just stops the wings from flapping correctly. He's got movement speed, he's just not using it.
Not the satchel, it's just the bottle. He doesn't want to hold it. He's got a fish in his mouth.
Burning at MMY, looking down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. There will be Ohio down here as well. Looks like they're going to have a little bit of extra help. It's going to be Magnus who in fact rotates the bottom lane, but not enough mana to do both a skewer as well as an RP, even after one charger. So he's coming down here to pick up the Arcane Breeze more than likely.
Steals all the farm of Ohio. Ohio is like, yes, thank you very much. I don't hate you at all.
The greater mag, man. The greater mag.
Greater mag.
QQQ's been having he's been up here for a very, very long time. Just this tower out, but is not getting much of the experience for it. He's probably also recognizing the fact that if Ned nightmares him, he's dead to mushy. There is no way to escape from it. He will be dead to mushy.
No, double wave with a catapult coming in. He's gonna blast it once, but that's a level 1 blast. It's not super strong, so the wave needs to be blasted once more, and that's when he's gonna be in the danger zone of Bane.
And Mushy's even trying to force him out of that danger zone.
Radiant's top tower is under
He gets
attack.
back up though. Was he super rotating? Mushi a little bit caught out. He
Clock's
doesn't
just
know it
starting.
yet.
He comes in on QQQ. That sun's gonna fly, but
Nice
already
kill.
with 3 hits, he kills the keeper of the line. And well, Courier just watching it all unfold as PL TP's in and Burning takes the free gold.
Back as well. Immediate rotation. Things come out.
Roshan, they realized how many people were up on that top lane. They want to get into the pit and get in there very, very quickly.
Yeah. But Mushi just going in a little bit too deep. He gets QQQ very fast, of course. Having those face boots, he can outmaneuver him. But that's really, really dangerous diving in like that.
Yeah, he's going to try and contest. They got 10 seconds until the chemical rage. That may be enough time.
And that won't be enough time, man. Roshan will already have fallen in 10 seconds. He's already down.
Look at those Fury swipes. Just stack it up. That's just crazy stacks.
Yeah, Ursa, probably the fastest hero in the game at killing off Roshan. Whenever he has something to tank for him, he just kills him.
Well, I guess the Immortal up his sleeve. Mushy. He's not looking to man fight anything yet. Remember, we're still ticking down this clock. Burning is continuously farming up. 55 for 15 on him.
Burning is farming, that's true.
His net worth is still keeping up. Even after Roshan goes down, we're still looking at early 300, 250 gold being the difference in net worth between both the Ursa and the PL. And
between the heroes, yes, but looking over to a net worth of the supporters, you see a bigger difference. 700 and 500 net worth on the side of Radiant.
Puddle's bringing nothing to the fight right now apart from mana.
So the difference is over 2,000 now between the teams and bottom. We see a little bit of an attempt. MMY gonna go.
Yep, Vendetta follows up Stump with a Malama stun from
He's
ROTK. They've got it, hand of God.
Or-
Oh, they're going to clean it off. It's where the black hole. Yes, it is. Proper will be held there. MMY, they've got enough damage with the double TP is in. Bane into the Fiend Grip now on ROTK. They will get revenge here.
Very nice.
Mushi also TP'd himself in, but he will not be able to catch up to MMY in time. But it's a 1-for-1. It's a 1-for-1 as the trade.
Very nice by Bane, and that's not something DK wanted. Uses both the Vendetta and the Black Hole, and then getting a 1-1 trade against the Fiend Script. On the other side, I really like the fact that ROTK always uses his Black Hole to get these kills, but nice reaction though.
Radiant's bottom tower
By
is
Orange.
under attack.
Bottom tower. This is just the power that is the bear. They will bring down the Team 1 tower with the help of the man who controls the trees, Ohio. Even holding the creep wave out just a little bit more. They can push in this a little bit deeper. The deeper the line blast doesn't really slow up much. In fact, Bane's already looking for him there. And Ohio's TPing back to the middle lane.
Is under attack.
Ohio really needed that last hit on the tower so badly as well, because he was pretty far off his Midas, but now getting all the last hits here on the mid lane, not missing anyone, he's gonna be up to his Midas very soon.
Oh, misses the catapult. Meanwhile,
we see
inside
a
the
fight.
jungle, we've got a Nightmare on MMY and Super. Well, he's got a DD rune and looking for someone to stun. He's going to get it too. Ned's going to get hit. The acid spray is just on the edge. So they won't be able to combine up, and Mushy now believes he's got an opening for a kill.
The only reason you could throw that Alchemist stun that far during nighttime is...
He's got one. He's got one. ROTK, everything's welcome. Got a Malama stun right now. Keep Mushy out. The conversion damage might help him out a little bit more. MMY, look for an extra stun. Now they see him. Hold him there. Conversion's going to lock him in. Concoction as well. Mushy, they're going to burn through this Aegis, but can they? No, they can't. Mushy's got enough life. Brains there from Net. Can't get a kill off here, but they got the RP still available. But DK, they're split up pretty nicely. Orange, the guys who are pushing the tier 1 tower, rotate off.
Nice push here by Orange. Gonna claim the tower. 2 towers now going the way of Furion all of a sudden. So last 2 minutes he has actually earned like 2,000 gold. Being really good for himself.
They got to keep this momentum rolling, because right now 4,000 gold is going the way of Orange. And talk about momentum, just group up on the tier 1 tower, smoke up and just go for gold. I'll see who they can find. The line's been drawn to check out the jungle. And right now the nearest ones they will probably find when they come down. In fact, Super farming up with the help of his 2 supports. It's 5-man Dota here in the middle lane for DK. While up on the top lane, Ohio, we know he'll come in. Hand him a stump, he's just farming up on the top. But here we go. Here we go.
On top of the sentry, pings come out.
No blink dagger, but Mushy, he finds MMY. Spy Cabras comes up, Mushy just being slowed down by the lance. The Chen creeps can't get in close. The stun hits on Net, try to 9 there to evade. Mushy comes in, he finds MMY, stun, keeps going on Net, lands as well. Bane, Hand of Gold will actually keep him alive right there. The lance should have been able to get that kill.
I would have, but really nice heal there.
On the top lane, like you can't get a kill in the middle lane. Ohio takes your tier 1 tower on top.
Ohio getting all this tower gold. Three tier 1 towers within 3 minutes or 4 minutes. That's really amazing for Furion. Doing so good for himself now.
Because it translates to the rest of his team. Blink Dagger gets to come the way of the Magnus. So with him with the Blink Dagger, and Prophet is spending his money as well, getting into a Shadow Blade. Not fully, just with a Shadow Amulet right now. But there is a hell of a lot of income and a hell of a key items as well coming the way of Orange. At the same time, it looks like ROTK, he was saving up for that Blink Dagger. He really was saving up for that Blink Dagger, and now he's decided to go against it. Picks up the Ogre Club, so we're going to be looking at ROTK going into a BKB on that Enigma.
Wants to go for BKB, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Like, they don't have enough farm on Coddle to go for a mech. It would really be ROTK's job if he wanted to do so, but in this game, no mech for them in the first 20 to 30 minutes at least.
It's Super who's building the mech for him.
Super actually went for it? Yeah.
He's got the headdress on himself right now. They might have realized he's the only one with gold. If they want to get Enigma with his big control, with the big BKB Black Hole, then someone else has to take up the slack. And in this case, it's going to be Super.
Nice block by Ohio. Sending in a Treant just to block this Ancient stack, realizing what's going on. Some sick defensive wards by DK. Just their map vision right now is so good. You see, of course, Net trying to deny some of it, and the Treants helping out.
A lot of wards just timed out too. At the end of that 6-minute mark. Move it to the bottom lane. Net, because he wants more damage, empowered up. ROTK hanging on the other side of the tree line. These trees still from Ohio. They're scouting everything. Everything. While Mushy wants to push the bottom lane, he wants to know if there's anyone that's going to stop him.
Everything is so much more dangerous now for DK because there's Blink Dagger on both the Magnus and the Ursa. That means that anyone or even any two, if they get RP'd, can get caught out so hard and just burst down quickly by Ursa. So have to be really careful if they want to defend this tier 2.
Ohio's back to pushing out that top lane, but he's actually backing himself out a little bit. There's more support coming on that bottom lane for the rest of Orange, but there we go. So he will TP and clear the tree line behind the tier 2 tower. So they instantly attack up on him. Then in they come for the tower. Mushy actually using his swipes to try and bring down that tower.
Rescuer.
And then blinking RP. Caught 3, pulled 2, and MMY and Super. Super's the main target, the Sprout. They'll make it easy, and then the feeds grip on ROTK will hold him there, and Mushy.
Orange
double kill.
Orange, man, catching 3, only got 2 in the pool, but still amazing job by KYXY and Net there to follow up on the Enigma.
Man, Orange are taking DK to the school of Dota right now. They are playing amazing Dota. This is not the Orange esports we saw play last night. Their decision's been perfect, their timing has been right, and their advantage is going to get bigger. He picked up Burning, the real one too. Dust, they hold him, they kill him. Alchemist ball back, he's trying to come in here and fight it. Concoction will be thrown, he'll hit on Net. Wind also, that toxic spray down to Mushy. Wants to save his teammate, Seno won't be in time.
So close.
The rest of Orange will fall themselves back. They didn't take a tier 3 tower that took away half his life points, but they hold every single one of their tier 1 towers, and they keep finding more and more advantage as this match goes on.
Yeah, more and more advantage, and the scary part is going to be when Ursa hits his BKB, you only have the black hole to stop him, and how are you going to black hole when there's both the Magnus and as well as Bane able to just shut down this Enigma? DK, they're really struggling now. And look over to the farm going the way of Burning. Sure, he has 92 CS, but we're 16 minutes in, and he only has drums and treads. This is not gonna cut against the lineup of Orange.
Oh, it's not. He needs a hell of a lot more. A hell of a lot more, but that means he needs time. But the more time that's gained, the bigger now Ursa's getting. It's really like a landslide, and DK need to find a retaining wall, or else this is not going to work for them. Ohio, he's happy to break it down, get him buffed up. Hard, attack fast, and just keep the push going on every single lane. MMY almost looking over to him as well for these great initiations. He's got to find some, but with no Blink Dagger up on this Nyx Assassin, not even walking around with Arcane Boost, he can't keep spamming out his mana every single time with Vendetta to try and find a kill. And even then, his ultimate is only level 1, so the duration on that is rather low.
Just faking a little bit against Burning, trying to make him scared. Some action going on here, some movement, and Burning, he runs into them.
It's going to break. They throw an Observer Wall, but they're going to jump down. RP over to MMY instead of Mushy. Waits, in fact, Fiend's Grip also being used. Commitment central.
That's a little bit overkill, as he could just have brain zapped that one. So a little bit of a waste by Net, but nevertheless, a big pick off there. Getting the Nyx should enable them to take this tier 2 tower mid.
When you got a mech charge now up on Extinct, they get everything they want. Stuns up on Mushy, super looking for concoction.
Nice
Mushy, he's gonna go down right now if they're not too careful. Hand of God, Nightmare protects it for a little bit and sends him back. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. ROTK wants to keep chasing, but he will not be able to catch up to Net.
Not losing anything
on the top.
The push will stop, but not losing anything in that. And meanwhile, they had Furion just farming on the top lane, so really nice there.
And Roshan spawns up in about 30 seconds or so. And that's going to be where Orange's next target will be. Keep all the lanes pushed out, or maybe they just kill off ROTK, because there's a lot of support coming into the rear. It's going to be Magnus, so Shockwave, Blink, Skewer, just trying to hold him there. Mal of a Sun has been used, but Ohio's damage will be enough to finish the job.
Another nice pickoff. Also look at Mushi now. He knows that the timing is going to be very soon. Roshan actually has respawned.
He could just jump in there and get it, but maybe he's looking for another pick-off first.
Saw Burning, he would need help to kill him, and there's the help. There is a dust available, so of course, no defuse already as well. Else he could have purged off that dust, but now Burning in danger.
There's the blink, there's the dust, and boom, boom, boom! Burning will be one last hit, and a kill for Mushi.
And the biggest possible kill, killing off the enemy carry like that, Roshan being up. We should see Mushi just head back and take that Roshan. Easy Rosh.
Yep.
Easy rears.
So, quite possible if you bet on him. If not, then Raz be begging. To the Roshan pit, in goes Mushi. Doesn't need any kind of help for this one. That's the reason why Magnus can stay on the top lane. But MMY, he is trying to look to see if there is someone up here, and he will see him with that observer board now. They know they're going to try and, well,
it's hard to go in and just kill off KYXY as he has an Ogre Club and stands inside his tower so well. He knows that there's some gank going here. Blinks back and TP's out. Doesn't want any of that. Nice big Roche there for Orange, and they're looking so solid. More than 10k experience, gold ahead, and the experience as well, hitting over 10k just there with the last update.
Then straight into smoke. Instantly, they want to keep their advantage and push it forward. This is the Dota we love. Is it going to be the PL? It's close, but not close enough. They just leave an observer wall, wait for somebody to walk this direction into the jungle. Not going to happen. They rotate down instead, and now QQQ, he'll be ensnared up, and look at the damage. 2 hits, and then a brain sap, and then with a Fiend's Grip, they hold Burning in position. ROTK, your Black Hole only hits Centaurs. Ned's on caught in the edge, though. Now hand of bottom, big guys, they won't keep that Bane alive. The Mushy, he's waiting again on the high ground, says, let's play ball. Chasing the ROTK, neck charge, RP,
big RP.
Shockwave on 2, and now with the Trout that holds Burning and MMY in position to stun Burning. He's limping away, but can't limp fast enough. It's a double kill for Ohio. PL will buy back, while Mushy diving past the tier 3 tower.
Still has that Aegis, so really looking strong. Burning, having to buy back. He's not use Yasha anytime soon.
Anyway, Ace White looking for a blink skewer. If it comes off cooldown in 4 seconds time, you know he will. Mushi actually be sent back to base and
forces super to stun, and nothing close enough for this poor alchemist to stun.
Was gonna follow it up.
No way to follow up on that.
Everyone's back and buying up new things, new amazing things. Magnus getting very, very close to that BKB of his. Extinct, Mech, Gem, Sentry Wards, Ohio, building into a Scythe device, ult and Orb to start with.
After that cheesy Navi game with the Pudge being sent home so many times, I actually start thinking, did they ever fix the skewer bug where you send home and just time it with your skewer?
Actually, no. I believe that was never fixed. You
if
can actually...
Orange would be 20,000 gold behind, they could be doing that. But then again, they're kind of in a very firm lead and don't have to rely on anything like that in this game. So Orange just playing really well.
For people who don't know that, you can fountain skewer just like you can fountain hawk. I don't believe it was ever fixed.
I don't think it was.
Bushy fires up already, blinks down, and well, you can clearly see they were well out of range of his Earthshock. But either way, it's intimidation. You bang that ground, they run away. She'll want to go again. There's a sentry ward down here for the Radiant side, but no observer ward. They don't see Mushy moving around. Sentry ward in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Mushy will feel very, very comfortable down here.
Okay, just completely shut into a base, and we see Ohio pushing out that top lane. He's gonna get to a tier 2 tower and remove that. There's still 2 tier 2 towers, and even so, we see Orange pushing so hard on this tier 3. They don't want to give any time towards Alchemist to finish up more items, or to PL to get that damage up. They just want to go now when they're strong in the head. Also, decent timing still on the Aegis.
This is all smoke and mirrors, man. This allows Ohio to take the tier 2 tower, while DK, that's to bring all 5 players down to that bottom lane to defend the tier 3 tower. Mushy just walks in and gets stunned up here a little bit, and RTK battles as well. Mushy, Nightmare, trying to save him. Shockwave, trying to clear up a little with the PLs, but now he's been sent back home again.
Sent back home, and he keeps that Aegis top. We see a TP by PL, going alone towards the top lane, trying to defend.
See him desperately trying to get to that diffuser blade. Desperately trying to get there.
Yeah, but even then, his HP is just so low that he dies in a matter of seconds if Mushi ever gets the jump on him.
Radiant's top
Really not a nice position he's in.
I'll be able to get the deny on the tier 2 tower on the top lane, so not everything going the way of Orange, but I know if I hit this button right now, it's going to look like everything's going the way of Orange. Just so about 14,500 experience going their way. Same for gold. Orange just having a great old time. Yeah, we just had ourselves another sandbag. So Ohio goes back to base and there's just dragged straight back to the top lane.
I was just watching Mushi run all the way back to this bottom. As he TP'd and failed, he kind of cancelled it. But that's why he has a cooldown now. It's still fine. He's in good time. He's pushing now along with his team.
Rather difficult to do when you're going up against Illuminates. He's only got this Aegis for just over a minute, about a minute and 20 seconds time.
Tower is very close to going on. Mushi has that Aegis. Oh, he's gonna go.
Oh, jumps in. He tries to go on burning, but he didn't have dust with him or that gem close enough. Wants to go back to the tower, over towards ROTK. Almost where the black hole try to kill off Mushi right now. He's completely overdone, but he's still got the Aegis model out a little bit further. The RP Verticash too. That's a big stun. Super getting away. MMY caught for the moment. Mushi, he will go down. The Aegis being triggered. He wanted that to happen, however. 2 heroes lost. Both the supports for DK.
Nice. Ohio gonna...
To Ohio. That Illuminate missed him though. And he's being sent back to base already by Chen.
And he has teleport, so he can always come back really fast.
These trolls going to look for a trap. They got 2 of them as well, so they trap up Burning for now. And with a proper sprout, they make sure Burning stays in one position. The stun down to Mushi. Super inside the Chemical Rage. Wants to try and bring down the Ursa Warrior. May not be possible. Won't be possible. Astra retreat. One more attack. They just proper gets it in. We'll bring it down. Nightmare on the Burning.
A lot of low HP, and we saw a buyback coming out from Alchemist.
Look for the Lances. Oh, nice sprout. Very nice sprout. Kept burning away. He doesn't have enough mana. He's got 6 wand charges up his sleeve, and TP's out. There's going to be... I thought for a moment.
Yeah. You believed?
I believed, but there was no Meepo.
Yeah, the buyback from Alchemist, still DK just losing even more every single time we see Orange pushing in here. And Orange playing so much more disciplined and more thought through than they did yesterday. Both these games just playing phenomenal as they have an advantage.
You just have to be careful.
They have to, but
the Alchemist is one of those heroes that you still give him some space. He's finally getting himself up with the Greevil's Greed. They haven't brought down the ranks yet. Orange, they got great split push, they got great fighting potential, but at the same time, if that Enigma Black Hole hits correctly and Orange are caught out of position, and Alchemist has the time to start beating them through, or PL has the time to farm up and get this Diffuser Blade up and running, which he's now a recipe away from, things could change around in favor of DK very, very quickly. All it takes is one team fight to go horribly wrong.
as always in Dota, you can always change things very fast. If you just make one big misplay, you can suddenly find yourself losing. But with the farm level on this Phantom Lancer, I really feel that DK, they are drawing dead and they can't really leave base to make something happen. Even with a Nyx Assassin, can't find a pick-off, and that just means that Orange will stay in control of this game. So the options of DK are really severely limited.
Orange's options are very much open. They're smoking up and having a look around. Well,
they haven't lost a single tower. Of course their options are open. Like, they can do whatever they want. They have had such good map presence. They haven't died a single time with Chen, not a single time with Magnus. These guys are playing out of their minds.
It's beautiful, man. It's absolutely beautiful. Unless you're a DK fan, at which point it's absolute nightmare.
I'm pretty sure that Melk is sitting there and just touching himself to this Chen played by Extinct. It's just so sick how well he's playing it.
Mental image, which I will not be able to shake. Back to his farm on that top lane. 28 minutes into this. Want to give props to the Chen also. Team player 1-0-10. 1-0-9 as well for KYXY. Just shows you that this really is a team game, and Orange are playing it exactly like such. And 7-1-7, even Mushi getting in there for all the supports. Involved in 14 out of the 17 kills of Orange. This is just them waiting as well. They're waiting for another minute and a half. It's just lane control until Roshan comes up.
Yeah, we finally see a Diffusal Blade finish up on PL, so his illusions will start dealing some decent damage. But next Roshan is going to mean Cheese as well, so that Aegis and Cheese is going to be so crazy for Orange if they don't want to go now. I feel going now is a little bit of a waste with Roshan so soon to respawn.
Yeah. Orange, Mushi wants to move forward. He's got to be careful of that PL. He starts getting splits, if he starts getting copies. Like, Mushi just blinks himself away, but he'll still get mana burnt out. He's got to be wary of that. Like, Net uses a brain sap to kill off the illusion. They are going to push in. This really is a dangerous thing. If DK... This fight, RP! They caught burning, push him back out again, and they'll destroy him quickly. Buyback will need to happen right now. Super gets the stun out Net. There's still no Fiend Grip being used. He wants the high ground band. Super, he's out of range for a 4-staffed away. RGK holding that BKB out. Mushi to the front lines. Now they might try and turn this. Malivus up. Mushi's completely out of mana. That illusion's gonna hit very, very hard, especially on Ohio. Low on life. Stun over now onto Mushi, but Orange, they're still alive. There's some Hand of God as well as the mech.
Yeah, they need to mech up and just get that HP back up so on everyone.
PL still doesn't have a buyback after buying that Diffuser Blade. This is... Orange just... This was their time. It was a quick opening when the PL's down, but they're going to back themselves up and now go for Roshan as they got the timing perfect. Mushi blinks in and boom, boom, boom. And
it does force DK on the back foot, going against their base like that and killing off PL. Even now we see this movement coming out from DK. They're just too far away to stop this Roshan. Ursa kills it so fast.
Coming quick.
They're coming by really Roshan quick. Though. Big play Rosh.
I'm going to catch him out in the corner.
Ashes again.
Look where Rosh, KYXY, he's waiting where the air is crisp. Super, the stuns are going to stop. They get the stun up on Mushi right now. Ursa was killed by the turn, picked it up. The Ursa, and now blink down, ROTK, BKB to hole, he needs the mana for it, there goes the BKB, but there's no hole, Mushi, he's making a huge hole in the DK lineup, double kill for him, Super, he can't stun nothing, Mushi's behind him, slow him down, Super stuns himself, Mushi, triple kill for him, ROTK will be brought down by the rest of Orange, and PL will respawn, but not involved in that fight at all, being dead.
Yeah, and that was Mushi going up against 3 enemies and just basically killing all of them without any help from his team while they killed off the rest.
Didn't even require an RP. Didn't even have to use an RP for that.
Well, they didn't even have the RP as the fight started, so they now have an RP pushing
Ohio!
Ohio.
Just being cheeky. in through the rear, having the Hex and having that big amount of bonus damage with the Shadow Blade. Orange can't rotate towards the mid, but they can go straight up towards the top lane if they so desire. In fact, they're already pinging to go to the tier 2 tower in the mid.
Mushi picks up a 4-staff. He likes chasing people. He wants them dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's the way to keep up with them. They want to 4-staff themselves, he'll 4-star straight after him. And the tower does go to Mushi. 2.6k gold up on him. The money in the world. And he'll be brought back very, very quickly.
DK pretty much drawing dead now. There's no way. They don't even have Blink Dagger on their Enigma. Trying to make something happen with Valk stun.
Maybe they can. It's only over to Net, and Net's looking used. Whoop!
Trying
they're trying it. They're trying it. You know they are.
I'm not even sure that it works with the Chen. I know it works with Wisp, but it should still work with Chen, I believe.
It works with Chen. I remember I achieved it one time in my life.
It has worked, but yeah. Anyway, a little bit of a test there by Orange. Of course, the timing was not perfect.
Moving down to the top lane from Orange. They've taken the tier 2 tower. They realize that pushing down the mid is a little bit easier for DK to defend. They want to stretch DK. Being down here and then having to walk all the way across your own base up to this top area here. That's a long way to walk when you got Super Seismic Crease pushing through the bottom. And Connell, he'll do a pretty good job of holding this out with Illuminus. But he's going to go wall. Mushi, he's going to get stunned. He's too far in. Double stun here from MMY and Mushi. He's going to be brought down, but KYXY blinks in, looking for the RP, but already with the Aegis being popped, there's no point just throwing it. He used his BKB nonetheless. Mushi 4-stars out to safety. And that is where Orange have a flashback to last night. Cannot overcommit just hunting the kills. They must remember objective-based game. Take the towers, take the fort, take the racks, take the fortress.
Exactly. It's all about pushing, getting the enemy base killed. Of course, there's enemy heroes in the way, but you don't want to dive into a tier 4 no matter how big your advantage is. So Orange, when there's this much at stake, playing it safe.
Yep. Mushi. How's he feeling for that jump? Now he's walking around with the cheese. They hand that over to him with the Aegis going down on him. They want to make sure that Ursa is the one that stays alive and destroys all. Downside is you can't use cheese if you're going to be permanently stunned, and DK do have what it takes to do that. So it's possible they could pick off this Ursa fast enough. But with that RP at level 2 and the Bane Fiend script also up at level 2.
I'm looking at this Enigma and just thinking, oh man, he wishes he had a Blink Dagger. But even if he sold all his items now, except for the, BKB, you can't sell it. I don't believe he has enough money for it, so...
I'm pretty sure he'll fall short.
If it's all his boots and Soul Ring, I think he might have it, but yeah.
Love this little move from Super.
There we
get
go.
the first stun, throw the concoction. Mushi, he's there. They want to start up in Ohio, but Mushi, here comes KYXY. Look for the BKB Black Hole. Mushi held in range of the down beast grip from Ned. Holds ROTK. Mushi trying to turn his skewer away, pulling 3 heroes out to the side. Mushi, he's still alive. 39 HP. Now he'll go down. Ohio, he'll be taking a fall as well. He gets the keeper of the line, but it's not worth it. And now it's DK turning it around. KYXY held in position. He'll take a fall as well. They want Net. Will they get it? Will it be 4? It'll be 4! Burning with a double kill. DK hold the line.
DK showing life. Nice black hole there, even though it got interrupted. Really nice play. Clutch play by DK.
That was just like, even with the RPs, the pullbacks, Orange was still controlling, but Mushi, he couldn't put in the final blow. He couldn't bring him down.
Mushi got controlled in this fight, the first fight of the game where they really shut him down. 11 for 9 now.
2 buybacks. The only 2 buybacks were the 2 supports of DK. It wasn't the primary guys. It wasn't. It wasn't the Alchemist, even though he did die. Like, he did go down, but Burning didn't die. Level 2 Diffusal Blade up and running, and his mana style is going to be coming a lot faster. And this army of PLs, level 16, every single ability is now maxed, including the 3 points up in his ulti, the 4 points up in the Juxtapose. This army of Burning will just keep split pushing them out, and Prophet's going to have his work cut out for him right now.
Yeah, and we see DK using all the time they can now, taking control of the map a little bit, farming up on Burning. He needs to get more items. MMY, just TP it out. Be safe, standing close to Extinct.
And how much time can Burning find to farm?
Look at this build from Super. This is when you know you're far behind. When your Alchemist solo mid goes for mech, which is normal, then heads into a 4-staff, just because simply the fights are so hard that they need to make some 4-staff plays, and they need to keep people alive or force people into black holes. They need to make something happen.
Exactly what they did during the last fight. It's the problem of an Ursa Warrior. Ursa Warrior, he blinks in to start with, pops the BKB, and then has to run after you. If you get the 4-staff, you get yourself some space. Mushy, he can't just instantly nuke down one of these heroes. Almost worth like, I think it's better than having a Ghost Scepter, because then you get a little bit more regeneration, you get some positioning which lets you engage as well as be defensive. I love the build here, but what it relies on is a heavy coordination from the team, and DK, well, they're showing they know exactly how to do that. Yeah, DK really playing clutch here in the last fights, but is it too late, or are they gonna be able to hold? They're working their way back in the experience and gold just little by little, but still struggling against such a huge deficit. They're gonna finally, okay, so tier 1 tower on the top lane. DK are finally gonna push out to try and take one. PL illusion scouting on the side. Thing is that they can't really fight at the enemy tower. They can take a fight in their base, using their own tower to their advantage, and just having a fight where they can buy back and get into good position again. But if they fight that far out, they can't reinforce in any way possible. So they should still be careful and just try to farm up. But it's so easy to say and so hard to do in their position. Yep. Well, it looks like burning will be the bait. That's what this will be. Sentry wards go down, so at least get a little bit of vision. The overlap of the observer ward, it's actually going to be enough. They'll see if anyone wants to move through this region here inside of smoke. Rare some burning. Gonna try and just farm up this jungle. He has a Yasha diffuser level 2 and 2,400 gold, so starting to look a little bit more decent. Especially, this is a big comeback from the items that he had. When they held Rax for the first few times, he had only a Blade of Alacrity and no diffusal. He was looking very poor, but now doing a lot better. Starting down on my fantasy points drop, man. In they go, Mushy cleaning up. Nothing but illusions for now. Roshan spawns up in about 2 minutes time. It looks like Orange already want to get a bit of an upper hand before that. They're going to smoke and have a wander. Have a look around. Mushy being the man on the front lines. So with 3.4k gold, that could be a basher right now if he wanted it. Oh, they're going to find one. Mushy failing as he's going to get out of here. Cancelled. And now with the Hex, they're going to 4-staff him out. They need another 4-staff. Mushy being 4-staffed down. RTK, BKB will pop. He still has the hole, but Super! It's a big hit. The blinding light pushes Mushy out. He cannot connect. The chen's gone down. Now Mushy out of mana. He got mana leaked up and stunned up because of it. Skewered down. KYHY. He's got the RP. He's been held there by the black hole. It's holding him. DK! They're actually bringing Orange down. Not once, but twice now. DK, what's going on? They're starting to really win these fights. Ohio, he's trying to come in through the top. Even if DK is starting to win these fights, you've still got the problematic Prophet. They are in a bad position for sure. Being down 1 Rax and having top tower being solo HP is going to be denied now for sure. But they're playing so amazing in these fights. They're starting to really win it. Dagger is on the Enigma. The same time Roshan's going to be spawning up, but he's got 150 seconds left on cooldown for that hole. But Roshan will be the key area, and this is a big time for Orange. Orange, even though like they were losing that fight in the bottom lane, they got picked off here and there. They have their RPs, they have their Fiend's Grip, they've got the Hand of God. All these different things are available. Net just being a bit of a nuisance, but ROTK will say Super, get back to what you were doing. In fact, he uses the conversions now to take it out. And the first tower goes the way of DK. Yeah, and PL trying to make it 2 towers, going for that top. As well. He's gonna get it. The Illusion's pushing so fast. A lot of golds going the way of DK. Burning, going back to base and farming up. Well, he's realizing that bottom lane will keep pushing it. He needs his army of PLs to keep pushing that out, but he also needs his next item. Mana Style's great for him. Diffuser Blade's great for him. Giving momentum towards lanes with that is going to work nicely, but he still needs the extra life, or do we even say damage? Is Heart where he wants to look? Mushy, there's no reason to even try and contest this. For Roshan, they don't have are they? Super, he wants to. Chemical Raid is up. Mushy's inside the pit. They haven't got him down just yet, and the stun hits on net. They've got to fight him. Super takes the high ground. KYHY's got RP. He almost blew it. MMY, the double stun, RTK. There's a Malva stun. KYHY has to pop the BKB. RP. Only Lucians. Oh no! Nothing real. Nothing real was hit. Super. Now a Piglet. He needs to throw off this stun. Burning. Well, there's a target. It's Mushy. Held in position. Blinding light forces it back. Needs assassin to buy back as well. The lances keep flying out, and they're all burning. Remember these PL illusions. There's a skewer up to the higher ground. KYXY wants to bail. Orange, they cannot finish off Roshan.
DK still looking strong in this.
Back into
Are they
the
gonna
pit.
try it?
No, cool. Yeah, why not? RP's down. Hand of God's on the sidelines. And Roshan sitting in a B-stick of life.
Go in, but it's still scary to just go in here. 4 enemies alive, but they will go.
Sent in the potato. what was Bruno call it? Tomato smashes. Blink in, skewer. Pick up 2. The stun, however, channeling up from Super. Stun as well. Mushi. BKB will pop, so there's focus on KYXY. He will go down right now, but Mushi trying to cut through a burning. In the middle of the line, Mushi losing too much life. He's being held there, Chen. Try to send him back. Can't get him out in time. The buyback is coming, Ohio. You're right. He's trying to TV out, and he will be successful. Yes, he will. But they've all bailed. Ursa ball back. They will keep fighting. The Lancers will fly. They will see Net Naru TK. Malibus done. They've got Net forced up away. He's got Nightmare available, and he will still go down. PL. Shockwave nicks him. Super will stun himself in a moment. While Mushi is picking up nothing but illusions, they do not want to let this Roshan go to DK.
DK playing so well. Just keeping everything together, and they're gonna go for the Roshan again.
Careful, Blink BKB Black Holes back up again.
RP is
and
online.
They're very badly grouped right now. There's a jump in, RP! On all of them! Scare him up! Blink BKB, where is it? There's nothing! It's a double kill for Ohio! Super will go to triple kill for Ohio! And QQQ is on the rubber bush. He says no! Double kill! It is a triple buyback from DK and back into Roshan. Orange will claim it. What a fight!
What a play by KYXY and Mushi. Just empowered Bear waiting there on the high ground as KYXY brings everyone up. Just a sick 4-man into Skewer.
And these teams are fighting for their very existence here at the International. It is the 3rd game. The loser sits in the crowd and watches the rest of the days play, but the winner, man, whoever it is right now, they almost deserve it. Orange had a blinding start to this. DK, their comeback, and then Orange, that
Ohio sniping top tower, doesn't get it. 46. Wants to get it, doesn't get it.
He won't do it.
Too strong.
Denies it. He now has enough money for a full MKB and still enough for buyback.
You're gonna keep it just to piss him off.
Back into his farming too. Hasn't got a new item in a very long time. The amount of money which has been spent on buybacks. Look at the cooldowns on it. Ursa, PL, Alchemist, Magnus, Enigma, Nyx, as well as Coddle, all are brought back in the last 6 minutes. And whoa. Ned's coming down. Have they got a gem? They got vision. They don't see him there. They're starting up on Mushi. Sentry Ward's going to have a crack. There's the son of Mushi. They're going to bring him down. And Enigma! In for the hole! Beach Crypto! Cancelled off at Ohio. Having too much life. Oh, man from KYX! He's got them all! He got the whole kick caboodle! All of burning! Low life! Not dead yet though! He's still alive! Ned's losing life quickly, forced up the way! He'll live, but Super will not! Mushi's in there, forced up away! Super on the TV, they can't find him, they do!
And Orange Esports, a 5-man RP after that 4-man? KYXY is just crazy.
We're in a symphony hall. It's a symphony of Dota being played by Orange. They will take out the tier 3 tower on the top, and they're going for the GG. Orange, they want to finish this now. They want to squash DK. They get the GG. Orange are through. Orange are through. They lose the game. Party it up hard, boys. Down DK after losing game 1 last night. They came back and played superb Dota. Absolutely superb Dota in game 2 and game 3. But DK, they fought so hard.
Yeah, really amazing play. We're gonna head over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about this crazy game. Over to you, James.
To say about this crazy game. Over to you, James.
Thank you, Wagger and Toby. Exactly, it was a crazy game. Orange really turned up today like they knew they wanted to win. They played like they wanted to win, and they were just so on point. But I have to say, normally, I'm not a fan of Ursa's, but I can understand when you get an Ursa and your dire side, it helps. But also you need some lockdown, and man, KYXY. with the Magnus. Those RPs, at the beginning they were great, in the middle, a little bit rocky, but at the end, you couldn't have asked for a better Magnus.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Orange. They won with an Ursa. It's from the draft. Jacob and I were like, DK, definite victory. And then, but they performed well. They took down an early Rex. They had a 30,000 gold lead with Aegis, with Cheese, with one Rex already taken down, and things already started to slide back in DK's favor. And compared to a team like Alliance, they would never have traded 0 for 5 in a push like that. So I'm rather impressed that they won with Ursa, but they weren't able to close it out in a convincing fashion.
What a nail-biting game. I thought for a moment there that the Great Wall of China would actually stand. Orange coming back into the game. We saw we saw the Magnus, sorry I forgot his name now. We saw the Magnus with the RP at the Roshan pit, and I was thinking, oh my god, DK is winning this game. DK goes ahead and tries to take Roshan. He comes back. RP's 4-man skewers into Mushi, and Mushi just cleans table.
Well, you know that RP? The overpower that he gave to the Ursa was actually just about to wear off, and at one point he had to just BKB to be able to continue fighting. But the RP was literally, when he RP'd, it was just off cooldown, and it was so amazing because they just constantly put pressure, and he had to go back to base. He TP'd back and then came back, and it was the perfect timing on the RP. We can see it here now. And Mushi does have the overpower. There comes the RP from KYXY, going to skew a 4-man up. Mushi will get a couple of hits, then pops his BKB, which is going to remove the overpower. Super goes down, and
Roshan was sitting at less than 10% HP. If it was just a matter of seconds difference, they would have taken the Aegis, the Cheese, and the game could have been a complete.
And here's the last fight now. This is really nice play by Net on the Bane. Just gets out of the way of ROTK. Puts him under. Ohio obviously taking a lot of damage. Mushi comes back from having the Aegis. KYXY comes in, and that is the perfect RP. You got all the illusions in there. Burning won't even get a kill on Net here, but the fact that he's dead, and Super once again will drop. Orange just needed to walk into the base while looking cool at the same time, which is pretty much how the last couple of fights went. So good, but we always have to give it up to DK. I didn't think they were going to be able to defend as good as they did. Burning his diffusal blade, it just wasn't there.
It was a very surprising defense, I feel like, but Orange...
Oh, sorry, I've got to interrupt you. We've actually got Mushi ready for an interview, so we're going to go straight to Mushi. So Casey, he's got to be happy.
Oh my gosh, right? Yeah, Mushi's here right now. I want to take you back to the beginning and ask about the Ursa pick. People were going crazy on Twitter for that. Tell us about that.
Actually, Ursa is considered as one of my favorite heroes. Yeah. So I think I'm confident play with it.
It looked like it was working in the beginning. There were a few moments towards the end. I thought maybe you guys had kind of lost it. What was the key to your comeback at the very end there?
We believe all my teammates, we believe each other, and then my team is playing very well. So.
It was fun to see how excited you all were at the end. We just played the footage. How are you feeling? Are you really, really energetic right now?
I'm very happy because I never imagined that I can get in top 4.
Congratulations, you did it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll send it back to you, James.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah, so Ursa, favorite hero there, or one of favorites. Bruno, what can you tell us about Ursa before maybe we take a look at DK?
Ursa is one of the heroes that many people don't like to pick. They think it's kind of a weak hero compared to other ones, but the stats prove otherwise. He's 53% overall, and in this tournament, he's 7-3, doing very, very well. Particularly Mushi played it twice. This time, right now, we can see there he had 14 kills and 15 assists. And the last time he played, he has 7 kills, 2 deaths, and 11 assists, and another magnificent display. I think he's onto something when he's on this hero, because, of course, he has some very bad matchups, but yeah, that's the previous game as well. We're going to see now the Ursa as well, but he has some unfavorable matchups, but it's a hero that on the right spot, with something like Magnus, can destroy teams immediately, and people will be showing this clip of today's game for the rest of the year, I'd say.
I definitely think we've already got some of our top 10 plays just in the Orange versus DK game. But we have to say, DK, an amazing hold for as long as they could, really. And they still could have won the game if it wasn't for the Rose fight and then the final kind of showdown. I was impressed.
Again, a bit of lackluster decision-making coming out from DK. We saw it in the game against IG yesterday, where they pushed without having buybacks. And we now saw them attempting a Rose attempt. that was very questionable. I think they thought RP was still on cooldown. As you were saying, it just got off cooldown.
Isn't it like a 45 seconds, somewhere around there?
No. It's something like 80, I want to say.
For me, it's 45.
But it was such a long team fight.
Jameson KYXY has a 45-second cooldown, and that's what DK didn't anticipate. And Orange, on a whole, I think Mushi can be very proud of his team this time around. They all brought their A game. I think Extinct on the Chen in the early game especially, Net on the Bane with his positioning in the team fights, cancelling black holes, sleeping targets everywhere. It was just superb play, and of course KYXY's game-winning RP. Beautiful, beautiful play by Orange. I'm really excited to see them going into the next game.
All right, yeah. Yeah, definitely not 45 seconds, by the way. It's like 1.5 minutes, 100-second cooldown. Yeah. For me, because every time I look at it, when I play Magnus and I use it, I only bother looking at my RP when it's roughly 45 seconds to go, and then it's perfect. All right then, guys, so we're going to get ready to go into the next game in just a little bit, which is going to be IG versus Tongfu. But while we're on stage and we do our panel, there's also awesome people doing other stuff. You probably notice every game here at the International is played on stage, so it means that the team of Valve need to get the players in and ready for you guys at home. So we're going to show you the team. They go by the name, the Pit Crew.
If you've been watching the matches, you might notice some very official-looking people standing inside the pods waiting just in case their help is needed, and we're kind of liking to call them the Pit Crew, would you say, Chandler?
Yeah, definitely kind of a technical pit crew.
And I didn't know this, but every team brings their own hardware, their own equipment, and you really have to go in between every single match and switch it out. So talk to us about what you guys do.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The first international in Cologne, we had the players setting up their own gear between matches, and the whole process was just a little too long to kind of get between one match to the next. So we decided in the second international that we would have a crew of guys go in, bag up all of their peripherals, their keyboards, their mice, their headsets, whatever equipment that they really like to use. And we take note of each bag, who it belongs to, the order that they sit in, and then we just do all the work for them. We also take, each player has their own hard drive, their own SSD, and we swap those in and out so that all of their settings, their preferences, everything that they do is going to be recorded on that drive, and we can just put it in, and boom, the computer is ready for them to go.
Your adrenaline must be pumping.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we know that any kind of inefficiency is going to slow the whole process down, so we try to get in and out as fast as possible.
So just to give people an idea, you mentioned 15 to 30 minutes typically to do that. You guys are doing it in around 5. I heard last year you were challenged to do it in under 5. How did that work out?
We hit about 2.5 minutes on a swap, and we were promised some Cold Stone ice cream, I think, as a reward for getting that under the record. I'm still waiting for that. By the way, you know who you are.
You haven't got your reward yet?
Sometimes, you know, doesn't work out like that.
Well, you really are the unsung heroes of this, so thanks for all of your work, and it was really nice to kind of see how it all happens.
All right. Thank you, Casey.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Casey. Damn, I need to hire those guys when I move house. The most annoying thing is when you have to find all your cables for your PC and plug it in, and it's obviously the first thing you plug in when you move house, as long as you've got internet, at least for me. So the next game we're going to is going to be Invictus Gaming versus Tongfu. Similar story as the last match is going to be the same round in the lower bracket. So one team already has a 1-0 lead, and that team is IG, and we've got an interview with Chon with Casey.
Want to introduce you to Chuan with IG, and we're talking to him with the help of Josh. Congratulations on how far you've made it in the tournament so far. And before we get to today, I have to ask you about the All-Star tournament. How was that, switching places with Puppy?
说一下全明星赛，就你跟 Puppy 换位置。
很好玩吧，跟他们就是他们有一种就是很逗的心态，就是他们跟我在我家乡那边的人不一样。
He says it was a lot of fun. Players here, maybe like from different cultures, there's a lot of different fun dynamics, and there's different things from players from it's different from players from his own country and stuff like that.
And how are you feeling today going up against Tongfu for the second time?
然后打同服今天感觉怎么样？
我们之前一直输他们，就是他们组队之后，我们一直输他们，就是今天是我们一席的时候了。
They had been losing against Tongfu earlier this year, so today it's just time to go.
Remaining.
Nice. All right. Best of luck to you. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
5 seconds remaining.
川瓜拉隆坡 Malaysia
曾宏达
Reserve time.
Face 广东 China
洛菲茨华语武汉 China
江城 YYF
IG's
上海
turn to pick.
China
陈瑶周湖南 China
Tongfu's turn to pick.
Last year's champions in a bit of a harder position this year in the lower bracket, but they are of course one game up. Chon, Zhao, Faith, YYF and Ferrari 430. They're expecting to win this as a team. I'm sure they've come in very confident after last night's victory. Can they do it? Well, they're going to be going up against Tongfu, and I think the pit crew are breaking records today because it looks like the players are already in the draft. So we're just going to introduce Tongfu and get into the game as quickly as possible.
And Josh and I are talking with Hao with Tongfu right now. Good morning to you, and a lot to talk about, especially with the way things went yesterday. You're down one going in as captain, having an extra night to prepare for the next 1 or 2 games. How did you prepare the team?
作为队长，你们昨天去打了1局，然后今天0比1落后开始打。作为队长，你为队友做了什么准备？
因为昨天我们打完拉比之后，可能状态也不好，比较累，可能有点伤士气打完那一盘。但是我们就是打到最后，其实人比较累，所以就是发挥的也不稳定。所以今天我们调整过来，睡了一觉，我觉得我们今天会就是用尽全力以赴的话会赢。
He says maybe yesterday against Navi they were a bit tired, so they ended up losing, and the loss also maybe, well, the loss itself was tiring, playing it was tiring, and it also harmed their morale a bit. But after the night, they got some sleep, and today they feel like they're here to play. They have a chance, yeah.
Nice. I also noticed that as captain, it's pretty rare that you play carry. And for you, playing carry as the captain, how does that affect your ability to kind of take a broader look at the game and help your team?
他说发现打主 C 的队长不算多，那你作为队长也打主 C， 对于你的临场指挥有什么影响什么的吗？
我觉得这个并不影响，因为 虽然我是作为队长，但是选人也是5个人一起商量出来的，而且指挥这种东西，其实大家都有权利说话，因为5个人觉得谁说的有用，就听谁的。其实我觉得这个并不就是也就是队长跟打主席的位置其实也不冲突。
He says that he feels as captain, yeah, sure he's captain, he plays carry, but a lot of the decisions, for example, in the drafting and in game, everyone has a say, and whoever has the right idea or good idea is something that they all take into account. So he doesn't feel that playing captain and carry is really, one or the other.
Oh, interesting. All right. Well, Hal, thank you. Good luck today.
王娇 Banana 中国开封
陈志豪，中国广州；周洋 KJ， 中国上海；
张盼木，中国武汉；
王兆辉山生，中国湖南。
Tongfu, yesterday it looked like they were going to do so well, but the whole day turned out to be a nightmare for them on day 3 of the International. They almost were beating Navi, they got knocked down to lower bracket, and then they lost their first game versus Invictus Gaming. Mu, King J, Hao, Senxing. Completely forgot the other name because it wasn't in front of me there.
Banana?
Banana, yeah, Banana. Can they bring back this match before we throw to the game, Bruno?
Well, in the statistics, it's very even. It's 7-7 overall. Tongfu won 2-0 in the group stage. IG is 1-0 on the main stage. Everything can happen.
Tongfu takes a 2-1 because they're awesome.
IG is going to pick Shadow Fiend, crush again, 2-0.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. We're going to go straight to the game, so over to the commentators, Toby and Wagamama.
5 seconds remaining.
Inside the Battle Royale Hall, I am Toby1.
And I am Wagamama.
We are back here to finish what we started yesterday, just like before. This time around, it's the defending champions, Invictus Gaming, going up against what has been one of my favorite teams throughout this tournament, Tongfu.
Yep. And they're already one game up from yesterday. Tongfu, they now had to win 2 games in a succession. We're really far into the draft, so let's just head into it. I want to see what they're going for.
That's a good idea. And we're going to break Merlini's heart right now. As you're going to see, SF was banned out in the 3rd position by Hal, so IG is unable to pick up that SF for Ferrari. But as we do look at our draft, we are basically almost at the last section of it. So already Batrider, SFDK taken out by Tongfu. We've got the Darkseer, the Lifesteal, the Visage, and the Nyx Assassin taken out by Invictus Gaming. As far as Invictus Gaming lineup goes, they got a lot of elements to push, some good steal as well through the Chen, the Rubik, and the Prophet.
It's true. Tongfu, I like their single target focus. They have the Weaver, Alchemist, Beastmaster, all these really amazing at just targeting down one at a time. But there's a Chen, Rubik, and Nature's Prophet already on IG. And there we see a Storm gonna be played again.
So we get the aggressive Ferrari 4-3-0. Storm Spirit come out.
Yeah, and Storm, we saw it yesterday. It was really successful in that game. And we're gonna see how he plays out in this game. Of course, going for early Orchid is really amazing. As Weaver, you can almost always get your Orchid before he hits that Linken's, enabling you to just kill him. But BKB is a little bit cheaper, so if you go for BKB, you can actually get through that silence and just time-lapse away or invis away.
And more than likely, that should be the path of the Weaver, and they get about the Lone Druid as their last one for Tongfu. So IG won't be able to take out the Lone Druid. Again, it looks like they're just fearing this large amount of push. We are missing that last player, that last hero for Zhou. That's the last one missing for Invictus Gaming. As far as Tongfu go, they've got all their cores. So it's just one more support hero. They're looking to ban out Invictus Gaming. Now, they've already got the combination of the Alchemist and the SD, and they fear it might be a little bit greedy, going to go for a jungle Doombringer, so they remove him out as well.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of Doom being played, and jungle Doom as support. Tongfu love to play it as well, so just gonna ban it out. When you have a Storm in your team, you really don't want to play against the Doombringer. It's so easy to just shut down the Storm, put the Doom on him, and it can't basically do anything.
Tongfu, you got the Doom taken out. They still stick with the jungler because Chen's already been taken, so Enchanter or Enigma will be their only last remaining hopes as far as what they can get, but they wouldn't want an Enigma in this lineup, not up against a hero like a Rubik.
They want to go just into something that has a nice, reliable stun for them. Maybe even going into ways of Alina or Leshrac, maybe head into something different. Be long range as we saw yesterday, and Earthshaker being played, but I don't feel it has too good synergy here. The Leshrac would definitely make a lot of sense to me though.
I would agree. Then they've got some elements that push behind their lineup. Like, they've got Beastmaster already, and in fact, there it is, 100%. Leshrac will be their selection. They get their rotating, roaming supports. Gonna be looking for those kills. Guess it'll be very difficult to catch out that Storm Spirit. Disruption, straight to a Storm Spirit ultimate. He might be able to get himself away, but if they do get the combo right with the Beastmaster roll, with the Alchemist stun, with the Leshrac stun, they can kill him off very quickly.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be Beast's job to really initiate, but then he has all types of follow-up coming up on that. With the amplification of the damage from Shadow Demon, a Leshrac stun or an Alch stun will just kill him immediately, so Storm Spirit has some concerns here. He has to be careful about the Storm Spirit, about the Beastmaster. More
IG. Look at the Morphling pickup. Not as strong as we saw it the other day when we were going up against an anti-mage, and that way it was like that double sword, like one burns mana, which kind of shuts down the Morphling. The other one, like, you just steal it, then you just go on. Like, who would you even want to steal? You would probably just want to take an Alchemist, so you got someone nice and fat for you.
You can get the Alchemist if he has the Assault Cuirass, which he always gets later on in the game. You get that Aura, which is always a big thing. Of course, Illusions do have the Aura in Dota 2. It's amazing. But other than that, I just feel IG, they're relying on having their core heroes being able to escape. Morphling, Storm, these heroes can easily just get out of anything. So Beastmaster, yeah, he has a tough time. Yeah. They has to not only find the initiation, but do it really well with Shadow Demon, Alchemist, or Leshrac really close to him, so they can actually kill them.
Let's run through our lineup very, very quickly as you're talking about King J. He'll be playing that Beastmaster on the bottom lane. For Sunshang onto the Shadow Demon. Mu will be as the Weaver, puts Bananas to Leshrac, and then Hal will be last one as the Alchemist. And they're all moving down towards the bottom lane where they might, if they don't go deep enough, now find Chuan as that Chen. Down a little bit further, Ferrari 4-3 will be going a safe lane Storm Spirit. We'll push Zhou in that middle lane with pooled consumables from Faith, has his Wraith Band up and running too, so a solo mid Morphling going to go classic. And Faith, he'll be as the Rubik, already throwing down Sentry Wars, so Tongfu's rotation will be seen. And then YYF, the last player, building in for a fast Hand of Midas, but is going to start up on that top lane to see if he can try his luck.
Going for the same build as Admiral Bulldog played it as well. And we're heading into a game for this solo mid Morphling. I feel that Show should be having a pretty good time against this Beastmaster mid. We see, yeah, he gets a haste rune, and it's not even gonna be a Beastmaster mid as they switched up a little bit, sending Mu towards the mid lane. We see the carries going up against each other, while we actually have Hao playing second carry, of course, or main carry.
He's got to be careful with the line he runs. You can see where Faith is already moving. He's looking to get a pick up and throw him out. And we are seeing the right direction from King J. Going to run inside the tree line because he moves so quickly. The Ferrari fought 3-0. Really smart play by him. Pull the creep wave over and stops the pull from King J. So no matter what happens, King J doesn't get the advantage here. And Ferrari even puts himself between King J as well as the creep wave.
So King J, nice attempt there, but not gonna get too much from it. YYF on the meantime getting nice farm here under his tower. Not really getting all the last hits, but getting all the experience is even more worth it maybe. Having almost level 2 on the first wave.
Melee should be a hell of a lot of fun too. Weaver going up against a Morphling.
Mu can be pretty aggressive on this lane, and he is using the double attack of Geminate all the time just to harass down Joe, and he's having some trouble with this damage.
Play trouble on bottom lane. King J's been picked up. Centaur with a stomp. Ferrari
looking
for the body block. Centaur as well. King J can't inch forward. He's going to go back. He bought a TP scroll. Going to sell so he can buy another one, but not going to happen. First blood in the bottom lane, spilt by IG. And they're off to a very good start. One game up and now one kill into the second.
Yeah, and it's really big getting your first blood for the Rubik as well. This is a supporter that benefits so much by having boots so he can get in and initiate. And even getting mana boots before the mid game really starts is so important. So, very nice by IG.
Jay now has to be a little bit more cautious about that bottom lane. But what's he going to do? Try and pull the Ancients area? It's already been blocked up by a sentry, so he doesn't have that kind of option.
Their safe lane is working out for him though, but mid lane, Mu is actually playing really good against Show here. Mu, of course, being respected as a very good mid player. He's harassing away Show completely.
Yeah, time lapse, he'd just be going straight out for this right now. With that Shikuchi through one more attack, he would have killed off Show, but not trying his luck. No one charges up his sleeve. And probably still a little bit scared of what's going to happen if Show starts to strength morph.
Show is really in trouble here. He needs to buy, he buys one salve, but he has only 250 HP and already pushed down to red HP here by Weaver. Weaver already starting to bottle run with that amazing Unicorn Wizard.
A little bit slower though.
A little bit slower.
Now he gets to fly.
Yeah, you probably should search that as the movement speed goes up very nicely when you have an empty bottle on it.
Top lane pushed by Tongfu, of course, as you're saying, Weaver's having a great time on bottom lane. Up on top lane, Hal with the 2 points up in that Grievel's Greed. Already has 18 last hits up here, and they're using that E to already force down this tower. And this is something that is the beauty of Leshrac. It always was. Like, you go back to those old lineups of having, just to blow your mind a little bit, Shadow Priest as well as the Tree Protector plus the Leshrac. It was this never-ending push that would just destroy tower after tower.
If we're looking at Leshrac, I miss the Sand King Leshrac. That good old combination never gets old.
Yeah.
It's just really beautiful.
Really misses his techies.
That's true, man.
Never thought you'd agree to that. Morphling, and he needs more here. He needs a lot more. Again, like, as you said, like that salve is coming out right now. That's even purchased by Chuan, trying to get Morphling to that bottle, but Mu, he owns this mid.
Yeah, Mu is just controlling it completely. 19 for 10 against 5 for 4. So Show not finding any luck here on the mid lane. Outfarmed completely. Bottom lane, we saw an attempted kill on King J, but they're gonna back out, just farm up with the 10 a little bit more. Having that troll should really just utilize. They can farm it in jungle.
How long too? Like as you said, like with troll farming in jungle, like Chuan is only just gonna about to hit level 3.
Double push on top, we should really keep our eyes on this because there's no one there right now taking the experience, and YYF has 15 seconds CD on his TP, so he can't really be there. This tower should go down.
2 points up at Edict as well, and no fortification. This tower is history. Hal's even pulling the creep wave off to the side, so we can get that full amount of Edict from Banana out in the tower, which they did. And with the catapult, that'll be the tier 1 tower to go down. The first tower here of the IG versus Tongfu game, and it will go.
Gets the last hit. 1500 gold money. Boots, Basilius looking really good. Mid, we see Chen.
Trap, move. Waveform down by Zhou. He's low on line. Prophet's going to TP in right now. YYF.
A lot of commitment. A lot of commitment, but he still had his salve. not being harassed a lot on the mid lane, so he can just salve up now, use a tango even afterwards as he needs a little bit more HP. And he's gonna be fine. And the reason he survived, he has bracers as well as Wraith Band. That's a tanky Weaver.
He has the time lapse, they have trouble killing him. Again, the edict damage on the top lane.
I like that build by Mu. It's so good getting high stats so that you can't be burst down. Normally he would really die there. If he just went for weaker items, he would be gone now.
Transition nicely too, like you guys go into the drums, already got the Ring of Aquila up and running. Yeah, it's nice. I like it.
Works really well. And it's not going to be a Midas Alchemist, by the way. It's going to be a Battle Fury most likely, as we already see a Ring of Health clearly indicating a Battle Fury. That means that you can stack up the Ancients a lot, and we already see it done once on this offlane by King J. Alchemists, if you don't do it, if you don't build a Battle Fury, it takes really long time for Alchemists to kill off that Ancient stack. But with it, you can just go there and kill it in basically 20 seconds and then leave.
So helps with when Prophet makes this huge army, your trees pushing down the lane. It's a lot of quick money you can just pull in.
No real attempts to kill anyone right now. YYF, he needs 600 more or 500 more golds to hit that Midas.
Pretty sure we're about to see a huge amount of gold come the way of Hal. They have a huge
stack is crazy.
Stack of Ancients. That's a quad stack right there.
Not even Ancients, just big creeps, but yeah, a quad stack on it, and even with a troll, gonna summon up even more small ones. And this is maxed out Grievous Greed. The Alchemist. I'm not even sure he can kill it yet. He doesn't have a point in his ulti, so he's just gonna let his creeps die here, completely denying any experience that would be coming the way of Nature's Prophet. Actually losing his own creeps here. That wasn't intentional. 2 of the Radiant ones get snatched up by this big camp.
A bit frustrating for him if he does get the last hits. Yeah,
some centaur stomps and right clicks.
Maybe they have bit enough more than they can chew right now. That acid spray is burning through a lot of it, but
too low level to really start clearing this. They should stack up even more in the jungle and then maybe look to gang towards the mid lane or even going all the way down to the easy lane. Or just use the pole spawn to get some more levels. But Leshrac, up to level 5, that stun does a lot of damage, killing off the big creeps pretty nicely.
Yeah, also, yeah, level 3 on the stun. I was wondering if he'd just keep those points coming up in Edict, but it seems 2 points in Edict is enough for him.
And having a lot of levels on that stun is going to be nice because they play so much. I told you during the draft that their combination is important. Beastmaster with a follow-up stun, and that's what's really going to be the burst damage onto heroes like Storm and Morphling. They want to have immediate damage more than the tick damage of the Diabolic Edict.
Push up bottom lane coming. 5 gold till Prophet hits that hand of Myers, but coming in for the bottom tower first. And King J
sent home. Gotta buy it. Pick it up.
Coming into that bottom lane. That's Morphling. I mean, not Morphling, it's Mu on his way in. Zhao can also be sent home if they want to, but he doesn't really need to right now. He's just got this replica available, and they do come back. So 5-man Dota on the bottom here for IG. Meant to be the push, but Banana is definitely looking to stop it.
Deny attempts.
It should be a value. So many heroes there, and Beastmaster got the denial, got picked up, but back down again, look for the roar, but Wakefall through it.
But he gets caught out.
For the roll, look for the axes. Not even level 6 yet. That's a Beastmaster level 3, so very easy to pick him off.
He's off lane, of course, not solo mids, so gonna be pretty low level.
It's in 2-0 and IG. Like it feels like they're the ones that are controlling the map right now, but it's Tongfu are the ones controlling. Like, what is he? I don't want to say the lanes, but they're controlling the farm.
Yeah, looking over to the graphs now, 1,500 in the way of Fu, and experience being completely 0. It's actually just an even trade in terms of EXP, but Alchemist, he does farm very fast when he hits that Battle Fury, so out farming Storm. But Storm, he only wants his Orchid, and then he will start rotating and just looking for kills.
Was out of way, he's got 1 Oblivion Star, so not that far. Not that far. Depending on if there's engagements or not. Obviously, Ferrari can take a long time to farm up all that gold. He's able to get snipe offs, pick around, one out of position, and they'll be good, but then again, who do you really find? Won't jump in anywhere near a Beastmaster. If he does finally get that roar up and running, you're in trouble. SD's got disruption to save. How is going to have his chemical rage.
Yeah, that's true. Looking over to the supports of Tong Fu, they've been using these pools so much. We see both the big camp and the normal pool spot being dead pretty much all the time, as Sangcheng has been pulling here. Leshrak was also there, getting a lot more earlier on, but they're pulling ahead a little bit. Chen too fun for himself, only now hitting level 5 after this creep.
Trouble for Banana. He wanted to stack again. Treant, Protector, Nature's Prophet really being a pain in the butt. And he can do this kind of stuff. Try and restrict the farm of Tong Fu. Make sure he gets strong enough that he's able to keep that split push going. And then they'll have Tong Fu looking behind themselves. Time. That's not what they want to have happen. They don't really have a great maneuverability lineup across different lanes.
That amazing. And looking at Show now, trying to farm out on the bottom lane, get as much as he can. 38 CS with 10 minutes in, 30 seconds. So Alchemist looking really strong. Weaver also very strong, but they do have more of a tri-core lineup on IG. Having that Furion as well, they have 3 right clickers to say the least. And DPS should be decent if they just have some time to farm up. But Battle Fury is picked up.
So House Farm will now also House pushing power. He can push very quickly into a tower now.
We see both the supporters of Tong Fu stacking big camps in the jungle, so both of them stacked once at least, and they just wanted that to really keep going. Static game is fine for them, as long as they have time to stack with their supporters, they can get so much ahead with the Alchemist.
For movement by YYF. Yeah, you're talking about the stack gonna happen. This Treant is scouting out everything that's going on. They want to know where their advantage is. Everywhere. So if they can possibly contest it, they will do so. Moves move to this bottom lane, and Zhou will get hit by this. The bugs will latch as well, so Zhou will cop a little bit of damage, but he's already strength morphing himself up. Mu, he's gonna commit decently to this one, walks himself away. That Hellbear
doesn't want to go too far there, doesn't want to be caught out by something.
Zhou's attention, while Hal just pushes again this creep wave to the top lane.
That he does. Mu also finished up power treads. They're on the chicken, just doesn't have it on the bottom lane yet. So going for a really stats heavy build and not really rushing any of the later items as a BKB or Linken's. Items first.
Be forced to fight here in the mid. Ferrari's looking to go in, and Chuan and Faith, they're there to defend the line. Don't get into that tier 1 tower. They don't have the power, like Zhou as well as YYF not being present does not help out. And even if YYF wants to TP in, then Nature's Prophet's gonna have no mana when he arrives.
True. We still see it being fairly even in terms of CS, but there's now a triple stack on this medium camp. Alchemist heading over, and he's gonna farm the small one first, but he's gonna get so much gold if they don't stop his control of his own jungle.
It's even worthwhile putting the Beastmaster up there so we can find the levels from that camp. Not the gold, just the levels, so we can have his level 6 finally.
And look at this, whenever the troll camp just spawns up new small skeleton warriors, normally they give basically nothing, but when you're Alchemist, those little suckers gives just as much as a lane creep. It's insane.
Bonus 30 gold he got for every single one of those guys.
Oh yeah.
And that's now that's 8,000 net worth. Next to the 4.8k of the Soul Spirit, that's the highest ever for an IG. And this is the power that comes from an Alchemist, especially an Alchemist that's being prepared by the rest of his team.
Fantasy points are shooting up the roof, Toby.
Dire's top tower is
That's a big part.
How high do we go? 9.2 on Hal. 9.2.
Pushing top tower really hard here. No one really there stopping it as Alchemist is farming jungle, so they do start... Oh, Banana.
That's his death.
This is death.
Very quick and easy snipe out by Ferrari.
E0 the way of IG.
Plus I can't win up against Harpy Gaming. Bottles coming up as well for Zhou.
That Harpy Stormcrafter is so dangerous, just keeps spamming lightning. But of course, that was just Banana being out of position at that tower. He has no business being there alone against that type of push.
Especially that type of hero. Storm Spirit is one of those guys that will always jump you whenever there's an opening. With that kill as well, Ferrari, always just that recipe away from having the full Orchid up and running, and that's going to cause even more troubles. How's that the timing? We were talking about the BKB possibilities up on Weaver, but he's got...
It's good timing. He's gonna get it about minute 15, which is really good for a Storm. Having Tread and Orchid at 15 minutes, no shame at all.
Just the Weaver's not at the BKB yet. Because he went for that extra bracer, because he finished up the Ring of Aquila, because he went for the Treads. We don't have that BKB available.
speaking about another timing, I mean, normally we say that Battle Fury at, you know, between 12 and 14 minutes is a good Battle Fury, but having Battle Fury and Shadowblade and Treads at 14 minutes, How is looking pretty strong.
Thinking about killing off YYF on that bottom lane, but that's a long way to run down. There's already the TP out by Prophet, so he won't find him.
He's looking at all those treants and he just thinks gold, gold, gold. He wants to go for it, but he doesn't want to get caught out, so just gonna wait to make sure that it's safe to go for it.
Team in the meantime was just playing around with just one of the replicants of Morphling. He had a copy of Storm Spirit in there, trying to use him as bait. Now How does come in to clean up the creep wave.
That's a lot of gold going his way.
Gonna keep spiking up. That Assault Cuirass gonna come up very, very quickly for him. Over now, almost 11,000 net worth. He's almost managed to double the net worth of the Storm Spirit.
It's just the power of Alchemist, especially the way Tongfu played. They're so good, the supporters, at just stacking up, making sure they prepared for the Alchemist when he hits those levels. And he even was there cleaning up the Ancient stack right before killing this. So 141 CS at 15 minutes, looking good for himself, but they are down 0-3 in kills. Big thing as well.
They are. It could be a bigger thing if it was in a short amount of time, but get 3 kills, like, it doesn't make that much difference in the gold and the experience at the end of the day.
Too much, but that's Storm being part of every single kill, and he has his Orchid now, and he's gonna be able to pick off even more heroes if they get caught out now.
Someone to do that though, but all of Tongfu on the bottom lane, they use How as bait and hide themselves inside the smoke, which will now break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
T1 for a tier 1 tower trade. Tongfu will push the bottom. He will push the mid, wondering if either teams will want to slow themselves down. Tongfu doesn't have fortifications. They may have to just TP themselves back to defend on that tier 2 tower.
We see How building into a BKB as well, so he doesn't want to be shut down in the team fights. Gonna try and be ready for all the disables of IG. Of course, nothing there to go through the BKB. The only option is to sprout him up, but with Quelling Blade he can get out of that as well.
Yep, tier 2 tower, they're gonna try and give her a shot. A lot of items coming in, a lot of vision as well, a lot of sentry wards on their way in after having the Mechan Hand of God.
Try to secure as much vision as possible. You don't really see this ward. They put down the sentry ward, but it doesn't give any vision of the observer ward. So, of course, sentry wards have really short vision on their own. Doesn't get denied.
Nope. A lot of free time on that top lane, playing around with the tier 2 tower up there, but they're bringing in some support. Sunshine with the poison, they've got a Beastmaster Hawk watching out for it as well. And they see Zhou's moving back, so it's just reclaiming their jungle, while How claims another item. We're 17 minutes in with a Shadowblade, Battle Fury, and now full BKB up on an Alchemist.
It was 2.5 minutes after he picked up a Shadowblade, he has a BKB as well. That item progression is just insanely fast.
Ferrari just sharing a bottle up in that top lane, Zhou. So we're going to see Shotgun Morph coming out from him. That Ghost Scepter. Interested to see main target, considering SD can save almost anybody there. Wants to try and go on the Weaver. Well, Weaver now has 2.4k unspent gold. It's a lot of cash for Mu.
IG playing it so passive against this Alchemist. Surprised they don't want to force the issue a little bit more when they have that Orchid. Should really go for some kills, I believe, and we see Tongfu making some moves.
Who's actually going to give this a crack? They're going to go for Roshan with a Medallion of Courage and the negative armor from the 3 levels up in Asprey. That's a replicant right there. It's going to die out. The concoction was thrown. They saw it with the Hawk. It's too late. Tongfu takes Aegis, and it goes up to the Weaver.
Weaver gonna pick it, even though How is so much stronger. He doesn't really want it. He has too many inventory slots that he wants to fill up anyway with items instead of the Aegis.
Weaver's also the more fragile one. Like, you got How inside a Chemical Rage goes up to 2,000 life points, where Mu, he's walking around with 1.1k.
Saw him with Alchemists. Saw him actually walk over the sentry ward. We spoke about how their vision is really short, but Ferrari just accidentally walked on top of it.
Domu, Orchid, when invis, sentry ward's down, they get the pullback in again, Banana. He's in a big sky, gets it as well, Ferrari, but the Aegis will still be triggered. Into the healing damage, next charge from Sean, he keeps him up, and How just walks straight into the middle of the fight. He's also got this acid spray off, and they will chase down Chuan. More flicks still in the neighborhood, but Chuan's the easiest one to kill off here, and then they can move on to a different target. And who do they want? It will be finally, yep, there goes Chuan, going down, and up on the top lane, Zhou. Well, he's going to waveform and then jump to his replicant out of this top lane. And that goes back into Moore's middle lane, but Moo is here and waiting for him. King J as well. Raw's available. Gonna throw it off. Faith comes in, picks him up, throws him down. He can get a steal off right now too, but he's not going to do it. Chikuchi through wants to save it. Joe will be able to actually TP himself out to base safely.
Surprised that Faith doesn't steal the Beastmaster ulti and just ulti the Beastmaster back at him. Could probably have gotten a kill on him, but wants to keep that Chikuchi and just get away safely. Shame in that really on the Rubik. He still hasn't died a single time.
Many times YYF have these trees walking straight past different heroes, getting perfect vision of where Tongfu is moving.
Just scouting everywhere with them, really sending them through the enemy secret shop. It's good control.
They're also dying as well, so the chance of making sure you can get a kill on them is they're actually rather minimal. Then has his new ones to keep on farming up. See, there we go again. Half of his life points, and then says have a bit of a scout around. There's an invis rune on the bottom, and that can now be picked up by Ferrari if he can get there in time. At this point, he's playing around elsewhere, so it'll have to be denied. Could be denied.
Yeah. BKB on the Weaver now as well as the BKB on Alchemist. I feel that that's going to be really big in the next fight.
Dire's top tower is under
I see that in the next fight. We haven't really had a fight. We saw a little bit of a skirmish there on the top lane, but still no real commitment from both teams.
IG, like, their two big core heroes have got an easy way to escape. Weaver's got a good way to escape as well. There's just so many different ways that you can survive from both these lineups.
Might want to jump up here if Banana shows himself at all. No, but with a TP coming in from Alchemist, should be safe.
Think a little bit more about the middle lane. Again, Faith able to steal off that 4-level Chikuchi. They have gone. Joe tracks down. Ferrari gonna buy a little bit more space here for Joe to jump out to his replicant after he already mopped. But how? Drop on him, we're gonna bounce through. They find Ferrari. Hand of God, make sure he stays alive.
That's a lot of damage though.
Without the hand of God, he was dead. But Chuan saves his life.
Has to put some fear into him for the next time that he's gonna fight up against this team. Of course, there's no good lockdown really against the Storm, but
what happens with this 3.2k of Alchemist? This could just be the bash straight into Abyssal Blade, and then you've got your lockdown.
I feel that Assault Cuirass is still probably the better choice first, but having Abyssal Blade is gonna be a nice answer to the Storm.
He bumped back a little bit there from the middle lane. Just the adaptive strike, not the full E-blade, so not a lot of fortification be used by IG. Trying to hold this middle lane, another adaptive strike, trying to keep Banana nice and low and away from the tower. The strike's done, clears out the tree line, expecting someone to try and deny it, but not going to be happening. In the meantime though, YYF doing a lot of damage to that tier 2 tower in the top lane. Shadow Blade's away to safety, and Banana's the one to come in and try and defend this. If he wants to, YYF could give this a crack.
YYF on top of that split push.
His trees are still hitting that tower. He brought that tower within deny range for Banana.
He did, and Banana just gonna be happy picking up this farm. He has put several points into Lightning, so not too much on the Edict. Just those 2 points in the early game for pushing, and then heading back into something that's much stronger at de-pushing the enemy. Claims to deny, but still that tower goes down. A little bit less map control now for Tongfu.
Mari's gonna get a lot more control shortly. And Lincoln Sphere's getting closer. The E-blade now fully finished up for Zhou.
That's a nice item for this Morphling to just sap down his enemies. Morphling and SD are both pretty easy targets for this. Morphling, the Leshrac, of course, I mean, but having braces, having double braces on him and an urn on the Shadow Demon, they're not that squishy.
Tongfu. They are going to go in that AC, but that kind of means like team fight. Or then again, they can just do this kind of thing. And Joe, Howell will sun himself up. That's a little bit frustrating for him. He was hoping Morphling would stay around a little bit longer and just keep farming, but not to be the case.
Nice backup by Zhou. Not going to get caught out there, but he probably wouldn't have died, but at least now he doesn't have to back to base after that. And we see Alchemist completing up the entire Assault Cuirass, delivering it now, so 24 minutes in. BKB, Battle Fury, and Assault Cuirass. Now all he needs is pretty much the Super Basher, and he will be completely deadly to IG.
All of Tongfu together, they will be deadly to IG. All 5 are going to smoke themselves up. The ball actually coming down the mid lane, revealing the smoke, but Zhou, how's going to get this done? Not going to happen. He's going to replicate a jump to as well. Zhou didn't get to the replicate. Chuan's
sent home.
Hand of God has been used as well. They didn't get him in time.
That damage. It is ever so scary. We see a little bit of a chase by Mu. He has the Dealy rune. Gets stunned up by a Centaur.
Want to get more, man. Faith is solo pushing that bottom lane, but Hal wants the tier 2 tower. He needs a creep wave. He needs a creep wave, even with the DT room. YY attacking on the tier 3 tower with Faith on the bottom lane now. And the tier 2 tower does go down. The mid King J returns to defend the bottom, but with no mana after throwing out the axe. It's not as useful, but it's still going to force Faith as well as YY to back out.
DJ have been looking very confident at just playing the safe game, sitting back, even though they had the option to gank so much with all their items. But now I think they must start to regret it a little bit, as Alchemist looking so scary.
Alchemist is he's almost hit 20,000 net worth. Like the nearest is Prophet at 9.6 and 9.3 on the Storm. He is double the net worth of the strongest hero in IG.
Prophet is getting pretty strong though, 3.4k with the Midas, Treads and Shadowblade, but even so, Alchemist, he is just completely crazy if he gets a start like this.
Gonna lock him down somehow. Right now, the only way to really do it is by having that aside device up and running before he can pop the BKB.
Even the chance troll creeps is a good solution to it, as that works before or even against the BKB. But right now, I think the next Roshan, I don't see how IG are going to be strong enough to contest it if they don't get pickoffs before.
The real option is to, well, then again, you don't have anything like we had in our last game. Like we had like big RPs, we had black hole possibilities, we had jump-ins. It's like
they don't have anything amazing. I mean, Storm can jump in and try and steal Roshan, lasted in ages, but they need to pick people off. They need to really start playing a little bit more gank game.
Top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As well as Mu, looking for some kills somewhere around their secret shop.
No, someone is going to start farming top, but they're going to push it instead.
YYF can't fight up against Hal. They need to bring at least 2 players, if not 3, to stop Hal.
A tower, lots of TPs.
There goes 3. The Sprout, straight TP out with the BKB, and they got nothing that can stop him. They even cancelled the 3rd TP in there.
It's perfectly fine. Forced the TP, brought down the tower pretty low. Sure, he used his 10-second BKB, not something you want to do, but I think it's better than dying, right? So he did move around his enemy a little bit there. We see Ancients being stacked up a 3rd time now, probably. Okay, not really. Banana pulling it too early.
Back up a little bit too fast, unless they all get blocked up in the corner. Nope, they get back in time. They're going to find someone. Those Soul Spirit not finding fast enough. And Ferrari, the problem of killing any of these heroes, IG, they're slippery little suckers. They just get themselves away very, very quickly.
Heroes that are good for running away, also heroes that are good for ganking, but Tong Fu are the ones to put on the pressure.
Oh, they're doing it again now. Hal on the bottom lane. Gonna team up, 1 hit basically to the creep wave, and
so much gold.
They still need that creep wave to arrive. The backdoor regeneration's kicking in.
I don't seem to care much about creep waves. They just start attacking immediately. We saw the same thing mid, just going. And there's no trade so far for IG. They're trying to get to that mid tower, but as the pressure is on to their tier 3.
Tongfu wants to go in. Tongfu want to go in. Chemical Rage coming off cooldown. They're still going to have Edict up in 7 seconds time. And they can get rid of these check creeps as well. There'll be little to no control. And there's already Hal. Troll trapped up. The BKB will pop from him. Breaks out. Oh, sorry, fortification goes.
No combination.
Throws it out. And Hal, he's just taking it. He's taking the entire thing. The waveform, the Sprout. He just needs a tier 3 tower trying to fight this. The tier 2 tower did go down the mid and the top lane. So IG still got a better trade out of this.
Yeah, IG did get a trade. Still, this was how just getting up to 4.8k gold, and he is looking scary, man. He could also go for something different. If he doesn't want to finish up the Super Basher, he could go into a hot and just start crushing onto that tier 3, because then
he needs lockdown. He needs to be able to hold either more Fling or Storm Spirit in position.
I don't really agree, man. If he goes for a heart, he can go in and just take down these tier 3 towers. There's no real DPS from IG that can stop a heart on this Alchemist. I feel that if they want to crack base, that is going to be his item choice. If they want to be strong for the fights, and he will go for the Basher.
He wants to fight. He wants to fight. He'll be reliant on SD keeping him alive. King J to actually give him that initiation.
It's very nice to go for it when you have so much attack speed, even with the Beastmaster aura coming your way. And Roshan is going to be at the attempt.
His top lane movement came out of the smoke. Joe jumps on the replicate, and IG
don't have the time to go for Roche.
They've got to fall back and defend this. At least one person has to come back to defend this.
And you don't really want to send one guy against E-Blade and then Storm Spirit right next to it, so gonna be more than one.
Trying to find Seb. Concoction, smoke, there's already one jump away. Morphlings in a wave, we're still gonna get hit. Almost got the double stun, but Chen sending Joe back to base, and wow, not enough damage. Lightning damage will burn through though. Fate already gonna hit pretty hard, and Moo try and chase this down. There's already that TP out by Ferrari 430, so he's away to safety too, so they get everybody out.
Everyone gets out. They did cancel the Roche attempt. Tongfu dewarding them, but they're just gonna head straight back towards Roshan now. Most likely.
Montague and Capulet situation, the Centaur for IG and the Hawk Tongfu. Just watching Roshan.
We're all watching, very patient.
Get to him eventually. In fact, here comes Tongfu right now.
Should be another Aegis going the way of Mu, so he has to make his way over there unless they want to put it on someone else. But How is gear capped pretty much, or at least he has full inventory slots and nothing that he wants to really drop. They'll upgrade a little bit and get that travels up and change his inventory around. It is not something he wants.
Give it to Leshrac.
Leshrac gonna be the one pick it.
I think you're right, man. It's full. Abyssal Blade up and running. Hearing a Storm Spirit playing around. It's a little bit further up on Moo. Moo currently silenced. He's a time lapse, but it's on cooldown. Can't get away. Ferrari gets the snipe. Walking around with that gem on him as well. A lot easier to be that one-man gang squad on the Weaver.
Oh yeah, and with the cooldown on BKB from the last fight, Moo just had no way to get away from that Storm. And Storm having the entire Lincoln Sphere and the Orchid looking pretty strong with this gem.
It's like Weave was kind of wishing he was down that Roche pit, actually picking up the Aegis the Immortal.
Maybe he should have been.
He should have. Prophet has the Scythe of Ice now. As we're talking about, a great item. If you're able to get it off in time, you will stop Howard from basically doing anything during the fights. Because he can't pop your BKB, you can't attack either.
Yeah. Man, I'm looking back to a game we just cast where we saw Orange Esports just coming back swinging. This game is a lot different. This is just both teams trying to play as safe as they can and just try and get the advantage and then pull through with the mid-game team fights. And we're heading into that stage now where one team fight, if you have 5-on-5 scenario, it's going to be so important who comes out on top. And this Super Basher, last time we fought, Alchemist didn't even have a Basher. Now he has the Super Basher. This is going to be scary for IG, but same thing goes for Tongfu. Hex is a dangerous item.
That is, man. That definitely is. Split put is, for me, the more danger.
Oh, big catch out. YYF being picked off there. Beastmaster not even having to use his ulti, just straight into a stun.
Oh, is he down that far? Is he just blind TP into his own jungle?
He went into his own jungle, thought that he was safe, but with Alchemist being close, easy pick off.
Ferrari forces the BKB out from Moo on that top lane.
Moo doesn't want a sequel to what just happened.
Morphling waves in, straight out to the replicant on the bottom lane. And very wisely so. Hal was already looking to get that stun out in him.
Hal probably wants to kill off the Storm Spirit, but with the Linkens he would have to go in with both the Abyssal Blade and the stun to ever find the Storm Spirit and kill him. Even so, he's just split pushing on the top lane.
Split push going on there, like there's no profit to do that kind of stuff, and you got Edict level 3.
Damage.
Holding down the tower, they need a fortification, but it's not available just yet. Now it is, so they pop it instantly. Fate able to steal those 3 coins up and Edict, but the stun Ferrari, Lincoln Sphere is going to be triggered, but Hal just goes straight through the tower and Tongfu. They're locking him down. Jump in by Ferrari, stun, he's going to be forced in, the Roar as well. They pick up the Storm, he'll buy back into this game. They want to try and fight this against Storm Spirit. Out the Banana, he's a pullback. Joe.
Aegis.
Up with a little shrag, so funny enough, he will be able to live through all of this. And now Sprouted up too. Moo's trying to help him out. There's an Orca, there's a disruption from Sunshake, delaying the damage, but moving, shotgun down, wave through it. And that'll be Banana as well. Show with a double kill here.
Yeah, they can't really go in and help their team there. If they committed too much, they might have ended up losing even more than that. Losing 2 heroes might seem bad, but it's better to back out in that scenario, I believe.
Only costing the buyback of Ferrari. Well worth it when he's got his items. And IG, they smoke up, they want to get out.
I believe they really need a Vladimir's from one of the supporters. They could pick it up on either Beastmaster or even Leshrac. Leshrac has a ton of gold, really looking rich.
Coming in to fight. He's looking to get at Joe, and I don't think this is going to really work, because jumps out to the replicant, and Hal stuns nothing. Joe back to base.
Joe Too smart. Jumps out.
Prophet again, the blind DPs from YYF.
Steph is going to be the purchase of this next track, and no Vladimir is going to be given towards this Alchemist yet. Even though I feel that with lifesteal, he could be able to stand his ground a little bit more. He has to back out in the last fight because he didn't want to go back in to help his team.
Actually, really looking to fight this bottom lane, or is it? No, they're just here for wards. Say wards, one static remnant as well as a sentry ward. May have just quickly spotted Moo coming down their bottom lane. The Prophet, he's just chilling on the top lane again with his split pushing. This is Saltfu's kryptonite. This game, absolute kryptonite.
Team fight for sure, and they want to go for that mid-rax again, but with the push being applied to both side lanes by the Fury and by the Storm, it's just so annoying for them to try and get to that enemy base. They are gonna try it, but they are playing on limited time trying to go in like this.
Just running straight down the mid. Quickly. Possible, take out the creep waves, force the TPs back, and there's Ferrari and Faith both coming back. Same with Prophet. Everyone returns to hold this mid-rack. There's no fortification. They're going to fight straight away as Sprout tries to keep them away, but the Rax goes down in favor of Hal. And now Tongfu, well, a quick pick up and throw down, stuns up on Moo, but there's no follow-up. And Tongfu, they came, they claimed, then they disappeared.
We pretty much have to back out now and take the side lanes, but nice, they got the racks, and now with that bottom tower still being a little bit low after they pushed that one, they might just try and go for that one next, or claim the tier 2 tower on top. Roshan still pretty far away.
Gee, they need to make something happen here. They're getting ahead of experience, like they're getting closer back on the goal, but they're still not controlling these pushes when they happen.
Yeah, they can keep trying to play the positional game, but they need to do it even more aggressively. With their Link and Storm, they can do it pretty damn aggressively. So just putting that Storm on one lane, Fury on another, keep it pushed out so far that Tongfu can't really initiate. But it's never really that simple. If the stun's coming out from Tongfu, you never know if they're gonna smoke on you and kill you. Linken's now for Weaver as well, so BKB and Linken's playing a very safe build. Doubles up on the Alchemist.
The only thing he's got left to sell is that Shadow Blade, as if he wants to. But when you're
the Battle Fury is also...
Would you really want to remove the Battle Fury though? Like
the late game for sure, yeah. I always want to get rid of that Battle Fury when you head into late game, but that's like plus 40 minutes. You want to have something like an MKB, something like a Mjolnir, something even the way of a Daedalus, and just deal even more damage. And his HP is really bad, to be honest, when he's not in ulti form. It's down to 1800 and 2500. It's good HP, but even a heart could be a nice addition to his inventory.
Well, guess we will find out with time. Being the key factor here. Joe again pushing in this top lane, having more and more time to find more bigger items up on him. But still, the more time they gain, this is where I kind of feel a little bit iffy about Tongfu. Like Tongfu, they're winning up by pushing in, taking out middle lane. Hal's getting bigger and bigger as time goes on, up to 30,000 net worth right now. But at the same time, it's one hero. Next one nearest to him is his Weaver, who has Linken's BKB, two very defensive items, and he sits in himself, like he's in 5th position as far as net worth go. The next 3 all belong to IG.
That's true. And
you just have more strength spread around.
A little bit of an attempt here. It's gonna be hard though.
Again, it's gonna be this replica. They're all coming in to try and grab him.
As soon as he sees anything, he just mashes that R button and jumps away. So, safe play by Show.
Yep. Keep it safe, man. Patience from Joe. That's what it's all about.
Patience from Joe.
Ferrari's just having himself a great old time. Ghost is now built up for him as well. He's trying to find something that can save him from that Alchemist as far as physical DPS goes. So 3 defensive items from Ferrari. It's almost like they just decided that Ferrari is the guy that jumps in and goes for the high level of control, which means YYF with this Scythe of Vice, his next item has to be some kind of damage dealing item. I don't know if he wants to go down the lines of a Desolator. I'm just thinking for split pushing purposes mainly, or does he want to go for that big Daedalus? Like a King Bar?
Desolator would be a really good item, actually. For all this split pushing, whenever you hit a tower and you have a Desolator, you actually kill it off a lot faster. So Desolator is not a bad pickup for IOF in this game. Of all the safe play is mainly the reason. It's not as good in the team fights anymore, as there's Assault Cuirass up and the armor is just simply higher.
Got the money for it, so Choice will be his. Flip push on top. Tom Fu, they're basically ready for Roshan, but Roshan is still a minute away from coming back to life again. It goes back into their farming game, and we get sentries, we get dust. IG, they are prepared to try and find a gank beforehand. Always that 1 minute before Roshan is the time when you want to be so cautious, because anything can happen, and whoop, that's not the real thing. That's a replicant.
That's a dead illusion, and that's the most exciting fight we've seen in a while, Toby.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's good.
It's very much positional play, and look at all the D-warding coming out from IG, just trying to get perfect vision around his top. What they don't know is that there is a very nice ward by Tongfu up by this pool spawn. I believe it blocks off the pool spawn though, so they should know about it.
Ferrari, be very cautious.
No, it actually doesn't, it's far up, yeah.
What?
Oh, that ward doesn't block it.
Sucker right here, or you're talking this sucker right here? Either way, yeah.
Either way.
6-4. Roshan, maybe 2 seconds. 2 seconds till the spawn. It'll to life again.
Big call, Toby.
I'm here for the insight, man.
That you are. It's gonna be Roshan with Aegis and Cheese. Are IG simply gonna pass this one up?
Looks like it. Al, the only thing that stops him is Roshan himself, but once he gets these bashes up, Roshan goes the way of Tong Fu, and Aegis will be taken by Mu.
And the Cheese goes to King J. He has his Aghanim, so really able to just catch out anyone if he wants to with that long range initiation. Gonna try and D-ward a little bit, I believe, but just so defensive from IG, he can't really find something.
Oh, it's just smoke coming the way of IG. But what's that thing, like, you look for the fight, is it going to come on top of the Rosh pit, or does it come after when you pick up the Aegis Immortal? What's the timing you're searching for? Because YYF is still, like, he's split pushing it now, has 6k gold, throws the ulti. I believe split push by Ferrari, 4-3-0 as well. It's just almost impossible right now for Tom Fu to move to the other side of the river for any longer duration than 30 seconds.
I believe that Tongfu should try and find something going as soon as possible, trying something like a gang here on bottom lane, but running in with a Weaver first and then having a stunner so far back that can never catch out Ferrari. But they want to pick up someone as soon as possible and utilize this Aegis to the best potential. Or they might just say, hey, we got Aegis, we can farm even safer.
That's one way to look at it. I would like not to look at it that way. I like to look at it as Hal spending one of those...
We do see some nice push though. Look at this push on bottom lane. Alchemist now with his travels, he can just join this push. So all of a sudden we see a threat to IG's base.
That will be. Creepwave's...
How needs to be careful not get caught out here though.
Creepwave's not with them though. That's the biggest problem. The Creepwave is still on its way in, so they can't just fight the backdoor regeneration here. Or then again, maybe they can.
Exp is down there, so he's gonna commit. He cancels.
Picked up, thrown away, 4-staffed out. The Prophet ulti will actually trigger that Lincoln Sphere of Mu.
So his TP and IG are completely back in the base, so both teams gonna be heading out, and we don't see a clash.
No. Hal's got farm to have and replicas to kill. We want to know what he's going to spend with that 8,000 gold now. Got 8k gold to spend. The courier's flying out with, again, we got this smoke quelling blade and useless stuff as far as this later portion of the game goes. I say later portion, we're 42 minutes in. We're 42 minutes in and a net worth of 34,000 up on that Alchemist. What is even his gold per minute? Experience per minute is looking pretty damn good. Gold per minute, 814 gold per minute coming from Hal. It just moves around the jungle from camp to camp, lane to lane. Every now and then finding a hero to maybe throw a concoction at or stun himself.
And Hao soon had his BKB for 20 minutes. He's gonna try a stun here on Joe. Doesn't have any illusion. He might actually kill this.
Getting a lot of work.
Hand of God.
Trying to keep him alive right now and show E-Blade.
So close.
Him so he can't finish the job. Waves away, leaves one replicant behind as well. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, as Ferrari gets stunned up, he's got Mu coming in behind him. Ferrari just jumps up and back down again. Banana being silenced up.
Was a nice attempt though by Hao, really close. Without that Hand of God, Morphling would have died.
Oh, Hao, he's got a new target, but one he can't see.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's kind of gear capped, so can't really have any true sight on him.
Needs his teammates to do that for him.
Yeah. I mean, ideally for the super late game, you want to get rid of that Shadow Blade and Battle Fury at some point, but that's only for the super big items, so... Mist can still get just a little bit stronger, but for this gank and positional play, his items are good.
How's ready to go on that bottom lane? Leads into the Hawk, so 5-man Dota for Tongfu. They want to get a secondary Rax, while YYF is again very, very frustrating for them. Pushing in that top lane. The Bugs just to scout out, throw them towards the high ground, and in they come. Attack on the tower, already with a shotgun. King J falls back and instantly down. Joe Lincolnsphere will be triggered. And with the time lapse by Mu able to live, but the troll trap almost instantly up. That one able to break free of it all. But they still want to try and take out this Rax, but IG holding the line for now. No buyback being used. Mech charge keeping him alive. Maybe Hal with that son of Ferrari. YYF's coming in. There's just a replicate. This is the back lines. YYF can destroy that pretty quickly with the side of the vice. Actually uses the side of the vice to trigger on Mu. Lincolnsphere.
It's a nice illusion. It's just chasing after Banana. And there we go.
It's on the bottom lane. They follow up to Sunshake as well. So 3 kills go the way of IG.
Played by Show and Ferrari, finding the pickoffs, and Tongfu being punished as King J was caught out simply. He had cheese, but it doesn't help you when you get chain locked to death.
It's the biggest problem with Tongfu. Like, the big split push, they feel rushed. They feel like they must push in quickly and take it out.
It's because they only have 2 carries really. They have the Weaver, they have the Alchemist. Strong carries for sure. He did sell his Shadowblade now. With his 10,000 gold, he's gonna buy up something. Not sure what he's gonna go for. But with IG having 3 right clickers, MKB finished up on Nature's Prophet and 3,000 gold. Morphling always strong towards the late game, and then Storm as well. Feel a little bit intimidated by the late game, and they should.
But yeah.
Alchemist bought the recipe for the heart, so he realizes need to be a lot more tanky so he can actually walk in, because he's standing in the back line pretty much in these fights. Not really fulfilling the purpose of a tank, just dealing the DPS.
But if you actually finish it though, so now we're going to go do that, but you still have enough money to buy another item as well.
He does.
Got 5,000 gold left after buying the entire heart. Maybe, I kind of feel like though there's enough DPS on IG's lineup coming for that Prophet. They can deal with it. They can deal with him. Ferrari could also be buying up some DPS, like some straight right-click items up on that Storm Spirit. He's got 5.2k gold on him.
Yeah, he could buy anything pretty much he wants. And I feel that they can, because this heart is a 46-minute timing on having Assault Cuirass and heart, rather than just going for
Ferrari, they're right behind him, but then quick jump. They cannot lock him down. That Beastmaster had to get the roar, but you got Lincolns, you got Ghost Scepter, you got Orchid. It's difficult.
Yeah, I feel a little bit too bad for Tongfu. With this lineup they have, going for a push around the 35-minute or 30-minute mark, going for just a super tanky Alchemist would be, yeah, funny mishits there.
I love how it actually times out. He didn't even get the last hit on it, it just timed out.
It was like, okay, I'll just die. You can't attack.
Just to mock you. How? And how long we got before the next Roshan?
I have Skadi finished up. Still, of course, having buyback gold.
Yep. Can never be without a buyback. Especially at this late portion of the game. Ferrari, he's got almost 6k gold up on him now. I'm just going to leave this tab on the current gold. It seems to be like when something disappears, then we know that someone says, okay, now decide to basically go for a bit of a splurge.
I have about 29,000 gold in the bank account total of all the players here.
There's like there's almost your challenge for K-Poptosis, like the record for how much gold was banked at one point, not actually buying it.
By every single player?
Just almost called like inflation protection.
Yeah.
Moving from Tongfu. They might be able to catch out Ferrari again, but again though, this Beastmaster, it's almost like Beastmaster needs a blink.
A stun, procs the Lincolns, but almost need a Super Basher. Where's that Havorst Super Basher on the Weaver? Been so good.
Weaver's too busy holding his money. 4.9, 5k gold up on him. But they'll find a couple of illusions in the middle lane, as well as Chen creeps. Roshan's now just over 2 minutes away, but there's a Shadow waiting for him.
Around. Some dancing, but no one really gonna die here. YYF might think about hexing up Mu.
If YYF had a little bit more damage, then it might be possible.
With his sprouts, yeah, he might still get it, but pretty hard.
So he has to use his sprout to first trigger the Lincolns and then follow up with the Scythe Device. So that timing to actually cast the sprout, the animation timing is a long time and long enough for a Shikuchi to happen.
You need to come in from Fog of War and do it. It's not something that you're gonna get off that easily.
It's almost worthwhile just using the side of the Vice to trigger the Lincoln Sphere, then throwing down the Sprout and using Dust.
Pressure on the mid now.
They're coming in. They want to finish up this range rack to the mid. The Troll Trap will hold Hal there, but Tongfu, they finally had enough. They want to get here inside the base.
Go for more, for sure.
And they're going to rotate down. The creep wave pushed in through the mid, but now the creep wave got melted down. Hal wants to run towards the high ground, and the tower fortifies, pick him up, throw him down. Chemical Ray still going to last for a long, long time. E-Blade shotguns down the Leshrac Banana. Tongfu have to retreat. They're down players here.
It's a chase again. So dangerous chase from IG. Pick off people really easily with Ferrari. If he can jump someone, SD would be a good target, or even Beastmaster.
IG is really chasing this. They jump in long way. Ferrari goes for Suncheck, picks him off. King J picked with it as well. He's going to pick him off as well. They're just mowing through this Tongfu lineup. Tongfu might finish up the mid, but they have real trouble after they pull out these pushes.
Crazy deja vu to last time that they were actually pushing, backing out and just losing 2 kills easily to a chase of IG.
Difference right now though is this middle lane is actually fully down. So when the creep wave pushes in, it's not just coming in with a little bit more meat shields, it's coming in with good range damage, and that's the kind of thing you fear for your tier 4 towers.
Yeah,
because that does a lot of damage. So Tongfu, they can wait, they can let it stall up unless IG controls that middle lane, and that means having at least 1, possibly 2 heroes defending that area.
It's a little bit of a win for them, but losing their heroes here, they're falling so much behind. 15,000 gold, XP advantage now of IG. They're just claiming this game. They were behind almost 10k in gold, and now it's about to even out completely.
Wondering if before the 1 hour mark, if Alchemist will sell his Battle Fury.
Well,
9,000 gold. I get my item I wanted up on King J with the Blink Dagger, so I'm really happy about that. Now Tongfu have the ability to initiate on heroes like Ferrari when they're as aggressive as he is in the jungle, but Hal, he's got 9.1k gold.
Looking over to Hal's item build, he is pretty tanky and he has that super basher, but his attack speed is really not there. When he's in ulti form, he still doesn't attack at that speed that we think about when we think about a level 16 ulti on Alchemist. You want to have some more attack speed items, so having maybe that Mjolnir would be a solution. He should sell, well, he doesn't, he really likes this Battle Fury, man. Really likes it.
Farm faster, I don't see a problem with it.
Mjolnir would let him farm equally fast though, so maybe a little bit of opinion against that item choice, but now they are starting to have real problems as 8,000 gold on Nature's Prophet. He's looking pretty ready to start selling his Hand of Midas and getting gear capped as well. Yeah, that experience graph is looking pretty dire.
Well, pretty radiant actually.
Oh.
Oh, in the way of IG, the gold's coming back as well. Tongfu's advantage, even if they are 1 ranks up, it's like I kind of don't even want to refer that anymore. Now we see it, the gold as well as the experience is completely leveled out. We know IG's main power comes through their split push. It comes through their ability as well to just jump back into these fights. Chuan can send maybe even the Morphling back, jump back out, or Rebel come back at full life. You got those options. Then again, Morphling's got a lot of life points as it is. He's got 5.5k while having a Skadi is just about 2,000, but he's taken almost every single point bar 1 out of his strength. That's literally where he's at. He does so much damage as this Morphling.
You have to leave 1 point, you can never drain everything from your strength. So yeah, he's just staying fully maxed out on agility, and that allows him to shut down the Tongfu supporters, or even King J. When they push, they're in such danger of just being basically one-shot by this Morphling. There's really nothing they can do about it. Having 1100 HP on a Shadow Demon or 1200 on Leshrac, both of them are within the one-shot target for Morphling.
To get the specialty item of the International, Heaven's Halberd, up on Nature's Prophet. Love it. Love it. It's continuously breaking the stats of K-Poptosis. Yeah, there we go.
That's a really nice pickup, to be honest, because Alchemist at this point, oh, we heard jump, but nothing really.
Can't really find anything completely out of position here. Nature's Prophet should be ashamed though. Hand of Midas off cooldown. Oh. So that extra 200 gold, he needs the money. Yeah.
Shame, for shame. Using it now.
Range all over again. Faith, Zhou. They just push out that bottom lane. This push speed from Zhou is actually insanely fast. If he had a butterfly up with this guy as well, I would be fearful of just right clicks coming out to kill off SD as well as the track.
I want to see a Satanic even more, just because then he can stand his ground. For sure, Butterfly adds even more to your E-Blade, but having Satanic, he will not die. He will just be so hard to bring down, and he's going to pick up an Eagle Song, so he's going to go into Butterfly.
Evasion and damage, man.
Evasion is very nice. There's no MKB picked up yet. Oh, there's an MKB on Weaver, but no MKB picked up by the Alchemist. And this might affect his item build as he's sitting there with his 11,000 gold. Still hasn't died a single time, but it doesn't really matter as his team cannot stay alive during these fights.
Minutes left on this Aegis team. Just the hilarious thing is the Aegis is almost redundant right now. They're searching for YYF. Oh wow,
gonna
he's in
get
a
picked
really
off.
bad position. They can see it perfectly. There's the roar, there's the catcher, and YYF will go down. It has taken 54 minutes and 50 seconds for Tongfu to get 5 kills now on the board.
And he's trying not to waste the buyback here. YYF wants to keep it for the big fight. He knows it's such a big thing to have the buyback on the Nature's Prophet available when you go into a team fight. So just gonna see if their team can play safe for a minute. But considering how the last 30 minutes have been, I believe they will.
It's the time, man. PTs. Split push. Split push. You can sell these treads. Turning away from the full fighting kind of build into the full split push build.
Oh yeah.
Alchemist now, like, I wonder if there is actually a record for a competitive game for the most amount of gold on one hero that has not been spent.
Most unspent gold ever. Sounds like, yeah, a nice award. And we see How heading down to bottom lane. Rory is farming up down here.
Yeah, he's gonna bail. All he's into his TP.
He knows too much.
He knows that How is down here with now 12,000 gold up on this Alchemist.
I'm not denying the fact that Tongfu have a strong team fight. If they can get it off right, they can definitely fight against IG, but IG have the easier team fight. They go into a fight and basically they have Show just say, okay, I'll kill this guy, and then it's 5-on-4.
The best need to pick up beforehand. That's what they need. They need to instantly kill off like one of the key heroes. And now How? Well, he just wants this tower. He's gonna claim it too. Fortification can do it. You're right. There's the Alchemist being triggered off straight away. They're almost happy with that. If they take a double rank, they may just be very, very happy. Currently a pick, long jump out by Ferrari. Caught in the middle of 3. The next charge will go. And they need a little bit more heal because again the Beastmaster going to take a fall. Faith and low life. The Diva, look at the damage. Now the lockdown on Joe. He will take a fall. He is down. Moves back alive again. Waiting to fight. He's saving his ulti. Ferrari wants to keep fighting. How? The BKB will wear off. You can see Faith on low life. And Move has to turn around to try and help out his teammate. It's not going to work. How will go down. And Faith.
And there's just no way for IG, or that IG will lose their fight as they're defending the base, because the buybacks being available for them, it's just too easy for Storm to go in really aggressively and then buy back and come back again. Tongfu looking like their early advantage starting to really become redundant, as you say.
Yep. It's just withering away. It's all coming down to team fights and then who can capitalize off that.
Ooh, that's a DD rune, YYF.
He needs vision though.
No vision, no way to kill. It's funny how one item like a Shadow Blade can keep someone safe like that.
See him taking out the catapults as quickly as possible. He keeps that tower alive. Not on much life points. He's got 47 life points, but it's alive nonetheless.
Yeah, and he has a butterfly now, but not really gonna break the game, I believe.
You got Monkey King Bar already up on the Prophet, and Prophet, please buy Daedalus.
Butterfly on Zhou as well. Doesn't have any buyback available, of course, as he did it in the last fight. Very nice.
Thank you, we're here all week. We're here all week.
Some sick Toby drawing skills.
Oh, that's the reason it was impotent, man. Ferrari close in on Moo on that top lane. This is nowhere IG find themselves in a bad position. Like IG, they've been loving this split push. They've been loving this split push, but Tongfu, they sit back inside their base, and IG, they still haven't taken a Rax. This middle lane is pushing itself out. There is no way to stop that momentum. The bottom lane is completely exposed with that tier 3 tower gone. Tongfu actually have the power to win on the split push, even above that of the Prophet's power.
With me.
True. And YYF though, he does have a Demon Edge, gonna be a purchase up as soon as possible. He has buyback still on available, so gonna just buy it now, I believe, but Chicken still staying in base. And
Fury's gone. How is maxed out? He might drop the BKB at one point, just, I don't know, secondary hard.
Just a new BKB probably if he does decide to drop it. He needs to have it in the team fights.
Clean off illusions, throw that quick concoction.
MKB.
It's gonna be a little harder for him to clean up these creep waves. Like, he has to rely a little bit more on the acid spray, but he's built so he can actually kill off somebody during the fight. That's what he's meant for.
That's true. We see Ferrari just playing around here, close to the enemy base, but he's perfectly safe. And still, in this game, as long as it's been, we almost see a Rubik playing a 60-minute game and not dying a single time.
What?
Yeah. Faith has not died a single time in a 59-minute game against Tong Fu.
0-6, and he's actually, that's impressive.
That is impressive.
That's insanely impressive, actually.
The game being low on kills in all, regard, but still, that is some solid play by Faith.
Normally it's the supports that will end up dying first. That's how we create the Mark Award. Nevermore have you seen so much feed. Still a win for the team.
Yeah.
60 minutes. We cross over the hour mark now. And YYF, well, he's basically maxed up apart from this Shadow Blade. And the only reason why I want to see him sell that is if he picks up his own BKB. And that is something I think he really does require for this team fight. He's got the cash almost for it, but gotta save for buyback.
YYF, he can always sell his power treads as well. You don't really need boots that badly on Furion, as you can global TP if you want to push somewhere. It is kind of nice to have in a team fight, but if you have such good lockdown as you do in the team with the Hex, with the Storm, even the Orchid, you have so many things available to just hold your enemy team in still, then you can sell those boots and get a 6th carry item.
I thought Joe had a little bit more money than that. Only at 2,200. I really don't want to start that countdown, K-Poptosis. We don't really want to do this countdown. It will be the longest.
On top, we see it down. Ferrari going in.
He found Hal, but he's straight away the second he realized Moo's coming in.
A forced DP reaction. Couldn't really get a pick off there. Very, very aggressive play though.
But did come in to help him out. If he could get there in time, he would have been, like, happy.
He was there when Ferrari jumped, then it would have been fine. And new BKB.
BKB.
Put the old one on the courier as a present.
That's a 7-second BKB that you get.
It's not very often that you have the luxury to just put a 7-second BKB on the courier and say, yeah, this shit is old.
Just keep cycling through it, like oh, I could say, oh, mine's down to 6 now. Go back to that 7-1 and then more.
At this rate, he could just drop it after the one use. And we see Tong Fu with a big play here, going for the Roshan. Still have cheese on King J, by the way. I think he's had it for like 15, 20 minutes almost.
You never have enough cheese, man. You can never have enough cheese.
Cheers to cheese as well, going towards Weaver.
Weaver as well as the Beastmaster have the cheese. The Aegis Immortal goes the way of the Leshrac again. And that's because Alchemist can't carry anything from his team.
Yeah, and
looking for bottom. Looking for bottom, but will they find Faith? Faith, don't spoil the run. TP out in time. Go Faith. Axel will fly.
Oh, so close. Faith.
Perfect run could have come to an end.
On his way to a perfect run on this support Rubik and doesn't stop there.
Hal, he's the man to fade the top lane. Where they drop cheese.
Cheese trading going on.
Because Moo just picked up a new.
Gave it towards the Shadow Demon indeed. So
he did it because he wanted TP scroll. He doesn't have BTs on this Weaver, but he's got 6.1k gold. Doesn't have BTs.
Well,
he knows he has to come back to that top lane in just a moment.
Top lane, jump. They're gonna go.
They're in on Hal. Hal still got that stun channeling up. But Pickles can't throw stuns. Maybe Razil can.
Cancel
he gets
TPs.
stunned.
They can still go up here.
I think they want to go bottom lane, man. There's another Rax down here to take. Hal's actually, oh wow, our commitment. This is it now. This is it.
Glyph.
He's going to BT the bottom lane. They're going to see if they can bring down this melee Rax. Fortification's going to pop off right now. And the rest of IG are also falling back. Disruption up on the telekinesis target. Move. Not going to get stun. Storm. Long jump in. Looks for King J. Can't find him, but Morphling can. Shotgun neck. He used the cheese. Back to life again. Raw still available. Who's he go on? Joe's the closest target. They're going to bring him down. And IG, here comes the rest. It's Ferrari 4-3-0 in the middle of the fight. The Moo, he's just standing and stealing and delivering. Moo with an ultra kill. Coming out from the fight, but Joe wants to fight. It's a double kill for IG. Moo, he still wants to fight. Joe doesn't have enough damage for this one. Faith is trying to help him out. Joe will go down to Rampage.
What a sick fight.
Moo will not stop killing, and Faith, he hasn't died yet, then he's going to.
No.
Huge double rampages.
Oh, that was so sick.
And Moo will now take the bottom rack. Solo, he can win this game. And Faith again has to retreat back out again.
Do you know why he died? The shot was in the air and he was Ghost Sceptered. Started his TP right as the shot was on him, cancelling the Ghost Scepter.
How's him? This should be the GG. They're going in for the tier 4 towers. And IG, will they admit the defeat? I think they have to. There's Hexes coming out from YYF. They pick up Move the Sprout. He already timed us out the damage. Will strike, gets us on a YYF. 4-star away. How's already prepping the new stuff, but look at the damage on Move. BKB or not, YYF. He's going to get that kill. Chance right, sending back to base. Not going to work. Hal trying to bring the tower.
And
Faye, he's going to go down. Ghost Scepter keeps him alive for now. Pick up on Hal. Throwing back. He'll stun up both Moo as well as Banana. But it's over. It's over. Tongfu will take the racks. 64 minutes, 51 seconds, and Tongfu will force us into a third game.
So they do it. They claim game 2.
Patience. Patience is the key.
Patience is
also
virtue.
A crap ton of farm appears to be a very, very large key in all of this. So, well, IG, they thought maybe they could wrap this up in 2, but the defending champions are now facing up against Tongfu, and there's only one game that's going to decide who advances, and we might even have the defending champions knocked out. We'll find out though, but in the meantime, back over to the panel.
Tongfu, but it wasn't all great. Ben, I saw Moo. He was speeding, and there was a massacre, serial killing. I need you to.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
What are we charging him with?
It's up to you. No pauses for you.
This is good. This is good. Yeah, okay. It wasn't so much about Moo in a way, but obviously that last fight was fantastic. But it also comes down to the Alchemist. They bought Tongfu so much time in terms of the farm they had, and then they just had to kind of spread it out. But IG, they were so close to winning that game. They had a great lineup.
I think their lineup could have been a little bit better with some more anti-push. All they had was Rubik. They could have gone with, you can't take me seriously, can you?
I can. Much more seriously now than before.
If they had a Keeper of the Light, for example, I think it would have worked a lot better. In the previous game versus Liquid, they had the Keeper of the Light. In the Zenith game, they had a Puck versus Rubik. But if they want to play this really long farming game, stalling the game out, looking for 5-6 slotted... okay. What's this fight?
You can count the kills here. Follow Moo. Moo is going to kill 6 people here.
We're going to count with Bruno.
Yes, let's learn how to count. 1.
1 kill. Sorry.
2. 3.
You meant to do
4.
the ha-ha-ha-has. Can't be Count Bruno without the ha-ha-has.
5. And wait, we're not done. 6.
Yeah, that was actually the Ghost Scepter wearing off, I believe. Or was it
He started his TV scroll, as Wagamama pointed out.
Yeah.
Yep, and
Moo's going to need to come here to the Endless S, target for mass homicide. 6 people. I got everything going.
You actually got the colour for it as well. Lincoln Sphere for me. When you go up against Sheepsticks, Malk, stop smiling. Stop having fun on the panel. How dare you? When you get Lincoln Spheres for me, when you go up against a Storm Spirit and also Sheepstick, which is obviously going to be picked up by Nature's Prophet, are just so effective. I actually said to Ben, I was like, you know, the Alchemist should also get a Lincoln Sphere instead of a heart.
And he was like, Rapier.
Yeah, I said Rapier as well. No, I wanted him to buy like, because he had so much gold, I was like, get your Lincoln Sphere, keep your Battle Fury, buy a Rapier, put it in base, fight, die, you know, then come back and die again.
Yeah.
And then give them the Rapier.
Give them the Rapier so IG could win.
Well, no, I was maybe thinking maybe he had room to carry Nagus, but he didn't. It was better on other teammates, actually.
I feel like Tongfu had a really, really well-rounded lineup this game. It didn't really show in terms of kills or anything, but their lineup was super good in terms of laning. They had the Beastmaster to lock down potential carries from IG side of things. They had the Alchemist that seems to be the flavor out of at least a lot of these teams like LGD, DK, now Tongfu. It's just a very popular hero because of the Greevil's Greed. And then they had the Weaver as well, one of the most popular heroes of the tournament. And I just felt like they were going to win this game, and they were never really looking too shaky. I feel like they were in control throughout the entire game. It was just a matter of time. Their execution was lackluster at times, but it really came all together when Weaver got enough DPS items up and running, and we saw a great stun coming out from San Cheng at the end that killed off Storm Spirit. Ferrari was actually standing still with a Storm Spirit, which is sort of unusual, to be honest, because normally you'd see him jump around when he has a full inventory, but San Cheng landed a stun on him, which forced him to buy back. As he got back into the fight afterwards, he died again, and that sort of sealed the deal for them.
Bruno, what have you got for us?
I want to remember a little bit of the past. I'm going with IG is one loss away of falling out of the tournament and one win away to enter into top 4. So quickly, I wanted to go back to TI2 and remember what they played against. They were 13-1 back then in the group stages, and then they rode through the playoffs. They won versus EG. I think you remember that. No, this is a story. They lost to Navi, so they also fell into the losers bracket back then. But they finished winning against eHome, DK, LGD to finally take everything from Navi. They will not be playing against eHome, LGD or DK right now. They're playing against Tongfu. But if they win, they can maybe replay the whole story of last tournament.
Okay, and we're going to be getting ready to go into game number 3, but before we do, we've got a couple of minutes until the teams are ready. Obviously, it's an over an hour game, so they're going to take a little bit of time. Lineups, things to think about in terms of bans and picks that you should not let either IG shouldn't let Tongfu have or Tongfu let IG have. I think the first game, that was one with Invictus Gaming. They had a Storm Spirit in there as well, and they had the Weaver, and then they lost the second game against the Weaver. Is this the magic hero?
Yeah, I think, first of all, Weaver, as you pointed out, is one of the best heroes in this tournament at least. And both teams are so very versatile, so it doesn't really matter what heroes they do end up with getting. I think Tongfu would be wise to keep IG from getting the Shadow Fiend. We saw Ferrari putting it to great use yesterday, and it seems to be a really great hero. We also saw Mushi almost winning the game yesterday, only to unfortunately lose it for Orange, but then coming back today and displaying another great Shadow Fiend. I think Shadow Fiend could be the key for IG to win this game if they do want to come out on top.
Any heroes that you think they need to stop?
I mean, I was talking about the Shadow Fiend before this game. I'm surprised they didn't pick it. It works really well into their playstyle, and they can actually put on the pressure in the early mid-game, 15 to 20 minutes. Morphling had a really late Ethereal Blade. He just was not too much of a factor in that game. I think Shadow Fiend also serves really good as anti-push, which they desperately needed that game.
And also, I want to mention a little bit about Alchemist. Alchemist just seems to be able to prolong games in a way, or either clean them up. It's like you either get ahead and you're ahead enough that you can actually push towers and you can tank up, or you can find farm and you're strong enough to take some decent fights and you have enough gold for constant buyback. How should these teams, well, how have you seen them play Alchemist firstly, and how should they approach playing an Alchemist?
I think every time we see an Alchemist, when he wins games, unless he's burning, it's because he has a secondary DPS hero on his lineup that once they get their items up and running and he isn't just alone sitting with 11,000 gold and then just being kited around, the team will actually win. But if you have him as a solo carry, he most often loses. So
yeah, we saw, for example, LGD using Alchemist with Magnus. That didn't really work for them.
Exactly.
Any key supports that you'd like to see in the game? Because that was a pretty big problem for Tongfu, just going up against a Storm Spirit that was able to kind of pick apart the Leshrac and LD. And it wasn't until they got a little bit more farm and tankier that they were able to really kind of commit to the fight and hit those crucial stuns to help out the DPS. But have you seen any kind of patterns in terms of the support play over with these two teams from China?
Chen and Rubik has obviously been two picks we've seen a lot. Rubik is especially good against Nerubi and Weaver because he can steal Sakuchi. But I think Shadow Demon is one of those underestimated heroes because it's super strong against melee carries. I think had IG had the Shadow Demon on their lineup in conjunction with Chen, but also against the Alchemist, that works out really, really well against it. It's just so good to take down these big strength carries with.
I think they need more anti-BKB measures, whether it be Shadow Demon with a Demonic Purge or defensive disrupts, or even just a melee carry with a Basher or an Abyssal Blade. They didn't have anything versus BKB, and I think that really cost them in the late game.
All right, well, if you've just joined us, we're in the middle of IG versus Tongfu, and we were going to show you the brackets, but I do believe the players are ready. So, final game, are IG going to be able to pull through here, guys, or are Tongfu going to get that win that they desperately so wanted yesterday versus Na'Vi? They want to go all the way here as well. Who do you favour and why?
Well, having defeated IG 2-0 in the group stage, I have to go with Tongfu. I think
that's true.
They will end up winning.
I'm gonna have to go with Tongfu as well. I feel like they have more to offer for this tournament on a whole. So
I'll go with IG. My rears are on Tongfu, but I have faith after IG took down a game yesterday.
You're putting your res.
Well,
Dota 2 lounge, man.
Yeah. Who are you betting on, James?
Sorry?
Who are you going for?
I think if IG come out with something pretty aggressive again, I really like the Storm Spirit pickup, but they need to be able to put some pressure onto Tongfu. And I'd like to see, not remove the Alchemist, but be able to counter it a little bit more. But so I haven't made a prediction there. You notice that. We're going to the game. Game number 3.
Smooth James.
Invictus Gaming versus Tongfu.
Whose turn to ban?
Welcome back into the Banner Royal Hall. I am Toby One, joined by
Wagamama.
And we are back. That's right. We moved from the smoothness that is the panel.
Yes.
James.
James completely delivering that one to us. So ever so nice.
Professional. Absolutely professional. But we are here, man. Game number 3. IG versus Tongfu.
Oh, yes.
Like, started, I always thought the Tongfu kind of like deserved to be in the final. They did really bring something special, something unique, and also really well executed. They had problems last night, but they seem to today. I won't say they had problems. There definitely were a couple of hiccups, but with these games that go this kind of long, you kind of expect things not to work 100% according to plan.
Well, they were struggling for sure, I would say. Like throughout that game, it wasn't an easy, smooth win. They were pressured so hard. So let's see how this game goes. And looking over to a ban and pick stage, we see OD being one of the ban-outs. Darkseer and Alchemist made it into the ban stage of IG, so they didn't really enjoy the fact that he just bashed away at the heroes.
Yeah, these guys also would have been watching the games earlier today. There's no way they won't let a Darkseer anywhere near the lineup, and with the ever farming Alchemist.
Lots of respect fans here.
Yeah, that's Storm Spirit taken against Ferrari, but they respect ban the SF in the last game. We'll see if they're going to do the same thing again, or if Invictus Gaming are the first pickup, they go with the Bat Rider who slips through the pool.
Yeah, when you ban out the Storm like that, when you have the Bat Rider still available for enemy team, then you basically say, okay, take Bat, and that's exactly what IG are gonna do. They might even feel confident going for that Shadow Fiend in an early phase now. We see Lifesteal and Chen being the pickups of how.
Yeah, so good strength, good stayability from them. I'm really liking the Bat Rider. Bat Rider is one of those guys that breaks a stalemate. So for people at home, they get their Firefly up and running with the Blink Dagger, the Force Staff, it lets you initiate, it lets you jump in, it lets you dictate the terms. And even up against heroes like Lifestealer, like Rage will stop it from taking the damage, but it won't stop it from being ensnared and pull back out again.
Yeah, that is true. And I really feel that when you have a Lifesteal and Chen, you can put some decent pressure, but against Bat Rider, it's always scary. It doesn't matter if you have Magic Community with Rage, or if you have a big army of creeps. When Bat Rider has a Blink Dagger and Force Staff, he can pull someone so out of position that it's always risky. And are IG gonna head into a Shadow Fiend in the first phase, or are they gonna let it go and...
It's pretty certain that Hao will ban it out in the second phase if they don't take it now. So it's either pick it now. In fact, there's the man on your screen. He's the one that will be playing that SF if it does get selected. But is it going to really synergize the way he wants it to with that, like with the Bat Rider? Like, what are we looking for as far as the combination goes if he does get the SF?
Yeah, the combination, I mean, they're gonna head into the Weaver actually. So that's gonna be their pickup. It was very effective for Mu in the last game. Laning phase was sick, how hard he shut down that Morphling on the mid lane. And that was a huge impact in the game. Puck being banned out, pretty forward ban, just banning it against the Lifesteal combination, jumping in. It's too strong with silence, so don't want any of that.
This is a real weird position for Hao. Like, he doesn't know where this Bat Rider is going to end up. You got Weaver as well as Bat Rider on the field. We saw the attempt to tree Protector combination before as well. Like, that's something else just to keep in the back of the mind for Tongfu. If Invictus Gaming do want to run this Weaver on the long lane, which then means you throw the Bat Rider into the solo mid, more than likely we're assuming that Zhou will be taking up that role as the Weaver.
Most likely he will be playing it. He always likes playing these carry heroes with good escape mechanisms.
Yeah, and there it is from Hao. It's just precautionary. It's just precautionary. There's so little other things they can ban out. They just know, well, at least we know that it won't be a long lane Weaver and a defensive tri-lane. Maybe they have to attempt something else.
Yeah, maybe. And it's a little bit awkward for Hao as well because he banned out that Storm or Respect ban in the first phase, and then he ends up picking up the Lifestealer, so now not too many combinations available really. Of course there's the Queen of Pain, but Puck and Storm being banned out, even the DK. And Rubik gonna be a pickup.
It's kind of locks down a little bit more now for Invictus Gaming for their supports. These big heroes, which they may have been thinking about, being Bane, will be the first one that comes to mind up against that Lifestealer, or the Enigma, which will also hold the Lifestealer in position. No longer real options for Invictus Gaming when you got a hero like a Rubik on the field, not unless you know you can control him and gank him up first, and that's not something you will always know.
Yeah, it's always risky to play an Enigma or anything like a Magnus against Rubik, especially Enigma with that channeling ulti. It's just so hard to get it off, and that means that they might want to pick up something more that goes through BKB, but good thing they already have Batrider. He can hold that Lifesteer if it goes to a mid game and they need to disable him somehow. Also, Weaver, being a very mobile carry, can stay away from the Lifesteer pretty easily.
Yeah. I wonder if IG just want to go for something normal here or not. Because we've still got different, like, we've seen such diversity from so many of the teams. And we're going to go with the Naga Siren in for IG.
Naga Siren gonna be the pickup. That's another good way to just hold the Lifesteal still. And not really the best spells for Rubik to steal, even though we saw Marsart steal that mirror image and just making sick plays with it. Props to that one.
Yeah, his primary reason is that Lifestealer. Control him, hold him in position, or any other hero that is on the chase, and then the Riptides also can make it very difficult for Rubik Chen or the Chen creeps to get themselves all the way into position. So, nice little pickup. Should be a support Naga Siren in this case. And that does still mean that if they wanted to, they could still be looking at an aggressive tri-lane up on top. I say that almost hopefully, that like a Keeper of the Light comes up as the fourth pickup from IG, and then they run the Weaver, the Naga, as well as the Coddle up on that top lane. A very brutal combination as well. And then your Batrider as well as whoever can be selected for the other lanes.
Yeah, I feel that with Naga Siren they should really add something more like an AoE combination though. Having Batrider, having Weaver, sure they're like two nice heroes to get into position during the fight with the Naga ulti, but they need to throw down some spells. They need to have maybe an Ice Path, maybe something else, but I feel Jakiro might be a good pickup.
Jakiro,
only downside of course is that Lifesteer can always get out of it, and there we go, Anti-Mage gonna be picked up.
Fun is not to be had here. Fun is not to be had, but also a double melee Lifestealer and Anti-Mage. This is like ultimate greed here from Tongfu, also running a jungle hero at the same time. This almost forces the Lifestealer to run a long lane. In fact, that's kind of going to be what it has to be. Anti-Mage can take a solo mid, but if he's going up against a Batrider, he is destroyed.
We need to see the last 3 picks before we really make up our minds completely. I mean, you have the option to go aggressive with Lifesteer, having Chen and Rubik move around a little bit and solo the Anti-Mage on easy lane or even mid. But you could do something else as well, so it really comes down to what they want to go for. And there is that Shadow Fiend.
So Ferrari's wind up, Naga to help set up, and that will finish up our, well, should be our last core, unless it's a jungle Batrider. That will be our last call for Invictus Gaming.
That is our last core. It's really decided. We saw some sick performance by Mushi earlier on that Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard for IT Ferrari to outperform that one, but he can definitely do it. He is also an amazing player. I believe he's 5-0 now on his.
I leave the stats to K-Poptosis, man. Yeah. I know where it belongs. So we got our last pickup here, or last ban out from Hal. He's using his extra time for this with the SF pickup. He's got one support. He takes it the Bane. So the one last hero he thought might be picked up to go up against that Lifestealer has been removed, and that means Faith. He also has one last ban as well. One last call for Tongfu. That they would be picking up. He has to be removing right now. Could look towards an off-laner, but there's just so many of those.
There should be a mid-hero, really. Like, looking over to Tongfu's lineup, I'm still thinking that they should go aggressive, trialing with Lifesteer, or maybe even with Anti-Mage, and then have Lifesteer solo. But
Tongfu's turn to pick.
No matter how they want to do it, it should be a mid-hero as their last pick.
Mags was the one that was removed. So Hal...
Power. Probably the biggest part on that actually is the Empower that would be so scary on both Anti-Mage and Lifesteer. You can easily keep it on 2 heroes. For a very short period of time, you can keep it on 3 heroes at the same time. So a good ban out. Magnus has seen a lot of love in this tournament.
Tongfu does not have a lot of time to decide this. Still looks like they're deciding, like they're still talking about it a little bit inside. Alright, now it looks like they've agreed. And Enigma will get him back again. Tongfu will take. And the big man in blue is their last hero. And they're taking Enigma as well as Chen. So we're looking at a core, a laning Enigma here.
Yeah, it could even be one of those times where we see a solo mid Enigma. I have seen it done so many times, sometimes in the European scene, and it's really, really hard to lane against. He can deny tons if he's against a solo hero mid. Could also, of course, offlane it. It's not impossible. Could give you a nice little dual lane mid and then a dual safe lane with Chen in the jungle. But you have a lot of options if you're Tongfu right now, how you want to lane this.
Looks like IG's also good ready to rock and rumble. There's no more discussion inside the box for what they want to see appear. So they know it. It's going to be a Lion. Last selection. Yeah, stuns. We also add a very big amount of burst damage, but he is being played as a support in this game, which means we won't be looking at that Aghanim's very low cooldown time.
I believe for Tongfu it will be Mu playing solo mid as the light dealer. King J offlaning Enigma and might head into a jungle and just move around a lot with this Rubik Chen combination. How will be the farmer? Over at IG, just talking through the picks a little bit more before they want to decide how they're going to go.
Well, they realize when Tongfu select their heroes, they're going to work out exactly what lanes they're going to end up in. Obviously, it couldn't be instantly.
Yeah, this is
exactly
of
what's
course
going to
why
happen.
they're sitting there. We were talking a lot about Tongfu having so many options. If you're IG right now, you need to extremely carefully look at those options to see what are Tongfu doing and how should we approach it. That's why IG are taking so long time right now.
Yep, but they forced to actually pick their last hero because we're inside the game. So in we go. We'll run through IG's lineup to start with. It'll be Zhou as the Weaver over on the Radiant side. Ferrari 4-3-0, the mid solo. YYF, the Bat Rider. And that will leave Faith supporting on the Nagasine. And Chuan, who will be taking up that role as Lion as their last one for IG. And as far as Tongfu goes, we'll have Hao moving out as the Anti-Mage. We have double pooled tangos over to him with a poor man's shield. He'll be the Anti-Mage of this game. Mu will be also having some extra consumables, one set from Sunshang, walking around with a Quelling Blade, also heading up towards that top lane. King J will be coming out with a couple of Clarity, so into the jungle for him, or Assumption. Banana also on his way with Smoke as well as a Clarity, and down the long lane, it is Sunshang who's just coming down here to ward right now.
Yeah, Sunshang going down to ward, but I believe that actually this is going to be Enigma heading into a jungle and then just a lot of aggressive movement. We see Zhou going out here. They spot each other a little bit. Mu pinging out Zhou.
Yeah, they can't really kill him at level 1 though, because they don't want to have to use Malefice from King J, and Mu won't want to have open wounds at level 1 either.
Yeah, there's no way to kill him. And Zhou might even be, yeah, he's going to actually stay up here. So aggressive tri-lane, it would seem, indeed, from IG.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
That's what they're going to end up with. That might be a little bit dangerous, but this should also prompt King J to run all the way down to the bottom lane. Seeing Weaver stay up here means the solo hero on off lane. Enigma can easily stay down there and lane against that. Actually, Enigma can outlane a Bat Rider really hard if he just gets to lane one-on-one.
You won't be alone. But the two will hold hands with the haste rune as well. The ward's already prepared by Sunshake, so he stops the pull from happening. He also stops hard camp stack from happening as well, and that lets King J be on the lane. And a haste room from Sunsheng. Is he really going to be able to make something out of this one with an SF? It's an easy way to gank up Ferrari. Blink up from Hal. Already was the high ground. Telekinesis pick him up, throw him back. Ferrari already low on life. He blocks him in, and that will be the first blood going to Tongfu.
Beautiful play by Sunsheng. So nice positioning, and we see Faith. He was also in the enemy jungle. He tried to get something done, but wow, Sunsheng, beautiful block there coming in.
That's a huge start. That's going to cripple Ferrari in the middle lane. It's already a rough lane as it is. You are trying to have an SF with no CS, and you're coming in. Anymage's already managed to hit 4 for 2 and being involved in that kill on you. Faith's tried to just like hold the line for the moment. Actually picked up 2 here, but now Ferrari does come in, and he'll have to work very, very hard to get his control back again. But he can flash farm. He can most definitely flash farm. He just requires the levels, which means Faith needs to leave this lane now.
He gets some nice last hits on the tower. Already got 4 last hits since he got back to the lane, so his damage is back, but that start is not what ID wanted. And Zhou laning against Mu here on top lane, getting some time to pay back actually, as he was the one receiving the Weaver power in the last game. Now abusing the fact that he's the stronger laner out of these two.
It's the beauty of Karma. Sunshang, another pick up right now on Ferrari. There is a blink of Val. You can see how he tapped it for a little bit. Thought about jumping on Ferrari, but thought against it at the end of the day.
Still a lot of tangos on this anti-mage.
Where's Enigma had gone off to? He's actually inside the Radiant jungle now.
He's just farming up over here, and he actually has a magic wand, so he was prepared to lane completely against the Batrider, but with Lion being down here, he's playing a little bit more safe.
Harrow really needs to start using these tangos a hell of a lot more. In fact, just going to munch on one and give it over to Sunshang.
It's the problem about mid lane though. It's hard to just continuously eat tangos because the trees are so far away, so while you're CSing, you can't really back out and... Oh, he goes down.
They really? Anti-mage getting picked off.
Snare. And Snare double raise, nice right clicks and a Riptide top lane. We see a gank attempt as well.
Yeah, but Joe's going to come back in range of that sentry wall, but he ran up further north.
That was his last invis though. Doesn't have mana to use one more, so he's a little bit off position now. And he's not going to be happy about this one.
Because he can't get back down again. And the second he does, Banana will hold him.
I'll be sitting here for at least 10 more seconds to regen that mana.
With an undead army as well, he's going to walk himself down here, and he's going to come out at the same time as the creep wave comes in, so it's even worse for Zhou. They could just turn and try and fight him if they get that troll trap off. At the same time, SF, he's losing a lot of life there in the middle lane again. This anti-mage and Rubik, Zhou, they should run, they can see him now with a troll trap. The TP support's coming in from the Naga Siren, and Zhou, well, quick movement, will be enough damage for Mu, however, Zhou, he can't go in for this again, and now with the Riptide, they get a revenge kill. Into the Firefly as well for YYF. Twist down the sticky napalm. He should be able to catch up to Mu right now, but he does not have a lasso, but he will be able to slow. Mu Rage is there. Open Mu is available as well. Lumo just have to turn and try and fight this one. Though he wants to use Open Mu to escape. And oh, did he really lose? Yes, there will hold him there. Mu's out of mana, but at the same time, their support was coming in. It's going to be Boots. Movement speed from the courier. 3. Napalm sacks, and now Sunshang can turn this around. Telekinesis can drag it back, and that's the reason why Hao is here. Fade has no mana whatsoever. Blink up, and there's a pickup, throw down, drag back again. Not great attacks here from Hao. They're not getting enough damage here to actually kill off Faith just yet. They're keeping up with it. Regeneration, regeneration.
Oh, Mu gets the regen as well. Those boots came in at the perfect timing for him.
Now they did, and of course Rubik also there again at the perfect time.
Yeah.
While all this is happening, like, you're pulling support off the bottom lane, look who's down there. King J up at level 5 and a bit, pushing out that bottom tower, forcing the fortification, having an army of conversions to help him do so, without risking his own life.
Rubik and Chem both buying up 1 smoke each, so they will be going for very aggressive early game, moving around a lot, not going to be farming up as much, but that's what you want to do. When you have an Enigma team, you really want to move around if you have a Chen as well. Slice those ganks. Already going for it.
Come in that middle lane, and want anti-mage to get bigger and bigger. Doesn't this kind of remind you of your old strat? The CM as well as the anti-mage?
Just getting an anti-mage farm in the mid lane is quite nice. Oh, Rubik got detected there. Not really successful. Could have gone behind, but maybe they were scared of a sentry ward.
You're going up against a team like IG, you assume they've got observers and sentries over the runes.
Assume they have sentries everywhere after that last game, some sick warding by IG. But in this game, we're only 5 minutes into a game, it's pretty hard for Naga Siren and Lion to ward too much.
Even their observer wards, like that observer ward's up on the hill, very much away from where Tomfu would normally check for the ward. And that's, I believe, is the, okay, so there's 2 of them. There's also a very deep observer ward, and that's what looked out for the smoke as well.
And is still winless after 3 appearances. Maybe this will be his first win. Show still just playing so aggressive against Mu here on top. He doesn't have his ulti just yet.
Mu wants to return the Lovin. He's got Shikuchi, so if he wanted to dive that, he could have possibly killed off Mu.
Trying to bait him with his ulti, because he was so close to getting ulti, but...
He's got to infest now.
Changing his mind in the end. Oh, what? He jumps into his own creep in level 1, doesn't really kill them. Bit of a misplay there by Mu.
Yeah, and Zhou, he can't capitalize as far as getting a kill, but he can hold him out. There's movement coming as well from Sunshang.
That's a big loss for Mu. Would have laned so much easier if he just jumped into enemy creep and killed it.
Said he had to use his own salve to get his life points back.
He did, but against Show, it's not very easy to just straight up lane. Luckily for him, he is actually toppling Show's last hits. doing a good job, this move.
Yeah, 32-5 up against 26-4, but the guy is still completely in front of everybody. Well, is now SF, but it was for a long time, is King J. King J keeps moving through the jungle. He's like even intercepting these pull-throughs, while YYF is trying to find his farm, but still well away from having that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that Blink Dagger is so important for the Batrider.
It's snare. Al just blinks away from it.
Of course, you can't disjoint the snare just by blinking as it's mid-air.
Top lane Joe, they drew down a sentry ward. He's still got his time on Val, wants to turn, try and fight up against Mu. Shikuchi off cooldown just a moment, being picked up, throwing down, time ups out the damage. Shikuchi does go through, but they can see him again. That's why the troll is waiting in for Banana, so Zhao has to go back up again. He's got Shikuchi in 1 second time. He's going to use it into the tree line. He runs up high. Can they see him? He's around the corner. And Mu, there's the attack. Zhao, he can't get the kill time. Live Sealer will take him out. Support was trying to rotate up from Faith as well as Tron, but couldn't get there in time.
Very nice chase there, just closing him in, completely having 2 sentries dropped like this. As they came in from behind, he basically had to run up like that. And if he had that TP scroll that he has in base on top of his hero, then maybe he would have been able to get out.
Wondering what King J is going to be going down here on the bottom lane. Because right now, I would assume he's going to go mech build when he goes a call like this. It's taking a long time to farm up what's on that bottom lane.
Ward scouting out Naga Siren, moving into enemy jungle here. Faith getting caught out a little bit.
There's your troll trap. Sunshine with the telekinesis. Hal's already in the middle of this fight. Faith going to TP out. They're going to mana void though, and now cancel the TP. But Zhou doing a lot of damage there to Sunshine, and with one more attack, the gem attack should pick him off. Courier!
Low HP even as it moves in there.
Zhou was hurt. He could get more on this. He's still got gem attack available. Whittling Banana away.
Yeah, no point in a swarm yet. Just being aggressive as it is.
6 HP on that troll, and Banana says no.
Yeah, Banana says thank you for your hard work.
You can die now? Is that the way you say thank you?
Yes. Shadow Fiend gonna be clearing up some big camp here, just stacking it one more time, as we saw a lot when Fnatic were playing the Shadow Fiend on the mid roll as well. But he is not having as good of a time with that first blood gank and with the rough lane that he has been having. He is not on the same level of farm.
He's catching up. He's definitely catching up. King J is moving around with now level 7, so 4 points up in the Convergence, only 2 points up in the Maleficus. He's moving around with Sunshine, who's hoping to find his level 6. But King J got that black hole available, and they will be hunting that SF, knowing he's doing this little stack thing.
Yeah, that's when he goes missing, they know that he's out there doing exactly, and he gets...
Oh, what a time to have an illusion rune. Scouts out King J, scouts out the Rubik as well. He may be mistakenly using the Maleficus on nothing but an illusion.
Yeah, so a lot of time committed there by the Enigma and Rubik, and not really getting anything out of it. Meanwhile, Batrider just farming away on bottom lane. He does have enough gold now.
He's even selling items to pick up that Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, up on the top lane, Hal being chased up by Zhou, and now with the Sentry Ward, Zhou realizes no mana left. He's got 6 Warden charges up his sleeve though, and the extra TP support's coming in for the Batrider. So they want to try and find... Okay, so he TPs in, moves back, then pops a smoke, and then comes up.
That's good.
And that Sentry Ward's going to time out just before this happens too, so blink in, lasso.
How strong is the burst?
Hold him there, it's there as well, make sure Hal cannot move, Hand of God keeps him alive, blinks away!
Hand of God, too strong. Banana.
Your Hand of God save IG so many times during the last game.
Oh, yeah,
it's only rightly so that Tongfu gets the same loving.
Yeah, it's a little bit funny, a little bit swap around really, having the Weaver on the other team and now as well as the Chen on the other team. Maybe they got envious of the strength of the enemy team in this game. Now some decent push coming in towards the mid, but with a full HP tier 1 and Shadow Fiend nearby, I don't believe they will be able to do too much against it. Some easy races from the jungle here and push should stop.
Oh, if Ferrari could get his timing right, yeah.
He's scared of the creeps though, some nice micro coming
Well,
out.
they're going to TP him. The Batrider's the one coming inside the tree line. Flame Break going to bounce him back a little bit. Moo. He's still got this infest, so if he requires it.
Nice pushing here really by Tongfu. So good micro on the creeps and just dealing all the damage.
Just keeping him away. Give her a shot.
And last hit.
SF tried it, but Moo initiates on Ferrari 4-3-0. Flame Break. He pushed Banana in close so we get the Chen nuke off. Moo needs more hits. He just uses the infest damage to get the kill. Ferrari goes down in the mid.
So kill on the solo mid as well as getting the tower. Tongfu getting a lot out of that push. Not wasting any time anymore. Mech is completely finished up on an Enigma.
With that full mech, Tongfu's pushing power just became even stronger, let alone the teamfight potential.
Yeah, that's true. We see a very different build, by the way, on Zhou, as opposed to what Mu went for in the last game. He's going for more regen items, going for Basilius and Perseverance, but not really going for the build that Mu went for. Really early Bracer, Wraith Band, Aquila into Treads. So more regen, more made for long laning, and just simply farming up than fighting too early on.
Oh.
So he doesn't have to stay on that mid lane as well, so he's not as exposed.
It is just pulling the aggro down right now. Mu wants that tower, but he can't take it, not when the Bat Rider just behind it. And he sees it when the creep wave hits. Look at Ferrari's flash farm, building into a BKB as his first item. That tier 1 tower in the middle lane. Well, he'd like to take that as well. Controlling runes looks to be more important. Invisra in the bottom for him. And Zhou, Perseverance, Lincoln Sphere. What's that flying in for him right now? It's going to be the Ring of Aquila instead.
Yeah, so he has decent pushing power now with high mana and going for more points into the Swarm now as well. He didn't put any points into it until he hit level 8, but now starting to go for it. Top.
Flamebreak's just keeping him as far away as possible. Like, that won't push Mu down a little bit closer, but all they want to do is just keep this creep wave away, because Ferrari's having a great time at mid. Tongfu's committed so much to this top lane. They brought 5 heroes up here to try and commit to this. Hao's actually got a lifestealer in front of him, but on the bottom lane, fortification had to go off. Zhou is bringing down this tower, and Ferrari, if he came back to this middle lane right now, he'll put the tower within deny range, but he can take that tower quite easily.
Zhou is really going to bring down this tower as well. If no one comes to defend, he will get the tower. And top is being held pretty much so far. They have the Naga Sleep as well, but with that infested and anti-mage, it's so scary to back out.
There's Hao already TPing. He's coming towards the mid lane for Ferrari.
Cancel the TP with the Song of the Siren. Faith is setting up a little bit.
Nicely done, which means now Ferrari.
So no TP available for bottom and no TP mid.
It means if Ferrari wants to, they can, yeah. In fact, there's your tower. Zhou on the bottom lane. Gemini comes off cooldown. Deny for King J. He gets it
nice
too.
Deny. Really big deny.
Zhou doesn't look for revenge. Middle tower is still above the deny range. The chain creep was down there. That was the thing that was holding it up against Ferrari.
It is. And also, now with that top tower being gone, we might see Tongfu just start thinking about that Roshan as well. Hao wants to farm a lot, of course, but with Enigma, with Chen, with this lifesteal, they might just go for it.
They should be able to tank it up enough. The only issue they're going to have is if SF gets in there, but as you said, like Naga already down, it's a good time to go with the Blink Dagger still lasts 2 on YYF.
Scary part is also Bat Rider. Like, that is going to be your deterrent from going into the Roshan. If he blinks you, if he grabs you, you might find yourself in such a bad position.
They're waiting for the bottom road. There's going to be Mu comes down. YYF, the smoke's not broken, and Mu, he does go in. They're going inside the pit. And I'm pretty sure YYF got a glimpse of that. If he goes to the Firefly, now he sees it. We'll catch up Banana first, though. So Lasu got to drag it back down the river. It's a slow movement, though. He doesn't get him all the way down. The snare will go, but Zhou's up on the high ground, too. Hand of God already been popped off. Zhou with the mech charge as well from King J. Keeps him alive. Zhou had to use his time lapse with that one. Now the black hole. Catches out the Weaver. Holds him there. Al jumps in to play around with him, too, and he gets the kill.
A little bit of a return kill on the Chen, but not what they wanted.
They're looking for more. YYF. It was the infested to Hao, which allowed Mu to chase him down.
And they're still
going into the open wounds.
Still gonna bring down the Roshan as well. The creeps even keep fighting it. Ceylons do die. That's such a nice fight for Tongfu, getting all those kills. Now still gonna claim the Roche.
Yep, but this also means, well, is that actually a full? No, it's a full armlet at least for the life stealer, but Hao, if he gets the last hit here, he will have himself his full Battle Fury available. But he needs to get the last hit, so they give it to him. Nah, looks like someone else took it.
Give the Aegis to him anyway, so he's gonna have that one now, farming a lot safer. And of course, this early on in the game, when you have a lifesteal and anti-mage, you're not looking to put too much pressure on the enemy, but with that fight, beautifully done. And the Chen so clutch that he didn't get pulled down the edge.
Oh yeah, just such a slow moving Bat Rider. Like normally if they had like maybe Tranquils, you may have made it over the edge, but
boots, not too fast, man. So yeah, this early on Tranquils are nice, because when you grip someone, maybe you don't get hit at all. And then you have that plus movement speed being so high. I believe it's 75 on the Tranks. So early on in the game, having those upgrades would be nice. And we see this movement by IG, putting all that pressure that James wanted to see.
See if they can jump in, catch one person out, and then make the most out of it. That BKB's flying in as well for Ferrari, so Ferrari's got what he needs to.
But no way. By way of flying into the enemy the tower, tier 2 tower's vision even, is perfectly safe.
We realize it. No one's on the bottom lane. No one's up lane.
Firefly are gonna be on cooldown now, so they can't really just go for a fight as well. Because Firefly in this early game, or even in the mid game, like Firefly is the big part about Batrider. Not having it, you can't really team fight.
I see the vision. Don't have the damage.
Full Battle Fury is done now, so 17 minutes for Treads and Battle Fury. It's quite okay when you have Lifesteer with this much farm as well. Having armlet, having drums, having face boots, he's looking great for farm. So Tongfu in a pretty strong position in this game with 5,000 gold lead and 5,000 experience as well.
Yeah, try and fight again. Live stealer inside of Hal. And we're already going to steal by Sunshine. Enigma with that blink dagger. He can't find it. Yeah, you're right though. They do jump in. Naga throws the ulti, but Moo. He outdodged damage. Does he have faith? He needs to. Ooh! Rage wore off. He couldn't keep hitting. But Lion brought back almost instantly into that and TP to the tier 2 tower in mid.
Buyback doesn't really do anything. Like, it's too far. No tier 1 to TP to. There's no way they can just hold the enemy there with Naga Siren Song for that long. So, just some waste of gold.
Oh, this is a big position. Be caught out. Ferrari has to put the BKB, but does TP. AM ulti will cancel that TP and they pick him off. Things are going downhill for the defending champions and they're going perfectly for Tongfu.
Uncharacteristic by Ferrari to get caught out so much by out of position there.
Oh, nicely done by Sunshine. Couldn't pull him back, but with Hal going in, Moo with the open wounds. There's your black hole. Nicely done. Hole's faith. And that's all they really need to show. Still with time lapse, but Finger of Death.
Finger of Death says no to Rubik, just killing him off.
That's amazing burst damage, but it's insanely long on the cooldown. And you took out a Rubik after losing a lot of your teammates. You lost a tier 2 tower as well, and you didn't even claim the Aegis model.
Everything spiking the way of Tongfu, and that's still 3 minutes on that Aegis. It feels like longer, but that's just because they were fighting. It's gonna be really hard now for IG as Anti-Mage starts farming up their jungle. In fact, even 10, they're stealing some creeps. So finding themselves in a bit of a struggle. Blink, Mech, and probably gonna head into a BKB now on the Enigma. No real other item progression though.
This is, wow, IG, they're staring down the barrel, man. They are absolutely staring down the barrel.
That they are.
They need something absolutely magical, and the only thing it's really going to be if all of Tongfu is set in one position, Naga holds him in with a sleep, and you get a full wind-up of the SF ultimate, and then Lion stuns them all. Like, I'm thinking very, like, best case scenario here.
Decent choices. If they manage to get the 4th from Batrider, they can start getting some pickups and then get the tower, but right now they're just really far behind, and Tongfu looking so strong with this Anti-Mage Lifesteer combination. It's kind of funny seeing them infest into an Anti-Mage. It's not the most common combination.
Well, he's going in anyway, so why not? Enigma will be the only other one you'd want to do it in. I mean, that Blink Dagger of his. And Tongfu is very happy that IG is not trying to gank him up right now. Because during this period of time, oh, okay, so Joe's going to TP out of the top lane.
There's actually a Rubik here as well, so they could be going aggressive on the Weaver. He doesn't have too much HP, but with a 15 stick on him, I don't think they will go.
Sachik just wants the Shikuchi.
Stealing that. Basher finished up. This Lifesteal is really fun, and he has an Anti-Mage to help him carry this. What are their net worth actually up to now? Both of them topping everyone in IG. So 9.3k on both. They're like twins, these guys. Out farming the entire of IG.
So they get that, or they may even find Ferraris a little bit further out, while Hao looking down over Zhou, and Zhou, Shikuchi's just a little bit closer. We actually seen a gem come up on anybody just yet? No, we got sentry wards up on Sunshine. But no stability with a gem.
It's kind of dangerous to go for a gem this early as well. Might want to go for it soon though.
While we have still having Firefly on cooldown, trying to walk himself around. But remember, there is that wall, but vision very, very restricted. And if YYF blinks, he's going to find how. There it is. He blinks. He goes through, but Malifest up by King J. He's going to slow down YYF. Midnight Pulse. Well, look at the live boys just disintegrate. Naga throws the ulti. Cancels the TB. Realize Moo's going to get the bash anyway. So Faith, one more hit. No! The rage wears up, but Blink gone down. And Hal wants to cast the ulti, then realizes it's full mana. Now he can cast the ulti, but it's stun. Infestation from Moo.
And they got to keep going.
Chikuchi in from Sunshine. Gets the telekinesis grab. 3 players down for IG.
It might be looking at a very short game 3 here, as Tongfu looking so strong when they go together. Nice play by Tongfu.
And Tongfu is just like, they're playing superb. They're playing absolutely superb.
This is not stopping here.
IG have no real answer to this at all. Like a blink into a last 2 won't happen. It's on cooldown for 45 more seconds. There should be racks. If not, possibly pushing in for the GG. It really depends. That black hole back off cooldown. There's 3 heroes caught in one position. Ferrari, there's your hole. Ferrari to be caught. Faith as well. Ferrari's going to go down, and he's lost him. Ferrari will buy back. Figure if that doesn't even kill him. Sunshake, the Rubik lives through it, and they pop the back. They get their life back again.
9 earn charges on him. He's got to
Ferrari has to use the BKB defensively again. YYF wants to get out there, moves out to safety.
Tongfu to gonna bring down the tower as well. The Urn just keeping everyone high on HP. Nice flame break though.
Gotta finish off the racks too. King J running, he's basically out of mana now.
Tongfu don't want to overextend too much, but they
want the racks though. This is a golden opportunity for them to take out that melee, but
try to ask ulti. They should really just back off now. They took a really amazing fight. Try not to get caught out now.
Even
stands. Heal up their lifesteal a little bit before going, but not having Black Hole, not having Infest or anything really available. They have it really soon though.
They stand and hold on the high ground. They're not falling back. They want this racks.
Just waiting for that Infest. Now they have it.
Where's your jump? They're coming in for the racks already.
Probably gonna go on YYF if they can.
They still want to focus on the racks. Ferrari's probably going to be the bigger target. The fact he's got that BKB down that can kill him off. Joe comes in close. How? The conversion will finish off the racks, and that is going to be melee racks down in favor of a jump in. They go straight to Ferrari. Pick him up. There's already that in there holding Moo out. He's trying to go for something, but YYF very low on life. Malifest really controlled him up a lot. How would raise the tier 4 towers as well as Ferrari. He has to back up. He needs more life points. Oh, Faith. The nuke is already there. The penitence room. Well, actually, it was trying to be an ultimate out from Hal to kill. We're not going to happen. And Tongfu will finish up this bottom racks.
Such a strong display just going in there. Look over to advantage, Toby. Look at golden experience and just look how well Tongfu are doing.
Superb. Not once have they lost the advantage up against IG.
And this is 24 minutes. Usually we see this type of advantage peak about 45 minutes in or 40 minutes in. Tongfu just taking the control early game with a lifesteal and anti-mage lineup.
Yep, they're looking great, man. They still gotta finish the job. Like Joe's pushing on the top lane. He's still, oh man, this is the problem with going a Lincoln Sphere build. You go this Lincoln Sphere build, and then all of a sudden you got no damage dealing items. You've just lost your bottom ranks. You're 20 minutes in. You still actually haven't finished the Lincoln Sphere, and then you've got to wait more time before you get time and space to farm up your damage dealing items.
That's true, and even so, we see Roshan gonna be up soon as well, so with that bottom racks being gone now, IG have to push out this lane a lot if they want to even contest the Rosh. And if they don't, that's basically gonna be an easy win for Tongfu, putting in Aegis on the anti-mage again, just infesting and jumping in. There's no real answer to it.
Should be full, in fact there it is, BKB Blink Dagger up on the Enigma.
Blink and Mech at 25 minutes. That's one strong Enigma. And he's been fighting a lot. He's 1-0 and 7. Actually have 2 people in Tongfu not having died a single time. Moo with an amazing performance on his lifestealer.
Been superb for him.
He has the ult for a super basher now if he wants to go straight into that direction.
I wouldn't be surprised with the BKB this a lot from SF. Doesn't have to rely on the chance of getting that hit.
Stun against that Batrider, against anyone that his partner in the anti-mage wants to jump on, would be really good, and he does go for it. ID just moving around.
Look at the moment. Lasso gonna grab Banana, drag him back in again, so free gold. Maybe even a couple of the creeps as well.
Easy pick off there for IG. Used the ulti, of course, of Batrider, but still, that's a nice little kill.
Their only downside is after getting that kill, also walk into the sentry ward.
In the end, Not worth it for IG losing Joe as well, as he was a little bit too greedy chasing after those creeps.
The buyback on him, but they need it right now. Hal is coming in close. Remember, Abyssal Blade is available. Rage. Oh, Ferrari's going to get out in time, and in comes King J. Balor start with the BKB, unaffected into the hole, holding Ferrari in position. He'll go down.
King J with the move.
We knew it was the answer to the Naga Ultimate, and we see it again. They're going to come in for tier 3 tower. The bottom racks is already, the creep wave's already hit through the bottom, so Tongfu is a nail into the coffin. But they need to bury IG right now. They should be able to do it. That tier 3 tower. Well, Batrider wants to go in. Lassie's on cooldown for 7 more seconds. As Moo continues to, well, he just turns the armlet off. Middle lifesteal.
We have Blink, Batrider ulti. But not really any way they can stop this. Without Shadow Fiend near, they can't kill anyone.
Oh, when the anti-mage illusion comes down and attacks him, he can't use his Blink Dagger anymore either. That's just...
He stole Earth Spike, so a good disable available for Rubik now.
Oh, they're going to pull a Rock's Kiss. Pull out, turn around, go back in again after smoking, or is it Rosh time?
It's Rosh time, so they might just go for that. And there's no way that IG can contest this, I feel.
Especially when Hal picks up a DD rune. And what's he going to buy up here? 4,000 gold up his sleeve, and he picks up a Reaver. So 1,700 gold for him.
HP to just go in and do his thing. He doesn't have to deal the damage insanely fast. As long as he doesn't die, it's going to be fine.
And from here I can see Chorn's face, and he is not I would say optimism is void.
Yeah. He's not entertained.
Oh, with the end of this DD rune,
they're
going to be scared of him when they don't see Moo at the very, very start. They've got to think again, like how many times is Moo infested into this AM?
They're just stealing these creeps from Weaver as well.
Love the couriers. Hiding in the tree line.
Almost have a full heart on this anti-mage. He has 2,000 gold, needs just about 300 more to finish up the entire Vit booster. And the recipe, invest into Songsheng this time.
He's a man with a 4-staff, and it's a real high movement speed with a haste rune. Courier actually difficult to be seen there.
They know about it? No, they're just going for top.
Looking for the kill.
Trying to find Joe, gonna find him.
No, but they need the vision, and now they got it. Jump out. Oh!
They bring him down.
Even Malin TP's back to base just to be safe.
5th death of Joe, and there's 5 deaths on Ferrari. Tongfu are just so good at shutting down both the carries in this game of IG.
That 909, it's if they kill Moo, it'll be brilliant, but he's walking around with an Aegis. You're not going to be killing Moo anytime soon.
Yeah, Moo is just too strong, especially with this Aegis. And also anti-mage with that heart now being delivered from the chicken. I feel they can just go for this last push and finish the game.
Yeah, it is, but they don't want to risk too much. They still want to make sure they go through the motions. We've got a huge advantage, over 20,000, almost 25,000 worth of gold. But as we have seen in previous games earlier today,
throws are possible.
Throws are always possible. Throws are always possible.
This game looks pretty heavy to throw, and Tongfu, the way they have been playing in this game is just so disciplined and so well organized. Even Enigma topping the entire net worth of IG now, so he's more farmed than anyone in IG. Making that the 3rd here to just top it.
Decent reason, but he keeps on getting all these kills and had a great lane as well. They didn't really cruise it inside of Hal.
Yeah, I like the Vlad minus we see as well on Chen. When you have 2 melee carries like this, you really want to have Vlads available so that they lifesteal even more in the team fights, even if you have lifesteal already.
What's the defense?
It's gonna be the fight.
Up on that top lane,
well, actually,
so why?
Pretty far away, but they might still go.
Yeah, Hal's already just jumping himself in, starting on the tower, and there's a big blink here, Ferrari, there's already the last two, and in comes the black hole, it hits on nothing, it's a big gear right here, and they're going to dive in deeper, Ferrari though will still go down, so 2 heroes on the sidelines, YYF, now he'll be bashed up, and man avoided up, GG!
GG!
The flag of IG will have the light turned off it, and Tongfu will remove the defending champions, IG. This is as close as they get to the grand final.
What an amazing performance in Game 2 though by IG. I mean, you really have to commend them for the way they played, but Tongfu, they came back here, down 1 game, and they took 2 games straight.
Yeah, that's That takes some heart, man. That takes some heart, and that's exactly what Tongfu was shown. I'll have to show more of it. Of course, they've got a tough opponent in the next round. That'll all be coming up later today, but for now, Tongfu. Exactly what Tongfu was shown. I'll have to show more of it. Of course, they've got a tough opponent in the next round. That'll all be coming up later today, but for now, Tongfu, they'll get to celebrate their victory here over IG.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a wonderful thing to do. So, well, the guys who might be celebrating is going to probably be Malk on the panel because he was right about his prediction. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Toby and Wagger again. Congratulations to Tongfu. A really, really solid and impressive third match there. One of the things I felt that was quite unique, which I loved, was the fact that you've got a lifestealer with an anti-mage. Because anti-mage, a lot of the times when he actually does want to fight, you're like, well, you kind of need your farming items first. And then you need your basher to stick on a target. You don't need a basher if you've got a lifestealer with you, because when the lifestealer comes out, the slow's enough that both of them can just isolate and pick up a target. It was really interesting to see. And at the end, picking up the heart on Howl on the AM was really nice, because even if the Batrider did want to start a fight with him, they wouldn't have killed him. Lifestealer would have popped out, and it was an easy win. So, but pretty impressive.
Definitely an impressive performance by Tongfu. I'm a bit disappointed in IG as well. See here one of the fights where Tongfu just cleans house. The sleep goes off right in the last second, but they're still gonna catch him.
Yeah, and here's the chase, and will be the kill. But yeah, as you were saying, Mal.
A bit disappointed in IG. It sort of looked as if they were falling apart completely. Joe died so much, showing zero patience on his Weaver. He just kept getting caught out. And that Rose fight they took, where they were fighting 3 versus 5, I'm not entirely sure what that was about. We saw Chuan buying out and just continuing to go out and farm. There was no reason for him on a 4-position role to buy out. It just seemed as if IG was really, really genuinely upset in this game. But Tongfu played amazing. King J's Enigma was spot on, except from that last black hole. Other than that, there was a great Enigma throughout the game, and
didn't die. Like, didn't die. And imagine surviving that game versus a Batrider, and sometimes you're just public enemy #1 when you're the Enigma, because they just want to jump you. But YYF, in all fairness, he didn't have his 4 staff, and it was very hard to start the initiation. But we're talking
more. They did a great job at countering his jungle.
Yeah, but we'll talk more about that in a little moment, because Casey has got an interview with the winners, Tongfu.
Yes, we are here with Tongfu, and Moo is joining us now, and a couple of things to talk about. First of all, congratulations, and I want to hear what you think about having the first rampage of the tournament. That was pretty cool.
祝贺，然后问一下你第二局的那个暴走感觉如何？
感觉非常爽，感觉把心中的气都撒出来了。
It feels like it was just amazing. It was an amazing feeling, and they expressed everything, all the pent up things inside through that.
Yeah, after watching a rough couple of games with you guys, to watch you come back and beat last year's champion, how does that feel to come back and beat IG?
能够从0比1过后，最后打败了去年的卫冕冠军，感觉如何？
能够赢的话，其实也是跟我们今天的状态很好吧。昨天我们状态不是很好，太累了。今天我们重新调整了一下，就感觉，打的话可能第一把，今天的第一把稍微就是打的吃力一点。第二把的话，可以来说整体来说很轻松吧。
They feel like last night they might have lost because they were just really tired. They didn't have the form, but today they felt much more informed, and after taking the hard second game, the third game felt a lot easier, and so that's how they took it.
I understand that you have a lot of lady fans out there. Is there anything you'd like to say to all of your female fans?
听说你有很多女粉丝，有没有想对他们说的话？
女粉丝我有我女朋友就够了。女粉丝我只能说谢谢你们支持。
He says, as for female fans, he has his girlfriend and that's enough, but he'd like to thank all the female fans out there for the support anyway.
That's very sweet. I like that the girlfriend is enough. That's fine. Well, congratulations. Best of luck to you against Orange. I appreciate it. Back to you, James.
Thank you, Casey. Sorry about that, female fans of Moo there, but you know, if it means anything to you, my hotel room is 1337, staying at the Westin. So, guys, how's it going? IG. they won't be able to have a back-to-back win.
Well, I think that's fair enough. I think Tongfu was the better of the two. They showed amazing Dota, and I cannot wait to see them match up against Orange. I think Orange and Tongfu is going to be some of the most impressive Dota we've seen so far in this tournament.
I would call them a fruit salad. You know, you have banana on one side, orange on the other.
Can you make a whole fruit salad with, yeah?
I think that would work.
Just one banana with 5 oranges.
Be a bit like sour. Could make it work.
You make it work. You seem to make stuff work either way, Bruno. Ben, let's talk about the matchup and how far do you really think Tongfu can go in the tournament? Because they did just take down the reigning champions.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they're the third place team. I think they're a little bit below Na'Vi Alliance in terms of skill, but I still think they can pull it out. So what's actually our schedule next? Are they playing next versus...
well, we can take a look at the lower bracket just to show you the final game that we're going to have today. The final game is not our next game, but it is going to be the winners of round 4. So it is going to be Orange versus Tongfu. That's going to be a best of 3, and that's going to set up your lower bracket finals. The winner of the lower bracket finals pretty much qualifies you to the grand finals. You can imagine it's kind of like 2 tournaments, 2 ways into the grand finals, and then once you get to the grand finals, it's a simple best of 5. And it's Orange versus Tongfu so far, and in the lower bracket finals, it's either going to be Na'Vi versus Alliance, which is where we're going next. That's going to be the upper bracket game we're going to cover. So we can preview that by all means. I know everybody's looking forward to it. I feel it's a little bit grudgy now. I feel like it's a little bit of a grudge match, even though the only reason is it's the first time they play on land.
Exactly.
Right? So it's kind of a bit of a grudge match because they get to prove themselves against each other. And I know for a fact, Alliance, Kelly Milkies, bless her, came up and said they were really upset, you know, with how Na'Vi took the win over Tongfu.
Oh, okay.
Not in the game.
Double entendre.
Not in the game. They haven't won yet.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Loda gave an interview to a Chinese site yesterday saying that was more or less bullshit.
This is what I mean, grudge match.
Yeah, exactly, but I don't think that game in particular has anything to do with this game. I think this match is just so anticipated by everyone. Everyone in the community, like you were saying, they haven't met on land before. Both of them were successful when they went to China and won a tournament, each of them. Alliance is back-to-back winning DreamHack. Na'Vi has been dominating just about everything else.
Very recently as well, yeah.
So this is like the match. This could potentially be the grand final game just in the winner bracket.
All right, well, that's a little teaser of what's to come. But before we get to Alliance and Na'Vi, Casey has been doing the rounds. Awesome.
One of the huge attractions here, the voice actors. I even hate calling you an attraction because it makes you sound like a zoo animal. That's not what I meant.
I hope I'm attractive.
You're attractive. Yes, this is Ellen. You probably just recognized her by her voice. Have you seen the line to come and meet you?
Well, I'm honored. I'm honored that Valve asked me to be here. I'm honored, Casey, that you wanted to talk to me.
I love your voice already. Can you list some of the things that we hear you doing in the game?
Sure. I'm Ellen McLean, and as some people may know, I am the voice of GLaDOS in the Portal game series. And I am the voice of Brood Mother in Dota 2. And I'm that beautiful Eurotrash girl, Death Prophet. Follow your fate. So those are some of the. Oh, and I also do. I'm the administrator in TF2. Victory over time. And I'm Overwatch in the Halo series, and I'm a Seattle actor. What can I say? I get to work with Valve, which is like the coolest thing ever.
Can I just go to lunch with you and listen to you talk for a couple hours? That is amazing.
Sure.
I am in awe of how you do that. Did you train from the very beginning of your career to be a voice actor, or did you fall into it that way?
I trained as an opera singer.
Right.
So it did train my ear, and I do know how to use my voice. But actually, I got into voice acting because of my husband, that man lurking behind me, John Patrick Lowry, voice of the sniper and Wind Spirit. And I don't even know.
Was that you doing him doing Wind Spirit?
That's right.
That was. Now I have heard it all.
I know, but he got me into, he made me get a voice demo in 2002, and I said, oh God, I'll never get any work. Well,
look at you now.
Yes, exactly. Famous last words.
What do you want to say to all of your fans watching from home right now?
I am incredibly honored that people appreciate my work.
Can you go through some of the voices that you do?
In Dota 2, Pudge is he's a guy that likes.
You're Pudge?
I'm Pudge. Fresh mate, fresh mate, fresh mate, fresh mate.
I'm so excited.
Storm Spirit, who's that handsome devil? I only want blue tangos in my dressing room. And then people like Earth Shaker. There are many Earths, but only one Earth Shaker.
When you're thinking, is your inner monologue in any of those voices, or is it just your plain old voice?
I'm so proud that you think that I'm thinking. No, I tend to think in my own voice. I mean, because this is work. I only do voices when I get paid, except when I do them when I don't get paid. No, I really, I was doing voices since I was a little kid. And of course, the interesting thing about my voice is that it never changed. The nurses in my hospital when I was born called me the B-29. No joke, yeah, because I was crying 2 octaves lower than everybody else. In first grade, I was like that tall. They made me the narrator of the Christmas play because, and I quote, I sounded like Walter Cronkite.
And now look at you.
That's right. Now I'm famous, Ma.
Look at me. Well, I know you have so many fans lining up. What does it mean to you, to both of you, to be such a huge part of the community and to see this kind of support?
The wonderful thing to us is watching this new way that young people can come together from all over the world. And I mean, we get a lot of interviews over podcasts and weblogs, stuff like that, from like Argentina and Chile and Denmark and Germany and Norway and Japan, and it's just wonderful to me how young people from all over the planet are talking to each other and playing with each other, and I think it really portends well for everyone in the world getting along better because we're communicating now. And to have this kind of thing where we can just get together and rough it up and have all these crazy characters and beat up on each other and just have fun with people that we would, that 50 years ago we would never meet. And we go to a lot of fan cons, and the fans are just wonderful, and they just want to have fun. And there's, we'll be like in a hotel all weekend with, 70,000 drunk fans, and not hear one incident about anyone getting hurt or,
Everybody's so welcoming and so nice to each other. It's been great.
Absolutely, yeah. And so that's really what's the most important to us.
Well, I'm going to let you get back to all of your fans in line. Thanks for letting us bug you.
Thank you.
It was really nice to meet you, John.
Nice to meet you, too.
And your wife, too. Ellen is, well, she's already back into the middle of it.
She works the room. She's the celebrity.
You did this. You got her into this.
I know. It's my fault.
Thank you both. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. Wow, they get on like a house of fire, those two. What a fitting couple in many ways. And, well, I guess we can say someone that might not get on so well are going to be our next two teams. First, let's introduce Na'Vi.
It's Puppy again. Puppy with Na'Vi is joining us, and a question on everybody's minds. People are still talking about that amazing game against Tong Fu. I want to know what it was like inside the pod early on when we all kind of thought, we don't know if they can come from behind on this. How did you rally the troops for that?
After each Pudge hook, we went nuts every time. So I guess on plus morale, we kind of started beating our enemies down, and they weren't expecting this at all. So, we were like, yeah, they don't expect this at all. So that's pretty much how it went down.
Moving forward against Alliance, how excited are you guys, and how much of an exciting match do you think it's going to be? Because people are buzzing about what that's going to look like between the two teams.
I really don't know what it will be. We have to play top-notch to put a fight up against Alliance. And if we do, we might win, we might lose, but if we do play like top-notch, it's going to be crazy games.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Puppy.
Clement Ivanov, Puppy, Estonia, Tartuk.
Alexander Dashkevich, Hvost, Kiev, Ukraine.
Kuro Zalei Takhazomi, Kuroki, Berlin, Germany.
Gleb Lepatnikov, Fanik, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
Danil Shutin, Dendy, Lviv, Ukraine.
Na'Vi then, the only team left that have a chance to win 2 the international titles. This is going to be history if they can win this game and go all the way, but can they do it? Havos, Korok, Puppy, Dendi, and Funnick are going to have to take down Alliance. Just winning this game will guarantee you $60,000. We're already in the draft, so let's introduce Alliance to the stage.
With Alliance joins us now, and we've been covering this for a few days now, but we noticed Swedish TV is here too. What is it like knowing that you basically have your entire country back home watching you and supporting you?
It feels great with the full Swedish support from our country, but we try to do our best to win.
Everyone is very excited for this upcoming match. Are you looking forward to facing Navi? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be a good game, I think. Yeah, we'll try our best to beat Navi. They're a tough team, but we're confident.
I think everyone feels like they're just going to buckle in and enjoy the ride. Good luck to you guys. I know it's going to be a fantastic match, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Henrik Arnberg, Admiral Bulldog, Trollhättan, Sweden.
Joachim Achterhall, Aki, Gothenburg, Sweden.
Jerry Lundqvist, EGM, Sweden, Västerås.
Jonathan Berg, Loda, Gothenburg, Sweden. Gustav Magnusson, S4, Stockholm, Sweden.
Alliance, the team that is really impressed so far this tournament. They're still the team to beat, I feel. They're fighting for Sweden. Admiral Bulldog, S4, Aki, EGM, and Loda. This would be huge if they could make it into the grand finals. The draft's on the way. Bruno, I just want to hear what you've got to say before the game.
Well, normally I have stats for you, but with the match so even, this stats book is of no use. So I have to return to something more serious, more important. So I have it here prepared for me.
Okay.
Wait. It's not over yet. I'm going to call the spirits. I don't know who I'm going to get. I might get Pyrion Flax. I might get Ice Frog. So, if there's anyone there, can you hear me?
Hello, Bruno.
Oh my God, how are you? Who is it?
You sound disappointed. It's Gods. How are you?
Gods.
The spirit of Gods.
Tell me, who is going to win and why? Navi or Alliance?
Well, Alliance, they are playing like the best team in the world. Meanwhile, Navi, they're playing like the only team in the world who could beat the best team in the world. So, I've got to say, Alliance are going to take it, but Navi are going to put up a hell of a fight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. See you later. Bye-bye. And with that, we go into the game.
Yeah, we're going. Alliance versus Navi. Game 1. Take it away, guys.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I'm EC, that's Draskell, and I think we lucked out on the game we get to cast today. The most highly anticipated game of the entire tournament so far. Alliance taking on Navi. Now these two teams, fan favorites the world over. Their play styles far apart but close together at the same time. High flying at times, stable at times. Impossible to predict what we're going to see except possibly the best series in international history.
I'm like shaking, you know, in anticipation for this match. It's going to be such a good set of games. Looking at the draft already, Navi, not only have they banned out the Nature's Prophet, they've also banned out the Lone Druid, and they get their hands on a Wisp. This is something that complements Navi's style so well. They love high-octane play, aggression, consistently apply the pressure. On the other hand, you have Alliance. They have the Naga Siren, the capability of counter-initiation, the threat of a slow early push coming on from Chen. You just have both teams. They're going for completely different styles right now, but it's too hard to say early on who has the edge in the draft. All I know is that regardless of what the draft's going to be, these games are going to be sick.
Absolutely. Seeing an IO pickup right out the gate, you have the gyrocopter, not quite on the par of a CK or a hero like that you traditionally see paired with him, but it can work extremely well even from the early stages. The power of call down, the power of rocket barrage, the amount of damage you can output on a single target if you're able to isolate them. But then Alliance has Bulldog's two main heroes, Nature's Prophet and Lone Druid, banned away from them because they didn't pick the Druid. However, he will get another hero for which he is quite famous, that Bounty Hunter pickup with the Chin already on the lineup. Of course, Ake, one of the best Chin players the world over. Naga Siren, as you said, the perfect answer to an IO gank-centric kind of a draft. Already these teams in each other's head, and already the game looking to shape up to be very even.
I feel as though Alliance having to take the Bounty Hunter in this position puts Na'Vi at a bit of an advantage. Bounty Hunter kind of fell out of competitive play because teams started to realize how to punish him. You go for the early aggression, you go for the push. He kind of needs an item, especially BKB, to be able to sustain in fights and continue to go for the track kills and just basically remain relevant. But they do have a Naga Siren to back it up. It's probably going to be support. We haven't seen Alliance run Naga Siren carry, I don't think, this entire tournament. And Na'Vi,
wow,
they're picking up a Sand King, another hero we really haven't seen too much. And Sand King, fantastic, of course, in team fights. We're talking about Epicenter and Call Down, and of course the threat of getting a Wisp teleporting on you with the Epicenter basically already channeling, which is always very, very potent. But we'll have to see what the last two from each team is going to be. Looking at it right now, I would say that if Na'Vi is able to remain consistent in their early game and not give away too many track kills, their team fight is obviously monstrous. So I'm looking to see them go for some team fighting here.
Gonna be the pickup for Alliance in 4th position. Of course, S4, phenomenal puck player. I suspect that's a hero we're gonna see given a lot of priority all throughout the draft, just because puck is so well played by S4 and Dindy both. But again, back to Na'Vi's draft. Gyrocopter, Sand King, yeah, team fight, they got a bit of it. What they want to put together here next, well, that's Sand King. First of all, let's talk about that. We've actually seen that hero more and more lately. Something you used to see occasionally. Run him mid, give him a little bit of farm priority, or even let him farm out of an offensive trialing. They have an IO, so that's probably not going to be the case. But anything you can do to give the Sand King an early level advantage, make sure he gets to level 6 on time, he can begin to hook up with the Gyrocopter. The power of Epicenter and Call Down is just absolutely monstrous, and he's actually not bad, as you said. The IO can function as a makeshift kind of blink dagger for him. It means he doesn't have as much pressure to farm up and get gold and get those two key items, the Arc Boots and the blink dagger, as early as he would like. Windrunner going to be the 4th pickup for Na'Vi. We've been seeing them run that hero a lot lately. We casted Funnick on that hero just yesterday. Funnick, a phenomenal Windrunner player in his own right, and even more magic damage coming out now. You cannot underestimate just how strong Power Shot can be when put in conjunction with a Gyrocopter, all the magic damage he has at his disposal, and of course, the big bad Epicenter.
Epi and the AoE team fight of Na'Vi right now is obviously the big focus, but what's important to remember here too about the Windrunner pick is normally Alliance, they get an offlaner who can jungle. They either get the Lone Druid, sometimes they get the Prophet, actually more so Prophet at least at TI3, but since it's a Windrunner, most likely going to be doing Ancients, the Bounty Hunter can't really collapse and do the same thing, obviously, because of the fact that he's a melee hero. So I think that Na'Vi have kind of put Alliance in a situation where they're not going to be able to utilize the map as well as they normally do. Sometimes they get their hands on things like Coddle, they double jungle with their support, they're able to effectively farm, whereas right now those two heroes that Bulldog would use to do that are both taken away from him. So obviously Alliance ending things out with the Alchemist. It's going to be their one role, which means support Naga Siren, which is pretty standard so far, I would say, for this tournament. And it's basically a very greedy last pick, and Na'Vi now have the opportunity to go for that kind of mid-early game aggression that they so love to do.
Tell you something that I really like out of Alliance's lineup is if this game does go late, obviously a well-farmed Gyrocopter, so tough to deal with even for an Alchemist because he does have that range. Alchemist can be kited on occasion, but with Alchemist having Naga Siren on team with him, that's one dedicated disable in the ensnare that will go through BKB. That gives Alchemist every chance in the world to get on top of the Gyro and do that late game damage. You can't underestimate how important that is, but Skywrath Mage, a hero Na'Vi has experimented with for time. We have seen Dindy be extremely successful on this hero in a variety of tournaments, most of them, however, online. A pick that we don't see often, but we get to see it here in Game 1 of the upper bracket finals. Could not ask for more.
Well, the damage output right now of Na'Vi in terms of sheer physical or sheer magic damage is insane, right? You have Flare, you have Power Shot, Sand King, Gyrocopters, Rocket Barrage. The capability of almost instantly killing somebody is insane. So if you get caught out by that, you're not going to be able to do much. And let's not forget how good Ancient Seal is against heroes like Puck. It's a 6-second silence, increases the damage that you take, and everything on the side of Na'Vi complements each other very well. But we also have to remember, Skywrath is, let's be honest, he's really gankable. He's one of the squishiest heroes in the game, one of the lowest strength gains, and there's a Bounty Hunter on the side of Alliance. So now Admiral Bulldog, whereas before I would have said that he couldn't really do a whole lot, even just a Bounty Hunter walking around and being annoying to the supports in a jungle of Na'Vi, he'll try to find something, but once he gets 6, I think that Alliance are just as willing to apply pressure as Na'Vi will be.
The crowd feels the electricity. The upper bracket finals just about to underway as the teams make their way out into the lanes. Looks like they're going to be heading to different parts of the map, so we'll run through our lineup, see who's handling who. Sand King going to be played by Puppy. Gyrocopter going to be handled by Havost. Skywrath Mage played by Dindy. I hear he's got a fan or two in the house. That's right. Kuro going to be playing on our IO, and of course Funnick playing on the Windrunner. On the other side of the river, S4 setting up shop in mid on the puck. We'll have Jen played by Ake, no argument. That's his signature hero. Alchemist going to be farmed by Loda. Naga Siren handled by EGM. And Admiral Bulldog will be playing on the Bounty Hunter.
So the lane's looking to shape up pretty much how you would expect. Going to be a safe lane, Alchemist coming out here from Alliance, and then Na'Vi, of course, going to be doing the safe lane, tri-lane. So we'll see who's going to be getting the experience from the pulls. The thing about Na'Vi's supports is that both of them kind of want level 6. Puppy even wants 7 to make sure that he gets max range on that burrow strike. So there is a bit of concern that spreading the experience too thin between these heroes could be a bit of an issue early on for Na'Vi. But of course, they are a very experienced team, and they also have a hero who can actually get something out of their off lane, whereas again, the Bounty, he had to start with boots. So the fact that Admiral Bulldog started off with boots, he's going to be playing very passive here. Both offlaners going to be suffering a bit. And interestingly enough, Alliance actually not warding the Ancients. I thought by now people would maybe start to do that, but not going to be the case.
See, the lane's taking shape. Should be a relatively quiet early game, but again, there's really no way to tell just how long that's going to last. Dindy on the Skywrath Mage, you kind of touched on this. Skywrath Mage, very much a snowball kind of a hero. If he gets behind, it can be tough to catch up because he's so reliant on magic damage. And once BKB start to come out, once you start to see health pools go up, this is a hero that does have some struggles. And now we're going to have Bulldog pursued out by Kuro. Puppy right on his tail. He will be able to shadow walk one more time. He's going to take a tower shot on his way through, but will be able get to relative safety. He's right on top of poor Funnick. And Funnick will go ahead, drop a sentry. And there it is. He sees him. No disable. Hasn't placed the point yet. And Bulldog going to trade shots with Funnick, at least for the moment. Coming back over, check that. We do have Puppy making his way over. Bulldog at half health. Now Funnick down just above half. And looks like Bulldog hang out for the moment, just keeping an eye on things. And again, this comes down to the Ancients. We can see this illusion from Ake blocking out the Ancient spawn, or trying to do so. Keep an eye on them. Bulldog will be able to make it back to safety, though.
That Bulldog's not going to get anything, so he's like, all right, you know what, just go over there and make sure that the Windrunner isn't getting anything extra. Try to make sure your team isn't innately falling behind, because let's be honest, this Bounty Hunter is going to be suffering in the early game. But it looks like they are giving at least some of the experience to Kuro here in the jungle, so the Wisp is going to be getting priority on level 6, which I think is the right call, because as soon as you get relocate on the Gyrocopter, you can start ganking. You can go for pretty much anybody, and since Naga Siren's song is going to be a little bit later than it would be normally because he's a support, I think we could see some early aggression coming out from Na'Vi.
Dog spotted out, going to be burrow struck, and just not enough damage output. Right clicks on the IO and the Sand King, enough to make him a little angry, but not much else. Taking a look at the mid matchup and where things happen to stand for the moment, we can see Dindy sitting at 6 CS to the 6 of Puck, so a break even so far between S4 and Dindy.
This matchup is interesting because early on, the Puck is going to have a slight advantage, at least in terms of being able to harass. It's very, very easy to phase shift Arcane Bolt, so he's probably never going to get hit by that. But when you start getting more levels, you can get Ancient Sealed and just die. Like one Concussive Blast and a Flare and that Ancient Seal, and you're pretty much done for. So eventually, I think that Dendy's probably going to get the upper hand here, but he's also very gankable. We mentioned that before, and just one rotation coming out from a Chen and a Naga Siren. One ensnare is going to be a dead Dendy pretty much.
Found himself a haste rune, continuing to just bounce around. He's picked up every bit of 36 experience points so far, so really not making too good progress towards. You can just see the damage output on S4 here. That's just what Skywrath Mage does. Nukes you from 100 to 50% that quickly. Rotation out of Bulldog, making his way over to mid. Phase shifts out, and see if he wants to. He doesn't even have a Janata yet. Not hit level 2 to have it, so most he can do is a little right click. Taking some pressure off of S4, but elsewhere, the lane's relatively... Taking a look at Loda, he's sitting on top of the CS board at 19, Gyro at 17, so more or less a break even out of that. But yeah, what it's all going to come down to is this mid lane. Who's going to begin to put priority on ganking, and when will the Bounty Hunter finally find that level 6? Hell, he's looking for level 2. He'd be happy for that.
Also have to remember, Funnick's in the same boat. I mean, he's sitting here doing Ancients. He hasn't really gotten any experience of his own. Ake did one block, I think, with the images, and then Bounty Hunter can run around and do that as well, because he's not going to be getting anything at all from this bottom lane. So it's free farm versus free farm here. Obviously, Havosh getting free farm, Loda getting free farm as well. The Alchemist is going a greedy build, though. I'm pretty sure he just picked up a Midas recipe, so yeah, he is going full on. I'm going to try to get a 6-slot inventory at around 25 to 30 minutes, which is very, very possible, especially when he's maxing chasing Greevil's Greed. He's not going max Concoction, which we've seen most people do. But the thing that I'm interested in more, actually, is mid and seeing who actually comes out on top. Because the way that Dendy's playing it right now, he uses Seal to ensure that there's no phase shift, just to pressure S4 out of lane. But with Bottle Crowing, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it fully.
S4's been taking a bit of a beating, but like you said, he's had enough health. Bulldog will be spotted out, burrow struck. Will have a lot of damage to follow it up, making his way to the safety of S4, who will throw out the orb. And Puppy just level 1, or actually did catch level 2 there. Kuro's actually level 3, which isn't bad, given how little experience there has been to go around down in this Radiant side jungle. But quicker Kuro can get the 6, the quicker they can begin to open this map up. And certainly Navi's lineup, one that wants to fight sooner rather than later, almost entirely dependent on magic damage, at least until the gyro begins to build right-click in the late game.
To fight early is something that's going to be Navi's go-to, more or less. You do not want to let a Midas Alchemist sit and pretty much do his thing. So now we can see Navi, they're starting to pressure the bottom tier 1. They got 3 range creeps at a catapult, so this push is going to be quite strong. I don't even know if they can afford to rotate a support over. What's more likely to happen is what actually Alliance is doing now. And they're rotating Ake, at least behind the tier 1. Funnick going to have to be careful here. He does have boots, and he's level 2, so he has a point into wind run, and there's no net creep, so he should be fine for the moment. But I don't think that Navi necessarily are going to try to defend this tower either.
Tier 1 bottom will drop. And Moda and company trying to trade towers down there. We can see S4 is actually continuing to just take a beating out of Dindy here. And that mid matchup, we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on. But now with the death of the tier 1s, this is where things can get a little bit more frantic across the map. We see S4 hanging around with less than 120 HP. And yeah, Navi's not done. They're pushing all the way up under the tier 2. S4 finally gets his bottle back. But Loda and EGM continuing to try to put as much pressure as they can onto that top tier 1. We're going to see Ake making his way towards mid, and Dindy gonna have to be very careful. S4 got him with the coil. Here comes the Centaur. There's the immediate reaction. They're gonna try to follow it up. Puppy's there, and S4 will catch the burrow strike. Can they follow it up? No! Phase shifted. Silence, but it doesn't matter. Navi draws first blood, and he does it with a pincer instead of a burrow. He got the tower first and got the first blood. Off to a decent little start at 6 minutes in.
Really nice reaction from Navi. I mean, that teleport was almost instant.
Immediate.
As soon as they saw the Chen creeps, they knew it was coming. It is a bit predictable to assume that they're going to gank on the middle lane, especially because Skywrath at this point doesn't even have boots. His base move speed's pretty high, but I mean, if you get caught by a coil like that, for most intents and purposes, you should be dead. But Navi realized the inherent weakness of Skywrath mid, so they capitalize on a bit of over-aggression coming out from Alliance. And this top tier 1 hasn't even dropped yet, so Navi maintain their tower. It's still at about half HP. I'm curious to see if Loda's going to go for the Shadow Blade or if he wants to go full on into the Battle Fury, because Shadow Blade would mean that he can actually fight, which is obviously Navi's game plan. But if he fights with just the Shadow Blade, I feel like he's still a little bit weak. There's a lot of stuns. I feel like he actually needs 2 items to really contribute here.
Honestly, when you look at Navi's lineup, a BKB at some point is going to be absolutely essential. And I'm with you. It's kind of tough to determine exactly what his build's going to be. Already fairly greedy with the Midas. I feel like a Midas BKB would be greedy to the point of really just putting yourself at an inherent disadvantage. I mean, when you have that much to worry about and you know that they're going to want to fight you sooner rather than later, a Midas should be enough to give you the farm advantage you're looking for. Now we got Puppy, Avost, and Kuro looking to zone Bulldog out. They're applying pressure, and over on the side, Funnick netted down, and they're going to be able to clean him up. Alliance gets themselves on the board. We see S4 taking some more damage in mid. Be able to zone him out once again. Loda with a big creep wave, making his way back towards the tier 1. However, Navi has yet to abandon the siege of the tier 2 bottom. So far, at least in terms of the push power, Navi taking the advantage and not giving it away. Puppy staying in a very aggressive position. In the meantime, Loda does finally bring down that tier 1 top.
Well, the thing that's interesting here is Navi are basically conceding experience for gold right now. No, they're going to get a smoke or a dust on Bulldog.
Oh, Bulldog going to be caught with the call down. Hand of God, not nearly enough. Navi not only going to get the tower, they certainly will get that tower. They find themselves another kill, and that is so good for those supports. Obviously, it's great to have Avost involved in the early battles, but just getting the extra experience for Puppy, the extra gold for Puppy to get closer to that Blink Dagger. He's already got tier 1 boots and about 1,000 gold in the bank. We'll see if he wants to rush straight to the Blink or if he's going to go ahead and grab a set of Arc boots. With an IO on team, I would understand going. Hang on! There it is! Navi with the rotation out of Puppy and Kuro. Caught S4 asleep at the wheel and made him pay. Make it 3-1.
And the Skywrath does so much work against the puck. There's absolutely nothing you can do. It's an instant cast. The range is very long, and it's 4 seconds of silence even at level 2. And plus you take 24%, or actually it's 24% magic resistance reduction. So incredible combo coming out from Na'Vi. Very, very high kill potential. You can already hear the Na'Vi chant starting.
Yep.
They had plenty of the early game momentum. That's what they're looking for.
This is very much Na'Vi's style. Very emotional, momentum-based team, and the crowd behind them, at least a large section of them, the loud ones anyway, right guys? Anyway, here in mid, see S4 rejoining back up, and 9.5 minutes in, we're going to see Puppey and Kuro making a run towards mid again. See if they can make it happen a second time. S4 withdrawing, should be able to make it away to safety and will. But this is what we're going to see, and I really like the way Na'Vi's playing this. What I think they're going to do is stick Kuro with Puppey the vast majority of the time, at least through the early parts of the early game and on into the mid game. Then after that, they'll begin to rotate themselves over to the gyro and give him a lot more priority in terms of the relocation ganks.
The thing about keeping the initiator on the side of Alliance down is there's not going to be a blink dagger on S4 for ages.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, typically by 10 minutes, S4 either has a blink or he's very close. He doesn't even have Tread's finish, and he was forced to buy a bit of strength because he wants to try to live through the burst damage that Na'Vi have. The problem is he actually can't lane against Endy anymore. He's going to get another point in Ancient Seal as soon as he hits 9, and he can essentially solo him at that point, assuming his flare is placed properly. So this is a really dangerous situation because normally you rely on your mid initiator to create a little bit of space for you, but because of this mid, I mean, it's almost a counter pick and how good Skywrath is against, well, this particular hero, due to the fact that you can't use phase shift against him. So very, very nice pick coming out from Na'Vi, and the way that they're playing it so far, they haven't really made any mistakes, so.
Well, past 10 minutes, we'll take our first look at the goal graph. Just about dead even. Very close. The experience, though, slightly in favor of Alliance. They've just been able to manage their experience gain a little bit more. Of course, a lot of that owing to Kuro and Puppey spending so much time drifting across the map. We do have a smoked Ake here in mid. He's going to show his face, show the flag a bit. Here come the creeps, and they got the net. Immediate reaction. Here comes Puck. He's going to end up dropping it. Puppey starts the coil. Puppey in trouble. Bulldogs there. Burrow strikes, catches S4, will end up dead nonetheless. Kuro's there, now left by himself. Nothing he can do but hook up with Funnick. Another orb going to be coming in. Track out on Kuro, call down. Going to be enough to buy some space for Na'Vi. And Havos getting there not a minute too early. Got there just in time to stop what could have gotten much, much worse. However, nonetheless, Alliance tallying a couple of kills on their own, and Bounty manages to find Io. Havos going to be engaging on S4. Beautiful phase shift, but it doesn't matter. Song of the Siren from EGM. The dollars short as they lost the hero before he could get into range. 4-4, an absolute slugfest here in this middle lane. Havos hooking up now with Dende and Funnick. We'll see how hard they want to push it. Over at top, Loda continues to find his free farm. He did go with the Shadow Blade build, so he's going to be ready to start fighting as soon as Alliance needs him to.
It was a great move by Alliance, though, just forcing such a huge reaction on a Na'Vi. Puppey accidentally stunned out of his Sandstorm when he wasn't tracked. I think maybe he thought he was, and he was going to end up dying anyway, so he ended up giving away an extra kill that I don't necessarily think needed to happen. But still, Alliance forcing that reaction, giving Loda the space that he needs to farm up another item. Once he gets a BKB, I think their teamfight potential is actually going to be pretty good, considering EGM is now very close to level 7. He wasted his song there, unfortunately, but could be going down mid.
Puppey's there, Mystic Flare does a lot of damage. S4 going to try to help. Doesn't matter, bro. Strike on the money. Coil. Got to. The Waning Rift a little late. Here's Loda. Throws out the unstable concoction on Puppey. Engaging, but surrounded by all three. Tanky as he is, he just doesn't have the damage output even with that Shadow Blade. So they end up getting a 1-for-0 trade. Loda came as quick as he could. S4 was in position, but just too well executed out of Na'Vi.
Really nice picks. That's the strength that a Skywrath gives you. Insane range, the capability of killing somebody before they can even react. The one thing is, eventually when that Alchemist does get a BKB, you're not going to be able to do it to him. You're going to have to pretty much isolate either the Chen or the Puck in most of these engagements, sometimes even the Naga Siren if you want to make sure the song isn't going to be an issue. But Alliance are still having the same problem right now. S4 just simply doesn't have anything. Granted, Dendy's not tremendously far ahead in terms of CS. He's only sitting at 9 higher than S4. He isn't as reliant on those items as S4 is, and he's just not been given the opportunity to get any of that farm. So Bulldog now going to be coming mid. He's actually 8.5, so he has surpassed Funnick in terms of levels because of that middle fight. And now Bounty Hunter's contribution to Alliance is going to be huge.
See, again, Loda did go with the Shadow Blade. I think that's the right choice here. I mean, again, Na'Vi is going to want to fight more and more and more as time wears on, and Alliance going to take the fight to them, and this is the right call. Fight on their own terms. Don't let Na'Vi set up those ganks that have been so successful so far. Puppy spotted out by Bulldog. There's Havos right beside him. Nog is there, throws out the ensnare. There's the track as well. Puppy engages in, but the cooldown's in, but look at the damage coming out of Kuro as well. Puppy.
Oh, the relocate.
Engaging Shackle does Hachake! Funnick with a beautiful Shackle. There's a burrow on the EGM. Loda though re-engages, and there's Funnick. Chop down. Epi goes off. EGM melting to it. Not enough. Loda silence down. Mystic Flare does a lot of damage. Coil re-engagement. Dendi trying to track him down as the rest of the fight continues behind them. S4 still alive. Havos and Kuro. Maybe 200 HP between them. And we even see the creeps getting involved. They will go ahead and pull back. In the end, 7-6 as the dust settles. Beautiful reinitiation out of Na'Vi. Alliance had the jump on him, but Na'Vi got the job done, and the relocate, as you mentioned, absolutely immaculate.
Kuro, what a player, man. What a player. Getting Havos out of there just in the nick of time and just turning around and fighting that in general was a really great call. Got the double burrow strike. The call down essentially hit everyone. And, I mean, S4 being forced to buy back. Again, losing a lot of money for that. Granted, Alliance are going to be able to pressure this tier 1, safe lane tier 1, so it's actually worth quite a bit at such an early phase. 15 minutes in, tower's going to down. So Alliance don't walk away completely empty-handed, but Loda's been traveling a lot now. He's only got a, well, I shouldn't say only, 107 CS at 15 minutes is still pretty darn good. But his farm probably could have been a bit higher if he didn't have to waste that TP mid. But again, once he gets that BKB, his teamfight contribution is going to be significantly higher because the Gyrocopter, while he is farmed, he's still not to the point where his physical damage is going to threaten the Alchemist all that much. So Alliance, their timing window is coming up here very shortly, and middle, EGM could be in some trouble, but he's actually not going to die to that combo. But just the threat of Flare and how much damage Dendi does, it's insane.
Absolutely, and the abilities they have to chain with it as well. Shackle Shot, Burrow Strike, Tether Stun, they have a lot of ways to set those up. And what it's going to come down to is just how high a priority they want to put on each individual hero in these fights. Obviously, Loda, a big priority as well, but sometimes just being able to blow up one of the supporting casts on the side of Alliance going to be very, very important. And we're in kind of this interesting situation where you have a Bounty Hunter pickup. Bulldog will be making his way towards drums. He's almost done with them now. But, you know, they need to weather the storm that is the magic damage output Na'Vi has. Na'Vi really the ones under the gun here with this kind of lineup to execute, especially with the IO on top of the magic-centric kind of a lineup they've drafted. But Alliance kind of needs them to do that as well to get a lot out of this Bounty Hunter pick. So you got two teams with two very good reasons to be trying to fight, and I don't think we're going to see the action let up anytime soon. Chin did finish his mech quite some time ago. Now we see Windrunner picking up hers as well, so Funnick going to be able to even that balance.
D-warding coming on here from Alliance, so they're going to go for the Roshan. That's something that Alliance love to do. Whenever they get heroes that can do Roshan, they pretty much do it immediately, especially when they're Dire side. So Power Shot doing some scouting. Na'Vi know this is going on. Now, this is going to be an interesting fight because, honestly, Havos isn't even really close to the fight, and I think Alliance could just be getting this for free, which I think would be a really big mistake.
Moving over into position, Puppy's the one leading with the phase. You see a Dark Troll Summoner. Looks like Alliance really kind of gun-shy about finishing this out. Roche is down to a quarter. We've got Kuro and Puppy hooked up. Puppy does have an Epicenter. Now remember, he can relocate the Epicenter once it begins to go off. A poor man's Blink Dagger, or a rich one if you want to think of it that way. So heard the Shackle Shot, but doesn't look like it latched. Again, Roche, very low health. Both teams very trepidatious about abandoning this piece of real estate. In the meantime, Na'Vi moving back over in the mid, looks like Loda and company in the mood to do the same. Gyro has finished his BKB, very important item for him for obvious reasons. However, again, the Ensnare, and that just makes the Ensnare out of the Naga Siren all the more important. EGM is going to have to be on point and make sure that that is his #1 focus and make sure he isn't focused down before he can lock the Gyro down and allow Loda to close the distance and get on top of him.
Even if they do Ensnare him, all Havos has to do is hit one target, because Flat Cannon's going to hit everybody in the fight anyway. And Snare's not necessarily as effective versus him with a BKB as it would be any melee carry, for example, so I think he's still going to be fine. And it was a really nice move by Na'Vi to start pressuring mid, just force Alliance out of the area of Roshan completely and make them basically move out and allow you to go back to doing whatever it is you were doing. The later the game goes, a Gyrocopter during the late game, his damage output scales so much more, again, because of Flat Cannon. So while Loda might be able to focus the Gyrocopter, he has such a great great support cast between Shackles, of course, Wisp being able to relocate him out. We've already seen Kuro do that, and a Sand King to be able to stun and peel for him. But now Loda with the BKB, he can try to go in and focus, but right now it's just both teams more or less sitting around mid. The one thing, Shackle.
Oh, Shackle, right off the creep, a little bit of trading of paint, but doesn't look like they're going to follow it up. They actually had a couple. Kuro and Puppey are a little bit out of position there, unable to contribute if they had decided to go. Now, Alliance once again going to move into the Roche pit. Roche has regened to a little bit above half health at the moment. Na'Vi is a little bit spread out. As you can see, S4 showing his face at top of that haste room. And Na'Vi looks like Funnick most likely going to take a scout shot, and he will. So he knows what's going on. I don't think they're going to be able to get here, though. The firepower from Alliance just recognizing the movement out of Na'Vi. And that's going to be a free Aegis. That's going to end up going to Loda. In the meantime, there was a tower denied in top as well, so the top tier 2 did end up dropping on the side of Na'Vi.
Now positioning by Alliance. I'm not sure if they knew it or not, but Wisp didn't have a TP, so when Havos TPs back to the tier 2, the only way to get him back to the fight in time is to have the Wisp also teleport to the tier 2, so you can go in and try to contest the Roshan. But since he didn't have one, as soon as he TP'd out, they basically conceded completely. So now they're actually going to try to force the fight middle, but S4 does have a TP, so they should very easily be able to react to this. And of course, like you said, with the Aegis, I think that Alliance are more than likely going to be able to defend this tier 1. So Na'Vi getting a little bit behind at this point in time, and a lot of that is due to the fact that Alliance have heroes who effectively utilize the map a lot more. I mean, when you have a Wisp and a Sand King, they're not necessarily known for heroes who farm per se. The Wisp will follow a hero around who does farm, but he's not going to really get any of his own. So the longer this goes on, Alliance, I think, are getting farther and farther ahead, and they realize that they have an advantage at the moment. They're looking at Navi's tier 1 mid.
Now you really got to worry for Na'Vi. I agree with you. Loda in great shape. He's already picked up the plate mail, so he's tanking up armor-wise. That comes after the BKB, which again, when you look at the damage output Na'Vi is relying on right now, such an important item, and he's making good progress. Again, we take a look at the net worth. He has opened up a fairly large chasm in terms of net worth, 3,500 ahead of the Gyrocopter. When you look at Havos' build, it's it's a very defensive build, farm-oriented build. He's got the Helm of the Dominator, which, by the way, that Helm of the Dominator does have a nice added benefit in allowing him to steal one of Chin's creeps. We actually saw that happen in mid not long ago. So, I mean, the item itself, very farm-centric, will contribute to these early fights in a very subtle way, but he damage. He has to have it. And the other thing about Alliance's lineup, is that Ake is going to be able to extend these fights, not just with the mechanism, but with Hand of God. The longer these fights go between that and Chemical Rage on Loda, the region that comes with that, it's going to be so hard for Na'Vi to fight after that initial burst of magic damage until the gyro gets absolutely huge.
Time is something that Alliance are likely to not give them. I mean, right now they take the tier 1 for free, more or less. It was completely uncontested, so Alliance getting a little bit farther ahead. Na'Vi definitely getting forced back here. And S4 has an Invisor, and it's going to be wearing off, though. I don't think Alliance have to do this. I mean, they can just go back to doing what they were doing. You know your Alchemist is going to get 6-slotted before the Gyrocopter anyway, and Alliance's team mid-game is still very, very strong, especially on the back of things like track. A Bulldog is going to be level 10 soon, so he's getting very close to level 2 track. Na'Vi going to get spotted here by Alliance and just choose to retreat, which, again, I feel is the right call. You don't really want to take a fight with your opponent having an Aegis.
There's a coil, going to catch 2. Silence on both. Here comes the coil down. Dindy blown up immediately. Kuro can't move. Havos is locked down as well. Kuro blown up. The BKB negating all of the epicenter damage. That's 2-0 and an easy 2-0 at that. Havos on the run will be tracked, but S4, no way to lock him down with the coil already spent. An Alliance beginning to flex their muscles in a big way. We said it during the draft, Rascal. With this kind of a lineup, it's so scary to try and fight against early. But they weathered the storm. The Midas pickup was actually brilliant by Loda because now it basically allowed him to get the 2 things he needed the most. Shadowblade and BKB. That has allowed him to just take control of this game. Now there's a silence on the Puppey. Can they follow it out? He will jaunt in front of him. And no, he won't actually. Havos there to help out. Alliance looked like they wanted to run him down, but thought better of it. Didn't want to overextend. Na'Vi getting in position behind the tower. Funnick looking for a shackle. Won't find it. Loda not being near enough to the trees. No jaunt from S4 following the orb. Now keep in mind, they do have Song of the Siren. If they ever want to punish Na'Vi for perhaps over-pursuing after a slow, they're going to have that. Or if they're initiated upon and they don't like the look of a fight, that's just such a strong characteristic of their team.
Now, if you're a Na'Vi fan, you definitely have to be concerned. They are getting very, very far behind, especially during that last engagement. And Alliance don't have any intention of backing up here. The AC is going to be done soon on the Alchemist, so he's got about another 1,000 gold before that item's completed. And his physical damage is going up much faster than the gyros. And we've seen the difference between Loda having a BKB and not having one. He's able to focus whoever he wants, more or less.
Kuro gonna catch two. That's Kuro and Puppey. Beautiful phase shift at the shackle shot. Now Puppey and Kuro both blown up. Here comes the call down, but Havos can simply not stand and fight. Okay, using the mech, and Havos gonna be netted down. There we go. Loda going to town. Beautiful shackle, but EGM isolating Havos and allowing him to be focused because of the BKB, and two more right on top of each other. No longer. That's a full 5-man wipe. An Alliance it takes one of two outer tier towers remaining. 40 seconds until Gyro's back up. He does have buyback, and he might have to spend it. They haven't even lost the Aegis. Another 60 seconds, and this just might be Rax.
This is looking like a really quick Rex coming out of Alliance. The usage of Naga's song, every single time Alliance play this hero, they do the same thing, exactly what you said. Just wait for the BKB, isolate the hero with it, kill him. The rest of the team can't really do anything at this point because your main carry also has a BKB, and now the Rax are completely exposed. There's no glyph, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to stop it.
Now up, it's close. Here we go. Beautiful epicenter, gonna catch one. There's Hand of God. Bulldog will make it away. S4 back in, ready to fight. Mystic Flare caught most of Bulldog, but Loda with that BKB just doesn't matter. Funna can do nothing but run. The melee racks are already a shambles. And Alliance gonna be able to retreat. They may get EGM, and yeah, that's a worthy sacrifice if you're Alliance. Losing your support Naga Siren, a Loda will be able to Shadow Blade away. So Na'Vi does not come away completely empty-handed, but I'll tell you what, losing your rack short of 25 minutes, not the situation you want to be in when you're running this kind of a lineup. They have simply run out of gas. That magic damage we knew was so potent has just reached its best buy date.
Well, it's ingenious drafting by Alliance, because if you think about it, just the concept of being able to get whatever hero you want alone because of BKB, and there's only one BKB buyer on the side of Na'Vi, you can just always win the fight as long as you wait for him to pop it. And he has to, because if he doesn't, he gets stuck by Coil. There's Unstable Concoction. Alchemist is actually great against Gyrocopter in that regard because he can just go in and trade hits, and the Alchemist simply can't, or the Gyrocopter can't keep up because of the way that he has to build. I mean, he had to go for a BKB, whereas the Alchemist is allowed to go things like Shadow Blade because he's a bit tankier, and his right-click damage scales just a little bit faster. So all in all, just fantastic play coming out from Alliance here in game number 1. And Loda, he's got the AC finished. We now see a Yule's picked up on S4, so targeting him is actually going to be impossible. Now he can dispel that Ancient Seal whenever he wants to make sure that he can always utilize Phase Shift and be in the right position. So everything really going right here for Alliance.
Where things get rough for Na'Vi. This is where Alliance right now, they're falling back and they're farming, but when they feel like it, they're going to be able to start to just take over this Radiant side jungle, and it's going to be so difficult for Na'Vi to look for those picks for all the reasons you just named. BKBs are becoming plentiful. We've got one on Loda. We've got one, of course, on the Bounty Hunter as well. We can see EGM's picked up 2/3 of his BKB. 900 gold is all EGM needs to complete the third BKB on the side of Alliance, and at that point, what targets do you have? You have Ake, who has a 4 staff as well as a mechanism, as well as Hand of God. You're not going to be blowing him up no matter how hard you try. And then, of course, the last remaining hero on their side, the Puck, who by his very nature is tough to track down. Phase Shift, Yules, Blink Dagger. It's just so hard to imagine how Na'Vi, unless Alliance is just 100% overextended, how they're going to be able to have anywhere near enough damage to basically buy time for Havos. That's the name of the game. Havos has picked up his Demon Edge. He is trying to get that damage, and don't get me wrong, he's hitting okay. He's doing about 200 damage a shot. But when you're talking about the innate survivability, the fact that EGM has Song of the Siren, even though it is just level 1, so that is one thing Na'Vi has going for them. The cooldown is still quite long on that reset button. But really, if that's the best thing you can say, yeah, Alliance has just played this game well, and here we go. Taking over this jungle, robbing Na'Vi of that income.
Once they get that last tier 2 in the bottom lane, it's bye-bye map control for Na'Vi. They're not going to be able to do much of anything about it. They're just smoking top. They want to try to get something. They know that taking a 5-on-5 engager right now is more or less suicide. That's how far ahead Alliance is at this point. And it seems like only maybe 10 minutes ago, the game was really close in terms of how close the gold was, the experience, but it just gets out of control so fast when Alliance win team fights as handily as they do. And again, a lot of that is due to the Naga pick. When they banned out the Prophet, the Lone Druid, and they leave heroes like Naga open, Alliance are spectacular spectacular at utilizing that hero and either resetting the fight or just forcing yourself into a much better position. Now the racks, again, exposed from Na'Vi. No glyph. Here comes the teleport, though, from Wiz.
He's there, Epicenter going to do some good damage, but not nearly enough. Just don't have the firepower. There's a cooldown. However, Habos focused down, pops his own BKB. Hand of God gets her gloves back up. And Alliance at this point, really and truly just looking untouchable. Yeah, they call the GG. Not even waiting for that second set of racks to drop. And really, what can you say? You're talking 28 minutes, 35 seconds, all the time it took for Alliance to handle Na'Vi here in game one, doubling them up by kill score 18-9 by the time all was said and done. And the gold, well, we saw it at the end. You're talking 5 digits, just an utter and complete dismantling of Na'Vi.
It escalated really quickly, especially when you keep in mind the Bounty Hunter started off. He was like level 2 at 9 minutes into the game. He simply didn't have the start that he wanted to, but eventually Puck started getting his bearing on things. They get good initiations, take a couple of good team fights, and that was all she wrote for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi takes game one. This best of 3 underway. We'll see if Alliance can turn the bagel in, or excuse me, Na'Vi can turn the bagel into the breadstick and give us a game 3, or if Alliance is going to walk away 2-0 winners. We'll throw it back to James at the caster's desk, analyst desk. We'll see if Alliance can turn the bagel in, or excuse me, Na'Vi can turn the bagel into the breadstick and give us a game 3, or if Alliance is going to walk away 2-0 winners. We'll throw it back to James at the caster's desk.
Thanks, AC and Draskell. So, Alliance 1-0 up, but the start of the game didn't look that amazing for them. Or for you guys, was it always going to be their map?
Well, they had the Alchemist farming the whole entire time. Havos had to rotate mid a little bit early, and they were ahead on kills. They got the first blood, but once
Na'Vi got the first blood.
Yeah, Na'Vi got first blood on middle, but Na'Vi's lineup was just all based on ganking. And if they got behind in ganks, and once S4 got his blink, they were always on the defensive. They couldn't really do anything else. They didn't really have anything that could break BKBs. They didn't have any exceptional form on Havos because he was forced to help his team out in the mid game. They didn't have any good team fight either compared to the Puck and the Naga Siren into Concoction, which we saw multiple times out of Alliance. And their strat was decent. Skyrest, very good versus Puck, but I think he needs more of a lineup built around it.
I also think one of the key issues from Na'Vi was the fact that they let Alliance get a lineup they're so incredibly comfortable with. They get the Arche on the Chen, they get S4 on the Puck, they get Loader on the Alchemist, one of the best farmers in the game right now. And then they have EGM on the Siren as well, and really, you ban out Admiral Bulldog, but he's just going to pick up a Bounty Hunter as his 5th choice to offlane. Alliance just has no weak spots right now, I think.
So do you think they just need to counter with an equally strong lineup? They gave them the Wisp.
Yeah, I think they need to come up with something better than... I don't feel like Na'Vi's lineup had the synergy.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a Darkseer perhaps instead of the Windrunner. They needed some sort of counter initiation too, because once Loda was just charging with the BKB, they could really do nothing versus it. And Dendi, he had a decent start, and it just didn't really amount to anything in the mid game.
I think like their counter initiation, they were looking for a lot from their Sand King in many ways, but once the BKB comes up on the Alchemist, it's kind of hard for the Sand King to be relevant. And also we saw really early on, I think it was just gone 4 minutes, there was a Midas and brown boots on Loader. And I was like, how is this even possible? And I was like, okay, he must have maxed Greevil's greed and then at least got
S4 had these amazing initiates all throughout.
Yeah, he did, but you can just see Loader with the BKB up and just able to do what he wants, really. He got really big. And I believe now there's going to be a song. Havos pops his BKB. They use the song on EGM to isolate him, and they run him down. And Havos, you know...
And after this, the 2-man concoction.
Oh, yeah. And it was, you know, obvious that Na'Vi thought, yeah, there is a fighting chance, but we need to get this gyrocopter, his MKB. We need to get him his item. And Alliance were just like, no, we're not going to give you that chance to farm. We're just going to take it to your front door. And they kick the door down.
And that's just what they do each and every game. Even if they're behind, they just at the 20-minute mark, they gather up, they do their objectives, they take down the towers, they take the fight to the enemy, and they oftentimes, on just about any game, aside from that one game they dropped, have been winning them the games.
So it doesn't seem like Na'Vi can really contest them in the early game if both of them get drafts that they want. So what strategies do you think Na'Vi should employ if they want to take down Alliance?
I think they need to put on the same kind of aggression and pushability that Alliance shows in their games. So if Na'Vi could get the hands on a Chen or disrupt Arce's Chen with an Enchantress, I think that would be great for them. Maybe take Dendi on a Shadow Fiend mid, something that can push on early with a BKB.
All right, well, we'll see what happens in game number 2. But Bruno, we'll come to you and talk to you about the game in just a little bit. But it seems like you've started a trend because there's a lot of people here in character as we go to Casey.
What's better than 1 TA? 2 TAs. This is why I love this. You can wander around down here and find so many amazing, amazing costumes. So I want you to describe to me, did you make this? Did you, how did this come about?
Yep, I made this in about 2 weeks, kind of whenever I was sitting in queue. But yeah, it was kind of, I just love this set, so I decided to go for it.
Wow. I'm like speechless. What team are you here to see?
Navi.
That's coming up. We're getting ready to see.
I know, I'm ready.
Okay, and you guys actually don't know each other?
No.
Okay, so there, I'm going to do this little switcheroo. So tell me about your costume and how you made it or acquired it.
Oh, I actually had mine commissioned, and then I had most of it done, but then I had made the mask, and I did the styling of the hair and everything, and all the makeup.
And you're from LA, yes?
Yes.
So tell me what you think about Seattle and actually being here for the tournament.
Oh, it's really great. I actually really like the weather here, too. It's kind of like the beach area in LA, near LA. Yeah, but I'm really enjoying it.
So are you guys going to, here, I'll bring you back in. Are you girls going to kind of tag team? I mean, what can you do together now that you've found each other in the crowd? What can you do together that's better than one?
Let's see. I guess now we have like an illusion rune, right, going? So.
Oh, you need to find one more?
One more.
We need one more.
Yeah.
So far, though, we'll find one more.
That's right.
What kind of pose can we strike to send it back to them?
Let's see. Want to do a meld?
I don't know if you know how to do the meld.
Do it. Wing it. Do it.
Look who we found. Windrunner. How's it going?
Good, and you?
Good. You even have the eye makeup down. Who did that for you?
My friend actually did it for me. I usually don't do this. I don't know how to do any of this, so I asked a friend to do my makeup, and she did it.
You look fantastic. And just a few moments ago, we saw you running into some of the players. What were you thinking when you met Bulba?
I actually called him Korok, to be honest, and then I was like, as soon as it happened, I was like, oh my goodness, and I felt so bad, but he was like, no, it's okay, and I was just like, oh. We took a picture, but he was nice about it that I called him the wrong name.
So what's been your favorite part so far?
Watching the games. They changed it at the main hall so that the heroes are underneath the players that are playing them, and I think that's super awesome and super beautiful. And yeah.
Can you do us a little twirl so we can see the rest of your outfit, your getup there? Nice. I like your shoes. Look what you did there.
Oh. You mean like my sandals or like
the whole thing?
Oh,
this.
Yeah, this is actual leather. It's like, yeah, all my leg guards, my arm guards, my shoulder guards, my quiver. It's all.
Where'd you find all this stuff?
I actually commissioned a local leather master in Seattle because I live in the Seattle area because I wanted it to be authentic or as authentic as I could make it.
Well done. I'll bet you're gonna have people asking for your picture all day.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, there's been some great costumes here. I particularly enjoyed the tag team a little bit earlier on.
Have you enjoyed them?
Sorry, well, I haven't met them.
Oh, okay.
You know, you don't really get to know them because of the masks. It's all anonymous. Bruno. So now the game is over. We got some stats. No more Mystic Bruno. Statman Bruno's back.
Well, I think that the reason why Navi was so confident with the previous lineup is because they were until now unbeaten with Skywrath Mage. They were 5-0. The 5 matches were all 3 months ago. They stopped playing the hero. I think they were keeping it. And now when they come back, actually we saw Dandy pretty much do whatever he wanted in that mid lane. The problem with that is that Skywrath Mage is not a hero that deals well with BKBs. And also the Wisp pick that they also wanted to have to dominate didn't work so well because they went 5-man Dota at exactly 13 minutes into the game and never stopped doing that.
All right, well, it looks like the game's going to be live, so I'm just going to ask Jacob, Ben, if you could give Navi one piece of advice going into game number 2, what would it be?
Turn to ban.
Pray for Dandy's punch.
All right.
Push Alliance down.
Push Alliance down.
Push
that. Okay. All right, we'll see what they're going to do. So it's going to be game number 2. We hope you enjoy it. Best of luck. Navi need to win this to stay in the upper bracket, and Alliance, just need to take this game to secure a spot in the grand finals and a minimum of $600,000. Always on the line to play for here. Over to the hall.
Navi versus Alliance.
Alliances turn to ban.
And we're back for game
5 seconds remaining.
Their ticket coming up soon. Right now, Alliance quite a bit closer than Na'Vi. Beating Alliance just once is tough enough. Na'Vi going to have to make it 2 in a row to punch their ticket to the grand finals. But Alliance, they looked so good in game 1. Like you said, a lot of it came down to the draft. Masterful picks, masterful draft. They waited out the magic damage. They got the items they needed. And now Na'Vi up against the ropes, facing the possibility of falling to the lower bracket.
It was so hard to watch Na'Vi try to play during that game because you just get the looming sense of they were getting behind by virtue of doing nothing, basically. I mean, like they said, they had to gank, or Alliance were just going to pull ahead because of their strategy. And as Bruno stated, very early on, they got together, they started to push, and they never stopped pushing. Merlini brought up an interesting point, and I don't really think I've seen many teams try to push Alliance. Like, no one has ever really gotten the Chen against them and done anything that spectacular with it. It seems like they're just as good at playing against it as they are playing it themselves. But I think for Na'Vi, just a straight-up push strategy might be a little bit far-fetched for them. They do favor playing aggressive, but that doesn't necessarily mean going for early towers that often. So we'll see what they want to do this game. They have taken away the Chen, which I think is a good choice if you're Na'Vi, because Alliance, in my opinion, probably the best Chen team in the world, just hands down. Like, Ake's Chen is just spectacular to watch. So, and that's coming from Na'Vi, who have Puppy. So, I mean, there you go.
Nice frame of reference, and you know something everyone has on their mind. As you said, Alliance, their coordination, the way they function as a unit, their cohesion makes it so hard to play those grinded out strats, to play those push strats. They are just so good at dealing with it. Na'Vi will land the IO. Second time in a row, we saw a pretty good performance out of Kuro. Unfortunately, things of obviously, you already went down all the reasons why. That IO just never really had a chance to use relocate. He just really wasn't an influence. For the most part, had a few nice plays. With that pickup now, and again, what everyone's thinking, is this the kind of a game where Na'Vi throws a curveball? Is this the kind of a game where they try to get in Alliance's head? And they talked about it at the Analyst Desk before. You know, there was some mixed feelings in a lot of the community, including from Alliance, about what Na'Vi did in their Tong Fu match. You and I had the pleasure of doing that. Absolutely insane. I'm not going to say the big boy's name, but it is something that might possibly be on the menu if Na'Vi really just wants to say, you know what, balls to the wall, we're going for it. We're going to play Na'Vi Dota, not Alliance Dota. Alliance, though, does first pick the Naga Siren once again. We saw just how effective she is at shutting down any kind of aggression. Relocate ganks just are not nearly as reliable when Song of the Siren is a good way to shut it down. We'll see what they want to pick up with their second pick now.
I'm a little bit happier with the first pick Wisp this game than I was last game, because the best thing you can do against a Wisp is to play 5-man Dota. And what did Alliance do last game at 13 minutes in? They just never split. So we're going to see Bulldog on his signature hero, and honestly, I feel like he should have 2 now. It should be more than just Lone Druid. It should be Prophet as well, especially after his performance so far here at TI3. But back to the Wisp pick, if you see the fact that the Chen's banned out, it makes it so even with split-pushing heroes, I think the reason they didn't want to pick Nature's Prophet against it is because Wisp is actually fantastic against split push lineups. You can punish it very easily. So now not only do Na'Vi have to not worry about the 5-man as much, Lone Druid can still do it, but not quite to the same effect as a Chen, because a Chen's a hero who goes early mech. He just all around plays well with the team. Now you're creating the opportunity to split the map. Do Na'Vi want to go for the Prophet here? It's a bit greedy, but Alliance have already shown the Lone Druid, and Prophet versus Lone Druid will edge him out, but the Prophet can still do reasonably well in that lane. And finally, it gives Funnick a hero where he doesn't have to do Ancients.
But yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? The Lone Druid pickup to go with the Naga Siren, as we heard the cheer come up from the crowd. Obviously, Bulldog, one of the most famous Druid players on the planet. And I'll tell you what makes him amazing on the hero. He can play him in any way, any style that is needed by the team. How many times have we seen Alliance just say, you know what, we're going to offensively try-lane just to throw Na'Vi or throw the enemy team off of their game. We'll leave Lone Druid to solo farm, and he'll get something stupid like a 16-minute Radiance phase boots. He has that ability. Or he can just go to the offlane, find his farm in the jungle later. He still always find a way to be relevant. Naga Siren's actually a hero that fits in pretty well with the push lineup if Alliance wants to go in that direction. The fact that she allows you to play a lot more aggressive with your pushes and with your ability to take fights early, because she can get you out of trouble if you overextend. So it comes down to what Alliance wants to build around it. Do they want to just build an all-around kind of prototypical lineup, or do they want to do something a bit more focused and specific? This, in and of itself, already is a game where I could easily see Loda wanting to pick up the Alchemist again, just because he does fit in with the front 2 they already have so well.
I think Alchemist is definitely on the table here. I agree with you on that, and it's just going to come down to what Navi's actual game plan is. They could do something, honestly, like a DK mid, because we haven't seen what Alliance are going to pick yet, but having a Lone Druid and a Naga Siren, I'm kind of leaning towards them getting their hands on Puck for the second game in a row. Let's be honest, S4 didn't have a great start. He was kind of getting pushed around in lane by Dendi, and he ended up giving away first blood too, and he still managed to come back in a big way and still be a very big boon for his team. So I want to know what Navi is going to ban here. They could potentially ban out one of those initiators, because when you see heroes like Lone Druid and Naga Siren together, the Naga Siren on her own really isn't that fantastic. You can stop a push, you can maybe try to turn around a team fight, but you need some real counter initiation to really make use of that song. So I'm leaning towards maybe that for Alliance, and we're going to see what Navi's ban is going to be soon.
Well, see, they took out the gyro, and you're exactly right. That's a hero who fits into that exact mold you're talking about. Be able to take and turn around a fight. They don't want to give that away to Alliance. Alliance getting rid of the OD. And really, both teams taking their sweet time. We could see them really burning through the reserve, talking out the last ban. But both teams really, as you said, they can go in just about any direction. The only thing we know about Na'Vi is how aggressive they're going to want to be. That Enchantress, I would imagine, is going to be extremely active early on just to free things up. The IO, of course, will be paired with some hero at some point. We're down to 15 seconds on the reserve right now for Na'Vi. So definitely sweating out the details. And they are going to go ahead and take out the Weaver.
Alliance's turn to ban.
So taking out the Weaver opens up the lanes a lot for Alliance, of course, and right now they have absolutely zero tools to deal with it. I mean, outside of a tether stun, there's no real lockdown, and overall it's a really tough hero for supports because he can just Shakuchi and target you in the fights, and especially things like Wisp. He can kill the Wisp before the relocate counts down, so it's just a very scary thing to have to deal with, and of course, depending on what kind of carry they're going to partner it with, you might not even necessarily be able to stop the Weaver in a side lane push, where heroes like Nature's Prophet you probably would be too. So another ban coming out from Alliance. It's actually going to be the Bounty Hunter, which obviously synergizes well with Navi's style right now. You can look for the kills, you scout it out. It's very typical to see that hero partnered with Wisp just because of how good he is at finding heroes by themselves. And that kind of says to me that Alliance maybe aren't looking to play the 5-man style this game. They've avoided the Chen, well, not avoided, the Chen got banned. They didn't pick the Enchantress, so Navi got their hands on it. Maybe Alliance are actually looking to play something a little bit different this game. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back into super late game oriented, like even, dare I say, a Coddle PL, but it is on the table here.
Absolutely. I really love that Bounty Hunter ban, because what is it that determines an IO's success when it comes to relocation? It's almost always warding and vision, and of course being able to bring down towers, allow you to explore the jungles more often, etc. When you have a Bounty Hunter, that's the hero who just gives you depth. There's that Alchemist pick we anticipated. We saw their success with that in game one. I'm not surprised at all, and I love this two-core lineup they're going to have, and especially the way that they innately work together. Just between the Lone Druid and the Naga Siren, you have two abilities that, well, one ability and one RNG that can lock a hero down through BK, and the Alchemist can close the distance, stay on top of that target. Really limits Na'Vi and how comfortable they're going to be able to feel when they have to fear the root, and they have to fear snare. But anyway, back to that bounty ban, taking it out, that's just a free roaming ward in the mid game. Whenever a bounty gets off to a decent start, he gets up a set of phase boots, maybe one survivability item. So Na'Vi certainly would have loved to have gotten their hands on that hero. Not the case. Waiting to see what they're going to show us here in third position.
Alliance are sticking to the greedy carry like they did in the first game. As soon as you see a Wisp, it's very often going to be a short lane hero. You're not often going to see an aggressive Wisp lane, and especially with the Luna pick. Like, there's no way this lane is going to be aggressive anymore. And showing it this early, Na'Vi are obviously saying, hey, Alliance are probably going to safe lane too. Why not just play it a little bit greedier? But by picking a Luna, you get the early aura. You get the capability of pushing that tower down so much faster. And not only that, but between Lone Druid and Alchemist, you do want some physical damage output. You don't want to rely just on magic damage. Luna is a hero who can fight during the mid game, but she kind of fell out of the competitive scene because so many people were laning against her and just killing her that you couldn't really do anything about it. So people just learned how to deal with her in laning phase, but when you pick her now, after seeing what Alliance's lanes are already shaping up to be, it makes a lot more sense, and I think it's actually a really, really solid pick. And Alliance going with the Keeper of the Light, this is, for me, probably one of the supports they utilize the best, especially during the mid-late game phases where you start being able to buy back, bring the hero back into the fight, just use the Keeper of the Light as a set of boots of travel, basically, just to be able to get back in and take a fight that would normally be 5 versus 5 and make it like 6 or 7 versus 5. So, yeah. Nature's Prophet pickup here from Na'Vi now, so they definitely have some push potential and more than enough ability to split the map.
I'll tell you what, man, looking at Alliance's lineup, I have seen them build lineups like this before. It could very well be that safe lane Alchemist, that farming Alchemist we saw in Game 1. But something Alliance is so good at doing, Naga Siren, Alchemist, and Keeper of the Light is a remarkably strong offensive tri-lane against what Na'Vi is already showing us. The Luna, as we know, she does get good. She just doesn't have that much lane presence, can be bullied around in a lot of cases. It is nice to have that aura. Enchantress most likely going to want to start out in the jungle. Then you have the lane support, Io, Nature's Prophet, going to want to be in the off lane or the jungle. I love the idea of them isolating Lone Druid against the Nature's Prophet of Na'Vi, putting the pressure on and putting the screws to them right off the bat. And it's something that they can reliably do just because of the extremely high individual skill level of Admiral Bulldog. He just knows everything about Lone Druid in every matchup you can possibly imagine. Rarely does he make mistakes, and more often than not, when isolated and left to himself, when you have the aggressive potential of the Keeper, Alchemist, and Naga Siren, he's going to find his farm and get his items very quickly, and then just be able to dominate using his Bear to push down towers in the mid-game and creating problems all over the map.
The Lone Druid is the thing that scares me the most about Alliance's lineup. Sure, they have the capability of pushing fights with the Naga Siren, being able to counter push with the Keeper of the Light, and obviously Alchemist farm, but the big thing here, until last pick here from Na'Vi, Lone Druid, it's Admiral Bulldog's Lone Druid. That should be something that a lot of people keep in mind, because he is hands down the best Lone Druid player in the world, and Funnick's probably going to be going 1 versus 1 against that. So best of luck to him, at least in that matchup. The only person on the side of Alliance who's buying a BKB is the Alchemist, and that is the best hero for counter-initiating after Song of the Siren in the game, hands down. Like, you have to be right on with your Concoction and your Impale if you want to stop him from getting that Ravage off. And to be honest, those heroes have long animations with their spells. Unless Loda is standing right on top of the Tidehunter, there's a chance that he'll just get the Ravage off anyway. And this is something that Na'Vi had actually used in the international. I believe it was against IG, and they use that as counter-initiation. So this is a hero that hasn't been played in a long time just because of the supports that are being picked now. But still, I'm really glad to see him here. I think it's a really solid pick, and it's going to be a super early push versus kind of a mid-game push-oriented team of Alliance.
Teams beginning to leave the well. We'll go ahead and run through our lineups as the good luck have funs go off on the side of Na'Vi. We'll have Puppey playing on our Enchantress. Luna going to be handled by Havost. Tidehunter, the surprise pick. That's a Dindy Tide, if you didn't know. He'll be setting up shop in mid by all accounts. Kuro for the second game in a row going to be back on Io. And Funnick going to be handling the Nature's Prophet on the other side of the river. We got S4. That's the mid player taking the Nyx into that mid lane perhaps. Keeper of the Light going to be played by Ake. We will have Loda back on Alchemist for the second game in a row. That's going to be EGM. Once again back on the Naga Siren for the second game in a row as well. And the man himself, Admiral Bulldog on his signature hero, the Lone Druid.
So there's a couple of things here about the defensive tri-lanes of each team. Alliance, of course, they're going to get their hands on the Keeper of the Light, which means that you can stack the jungle, you can spam Chakra, you can even dual jungle if need be to make sure that EGM actually gets something out of it too. But unlike Game 1, Na'Vi had 2 supports who both needed to pull. They actually have an Enchantress this time, so they're not just going to fall really far behind in the laning phase. And yeah, it just shows it right there. They have the highest GPM because they're just so amazingly good at utilizing the map. But this time, Na'Vi aren't really in the same exact position. They have a chance to actually only pull with 1. They don't have to split the experience between the 2 supports, and they have a dedicated jungle. So I do like this. It's a little bit more stable from Na'Vi. It's not as gank reliant as it was in game number 1. Luna late game obviously is one of the strongest heroes that you're ever going to see due to the way that she builds. Her mid game is definitely strong. I think this is going to be a really close one.
I'm actually really surprised that Alliance is not offensively tri-laning this. I genuinely am. When you look at just how susceptible this could be, and we can see the creep skipping being done by Bulldog using Bear to pull creeps, Kuro and Puppey doing their best to try and block this out. The Bear's going to be should be able to get away. It's going to be at about half health by the time all is said and done. Now, the Ancients are spawned. If they do this right, I actually saw, I might have been Na'Vi that did this. I'm going to go ahead and come on down, meet up with the Bear just to try and ward Kuro away. And this is actually a little bit more subtle than it seems. Kuro going to go for it. Nope, didn't get there in time. Bulldog should be able to get back before Kuro can snag the creeps. Nope. Looped him back around. And nope, not going to get him. So Bulldog going to get a free wave. So a little creep skipping, a little free experience for the Bulldog here in mid. Dindy setting up shop against S4. Interesting matchup. 2 melee heroes in the Nyx Assassin versus the Tidehunter. Tide very often can rely on Anchor Smash to last it, and even with Mana Burn, Anchor Smash only 30 mana points to cast, so shouldn't be too much of a problem.
The thing about getting Anchor Smash though is you can carapace it. As we can see, S4 just does it right there. It's pretty easy. The cooldown of course on carapace is really long at level 1, 23 seconds, but Dendi's still taking quite a bit of harassment damage. Once he gets the bottle to him though, it should be no problem. He'll be able to outpush S4, no issue whatsoever, and of course be able to have a little bit better chance of going for the runes. But again, that's all based on what the supports are going to be doing. And speaking of support movement here, we have Kuro and Puppy. They're going to be smoked up, walking behind the tier 1. Admiral Bulldog really needs to be careful.
Bulldog usually with a great sense for this, and now he's going to realize too late just how much trouble he's in. Tether's done to lead things off. He has nowhere to go, doing some damage. He will not be able to get him in. First blood goes to Kuro. Havos was taking a bit of damage, but in the end, well executed gank by Na'Vi. And getting things going right off the bat, Dendi giving a little bit of damage to S4, but in the end, Bulldog right back up, already taking more damage, will be netted down. Tether not long enough to get the tether stun off, and we can see taking a lot of damage, forced all the way back under his tier 2. Very little damage done to the tier 1 so far, but you know, we've talked about it. Everyone knows, hang on, Dendi gonna eat an impale, but right-click damage probably not gonna be enough to do much, but make him a little bit angry. But just being able to delay Bulldog's development on the Lone Druid, hugely important in any match in which he appears.
And the poor guy right now doesn't even have a bear. I mean, this is a really sad Lone Druid at this point in time. He's only level 2. And Na'Vi, they have the capability of doing that, whereas Alliance can't really do the same thing with their supports. They're far less likely to move. These supports are essentially built to stack and farm the jungle, which is still going to be good for them because they're going to get experience and gold. But that also means that their offlane tower is going to be dying quite a bit faster unless Alliance do what they're doing now.
Very nice play there out of mid. Saw Dendi twice faked the Anchor Smash to try and prompt. The Carapace finally got him to bite on it once. 1-0. Na'Vi leads at 3.5. We can see EGM, Loda and company wanting to bring down this top tier 1. Both happy to sit back and farm for the moment. Funnick is sitting at just level 1, so it has been quite a struggle for him. There's the Coddle Blast, as our buddy Toby would say, also known as Illuminate. Rotating down to try and put on some pressure. Bulldog making his way into the jungle. Just has to abandon that bottom lane. Really no way for him to expect to get anything else.
Gonna leave some experience, I would imagine, or I guess right now just kill the small camp. I mean, this is not what he wants. This is definitely not a good situation for him, but still, Na'Vi pulling a bit ahead here in the early game. Also have to remember though, this is a free farming Alchemist again. And he's going to have his Midas at about the same time he did in the last game. So we're looking at 4.5 minutes, 5-minute Midas coming out from Loda. I think though Na'Vi can punish it this time, again because of the fact that Kuro doesn't have to worry about splitting experience with any other support. He can pretty much do his own thing, get to level 6 a little bit faster. Whereas Alliance's supports, they're just farming the woods. They're kind of doing their own thing. Ake is going to teleport bottom with basically no mana and not be able to use Coddle Blast, so that's a bit interesting. But looks like Na'Vi, they're going to be pushing the bottom tier 1 now. Havos has got 2 points into his Aura, and this actually should be the first tower kill of the game, I believe.
Funnick join up as well. Going to go ahead and try to grab the creep wave. Got him just in time. And actually see Ake sitting in the back, going to load up with one good Illuminate, but really only so scary whenever you have these 3 heroes here cutting the creeps, trying to put that pressure on. Loda with Ake at top, and GM may want to try to counter push sometime soon. There's that Midas coming out just right at the 5-minute mark. Alliance right now looks like they're not terribly interested. It's tier 1, so Na'Vi walked away with first blood in heroes. They'll get first blood in towers as well.
Great start for Na'Vi, getting exactly what they need to get. And Funnick, whenever he wants to, he can start going to the jungle now because Puppy, at this stage, he really only needs a creep and he can just start moving around. You can still technically gank a Nyx fairly easily, even though, interestingly enough, S4 isn't leveling Mana Burn. He's actually putting all his points into spiked Carapace, and they are not stopping, by the way, in this bottom lane. Na'Vi continuing to push in, Funnick making some more treants, but this is interesting. Looks like Alliance are going to have to send Ake down here to defend.
Trying to use the blast to keep things up. That tower's already down to about half health, though. In the meantime, you can see Alliance beginning to try to counter pressure the tier 1. Certainly not the situation you want to be in. This tower is going to end up dropping for sure. A little bit of Lucent Beam spam. Ake off. But yeah, they've just given away an entire lane's worth of towers right at 6 minutes. And they have yet to even bring down the tier 1 top. They could defend this. They have a glyph. Doesn't look like they're going to, though. Instead, just going to try to continue playing very safe and build upon the lead they've already generated. 6.5 minutes in, and we can see on the back of the first blood in those two towers, we're coming up on 2,000 gold in favor of Na'Vi.
This is nice because now the supports of Na'Vi can just sit in the jungle and do whatever they want. Pulling is going to be effective here for Kuro. He'll be able to get level 6, and once he does, you can start bringing Havost around the map. Now that he, of course, has his level 6, you really want 7 to make sure that Lucent Beam is maxed out before you start using your ulti to try to go for kills. But the possibility is now there. You don't have to just sit in the bottom lane anymore, and since both of those towers are dead, the jungler can start rotating around mid. So Na'Vi opening themselves up the map a little bit more than Alliance, but it's not to say that Alliance are really that far behind. And honestly, the only reason Na'Vi are even ahead in gold is because of the tower kills. Otherwise, the supports of Alliance being forced to jungle and things like that because they have a Keeper of the Light, they are going to get a little bit more experience. We can see EGM is level 5, actually halfway to level 6. Ake, though, is the one of the supports who is actually suffering, being forced to go bottom and not able to kill his jungle stacks.
The Luna is going to go ahead and straight up buy the drums. Very typical build coming out of her. Drums. BKB, very, very solid. Still sitting on just tier 1 boots. See if she wants to tranquils and every. Getting himself into a position where he can fight, going to be very important. Again, you have an IO, you have the global presence ×2 in the Nature's Prophet, and the IO. That's something they're going to want to start putting through its stretches very soon. Loda, of course, with that Midas, we saw just how quickly he was able to get up the key items he needed the most, namely the BKB and the Shadow Blade. And those items came out so fast in game 1 that it almost felt as if Na'Vi was taken by surprise. They just so completely ran out of momentum. There was very little they could do once things got out of control and they lost 2 fights in a row. Still very early on, though, sitting at 8 minutes in. And both teams, and really not as much movement as I would think. I mean, again, you have Relocate, IO, taking a look at his level. He's almost level 6. Well, he's level 5 now. He'll be making his way to level 6. Once we get there, that's bound to be the word go for this Na'Vi squad.
He really needs it. S4, he's got a double damage. He's looking for Funnick bottom.
Funnick gonna be impaled here. He's trying to TP away. DD. He's gonna sprout himself in, and he can't get in. Doesn't have the impale or anything else. Deal, so Funnick dodging a bullet there, or a pincer more accurately.
At middle lane, Ake is doing some counter pushing here. Coddle Blast only level 2, and that's how powerful it is. This is another reason why Luna hasn't really seen a whole lot of play lately, is because she's so weak in the early game. She needs BKB. Drum's obviously a good choice as well, just for the sole purpose of giving you that added mobility and the extra health as well. But Na'Vi really want these towers. They want to try to lane.
Lane, we're going to have Dendi able to TP away in the meantime in mid. One will end up dropping. Dendi hooks up with the rest of his team. Now Dendi is level 8, and he is making his way towards a mechanism. See Puppey kind of out by himself at the moment. He's going to spot out Bulldog, and he's got a whole team behind him. See, they want to react. They're going to push on through. The threat of Dendi's Ravage makes it so difficult for Alliance to come to a fight right now. That greedy build from Loda will pay for itself eventually, but for right now, he really can't contribute a whole lot of anything. Ake doing his best to counter. It only goes so far. They're going to be forced to use the glyph, and if they're not real careful, we can see S4 is counter pushing bottom, but if they're not real careful, they're going to begin to really feel the pressure of a loss of map control. Indy at about half health, healed up by the Nature's attendants. Illuminate going to catch nothing but creeps that time around. Loda has shown the flag here in mid, and let's see if that's enough. Yep. Going to go ahead and bail out. We'll see if they're going to pursue. In the meantime, Havost comes down, does get the deny. Assassin escapes under cover of Vendetta.
Nice movement from Na'Vi. Once Dendi finishes up the mech, which I actually believe he'll be finishing quite soon, it's really difficult for Alliance to fight them. They don't have a hero who's going to have a mech anytime soon unless the Alchemist decides to pick it up, and of course they'll only play him as a 1 role, so that's very unlikely. I actually think that Na'Vi have a pretty distinct advantage here. They haven't even gotten Wisp to level 6, and Alliance just haven't really been able to make anything happen. They get a deny on the tier 1 as well, so Na'Vi getting more gold taken away from their opponents, and this right now is definitely Na'Vi's gold lead. Experience, though, going the way of Alliance just because of the fact that, again, EGM really hasn't moved anywhere. He's just been sitting top pretty much the whole time, and he's been able to get quite a huge chunk of experience, whereas Kuro has basically been following Havost around the map, just soaking his. So not necessarily being the most efficient in terms of experience, but again, opening the map is important here. You don't want to give Alliance any extra room, especially since Bulldog has been left alone for quite some time now. He's almost, well, for an offlaner, he's almost fully recovered. He's actually sitting at the 4th highest CS right now at 41. Granted, those are some jungle creeps, still pretty spectacular that he's managed to come this far this quickly.
Looks like Navi's ready for round 2. Hooking up here in mid lane. Alliance going to try to hold the line. Puppy's the one bringing up the rear. In the meantime, we can see EGM is yet to show up. This tower will end up going down. They're going to try. Very nice carapace there and try to get the deny, and they do.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Navi gaining the map control, being robbed of a little bit of gold. But nonetheless, that's only 2 outer tier towers remaining for Alliance at this point. And only 2 they've taken down on the other side. They are going to immediately smoke now. 4 obviously out front. Let's see. They're going to bypass the Roche pit. Going to go head hunting. EGM, Song of the Siren, as he is level 7. Does have that. And looks like Navi's not really going to be in the vicinity.
They might just turn around and do Roshan after they see everybody from Na'Vi top, because Alliance clearly have shown the intent of not wanting to fight yet. They probably want another item unloaded before they do, at the very least a Shadow Blade, which he's devastatingly close to, but he doesn't have a TP, so he'll probably try to get the money for it, go back to base, buy a Shadow Blade, or send it to himself and then send the TP as well. But by that time, I think that Na'Vi are going to have enough to get to the tower and possibly just push it down before he even has a chance to react. So maybe Roshan would have been a little bit easier to get. Clearly Na'Vi would have been out of position for it, and with Kuro now level 6, they can wish teleport. They might just try to go on Ake, but of course he is going to teleport actually to the tier 2 as soon as he shoots that eliminate.
You can see the tower stands no chance. Na'Vi bringing down the next to last tower, standing on the side of Alliance. Once again playing a little bit greedy this game, and Na'Vi drafting a team is so hard to engage into when you're lacking those key items. Again, the BKB, really essential for the second game in a row. The Shadow Blade gives him at least a little bit more punching power. But at this point, I mean, what can Alliance do? Standing right outside. This is the last outer tier tower remaining. They're going to end up trading a tier 1 for a tier 2, but that's a trade Na'Vi is going to be quite happy to make. And yeah, they can't do anything. Down it goes. Not a single outer tier tower remains for Alliance, who leads this series 1-0. Na'Vi, in the first 15 minutes, hell, the first 14 minutes of this game, have done everything they possibly can to set themselves up for a run in the mid-game.
Alliance definitely the ones being pressured here, no doubt about it, and trying to find room to farm against a Wisp and a Nature's Prophet when you don't have any outer tier towers, that is going to be a tall order to fill, and Na'Vi smoked up, potentially looking for a gank. Looks like they're going to try to go for Bulldog, but when you have full map control like this, I think it's almost in your favor to just do Roshan. I think, yeah, that's probably going to be their choice. They do have heroes who can tank it. They have an Enchantress heal, they have a mech, they have a Tidehunter Ravage. Even fighting around the pit, especially with Eclipse, when Alliance have no damage soak for it at all, I think would be pretty favorable. Granted, let's remember that Na'Vi, they've been playing 5-men, so they are kind of level starved on their heroes. Their highest right now is Dendi. He's level 9, and then the other heroes are pretty much level 6 and 5 if you're Enchantress.
Na'Vi poked their nose in. S4 going to be spotted. It's a 2-man impale. Not dead anymore. 40 seconds. Funix there gets the Sprout off. He's going to mana burn him, but that's not. It's about all he can do. He does carapace. Lucent Beam slows him down. He will end up dropping here. So Na'Vi notches another kill, and Alliance no interest whatsoever in taking the fight, to the point that they all just turned and ran. And this might just be an Aegis they're willing to concede just to buy time for Loda.
And is buying time really going to do enough for them right now? They need more, actually. Admiral Bulldog is doing some lane balancing here in bottom, while Roshan is being attempted by Na'Vi, so he's trying to go for the Radiance. He actually has enough for a Relic at 15 minutes. I mean, to be honest, the recovery rate of Admiral Bulldog this game is completely insane. Yeah, he's got his Relic at 15 minutes after starting off getting First Blooded and being level 2 with no Baron. So Na'Vi, in the meantime, they do secure their Aegis. Havos is going to pick it up. But at some point, these heroes are going to start to need some levels. I would actually like to see them maybe split it for a little while, get Havos to level 11. Level 2 Eclipse is significantly better than level 1, and you can actually maybe crack the base at that point. But then again, giving time to Loda is probably something they won't want to do, considering he's over halfway to his BKB right now. I don't know, this is still tough for Na'Vi. Even though they have all the towers down, the game still feels very, very close, and it's only going to take one fight for Alliance to crack the game open.
Feels very, very close because it still is, at least by the metrics. You're talking 2,500 gold, all that separates these two teams. The experience is actually, as you mentioned, in favor of Alliance. And yeah, cracking tier 1s and tier 2s, taking Roshan's one thing. When you're talking about it, they are under the gun to begin taking tier 3s, or at least applying adequate pressure to force Alliance back into the base, force Dota off a farm, slow him down. This is where things, as you said, really do get tricky. We can see with that Aegis, they are emboldened a bit. A DD on Havos certainly going to help them a bit. Hey, they might get a free bear if they can catch it. Bulldog lose a bear, 300 gold. Picked up by Havos there for free. Certainly a nice bonus for him, but more importantly, with only one bear at his disposal, Admiral Bulldog, with the relic on the bear even, still not going to feel all that scary. If they can get more time, he will be fresh out. And they are trying to crack it. Dindy, hey man, he's actually picked up a plate mail on top of everything else. His farm has been so good. The rest of Na'Vi right at the foot of the steps with him. Alliance has to gather, but at the moment, they will go ahead and pull back. Now this is actually, if they're able to force Na'Vi back, this is a significant win for Alliance. The more time they can buy for Loda to get out onto the map, he only needs another 100 gold for his Mithril Hammer, so now he has it, only needs 1,300-ish to finish his BKB. That BKB is going to be a game-changing item when it does come out.
The question is it going to be game-changing enough? Because the rest of his team is not going to be as fortunate as he is, and unlike Gyrocopter, you can get kited out pretty easily by Luna. Luna's the fastest hero in the game, so can he actually stick to a target without the help of his teammates, like EGM being able to ensnare and a stun from S4? Because once the Luna gets a BKB as well, her ultimate is more of a contributor to a team fight than an Alchemist single target damage at this point in the game. That's why I wanted to see them split up maybe a little bit earlier and try to get some more experience on Havos, but they back up. Giving an opportunity for Loda to farm a BKB is, of course, going to be an inherent risk for the reasons that you stated. But I think for Na'Vi it's okay, as long as they efficiently farm for the next couple of minutes and at least apply some pressure. But they're really not able to do that right now. Alliance realize Na'Vi, they're fully back, so they're farming their woods. Everyone is getting back to doing what they should be doing. Admiral Bulldog's getting closer to his Radiance. This game is still very, very far from over. The interesting thing about it is Na'Vi's still just so low level. I mean, it's 18 minutes in, and your mid isn't even level 10.
Post picks up the BKB. Aegis will be reclaimed in about 3 minutes. Loda, again, just about where he needs to be. Quiet game already. Really, again, that's not just because neither team wanted to fight. Na'Vi has been just bouncing around the map, rattling their saber at every single tower to the point that no more towers stand, so it wasn't as if they weren't looking to pick a fight. Alliance, just knowing they would be at an inherent disadvantage, has allowed the game to reach this point. And both teams playing ultra safe. We are going to see 3 hook up here in this bottom lane again. Dindy, Havost, and Kuro going to bound past the river. We'll see how much they want to this. Level 10 on Dinny. We have yet to see a Ravage. Really, we have yet to see a major fight, but now another key item. Bulldog picking up the Radiance on the Bear. That's going to make it so much more difficult for Na'Vi to crack these tier 3s. Just having the Bear there, that burn damage. Trying to extend these fights is going to be something Alliance excels at. They're fairly tanky by their own nature. They're fairly tanky in the Lone Druid, fairly tanky, of course, in the Alchemist. Once he pops Chemical Rage, you have some Song of the Siren, and now Radiance done, and the BKB done. Alliance, for the first time, ready to take fights on their own terms.
It's going to be really, really risky for both teams. I mean, it's not just to say that Na'Vi should win the team fight straight out, but Dendy maybe a little bit out of position here.
And he pops the haste room. Beautiful, beautiful reaction time. Actually going to gush out S4 and chase him down. And the Carapace keeps him from anchor smashing. There's an Illuminate and the Impale. Dindy way out in front. The rest of his team now finally beginning to catch up. And again, you know, something worth mentioning with Dindy and what he's done here. He's picked up the mech, which is fine. They're going to get the bear again. This is a very big deal. And here comes Phonic just to make sure. Trapping the bear. Down he goes. The caged animal is a dead animal. But the fact that Dindy did decide to skip the Blink Dagger. He had enough gold to buy a plate mail to take himself up. Of course, the mech, one can understand, but lacking that mobility item, at least for now, he does have 1,000. And we'll see if that's going to be his next decision.
Blink Dagger is something that you get when you really need the initiator, but honestly, Na'Vi haven't. I mean, they just walk into a tower and they kill it. If Alliance want to stop them, Alliance have to come to Na'Vi, not the other way around. So for the first 6 out of 2 towers, I think that not having a Blink Dagger is perfectly fine, considering, let's be honest, Kuro wasn't getting a whole heck of a lot of farm. The guy has 9 CS in 21 minutes, so he's not going to be making it. And Puppy, of course, he's bought himself an Ogre Club, so perhaps the BKB, more likely, I think, at this point, an Aghanims just for the extra damage. So I think if he wants to buy one now, it would be reasonable. Shiva's, of course, is definitely on the table. You can even buy something like an AC if you want to make your push potential just that much better. But having the mana pool, of course, is nice if you ever want to go for a refresher on the Tidehunter. But still, Alliance, they're still getting farm. I mean, it's not like they're totally out of it or anything like that. The gold is still only 3,000 in Navi's favor, but they are starting to retain the experience as well. It's starting to swing back because, of course, Alliance has been forced into playing 5-man themselves, whereas earlier Navi were the ones running around as 5 pretty much all the time. In Alliance, they're going into the woods. They could spot Puppey.
They got to look at him. They know he's there. Here comes the rest of Navi. Only one missing, Funnick. Down in the bottom lane, of course, he can TP in. Doesn't look like Alliance is interested in it, though. We're going to go ahead and back again. We're at 22 minutes in, and we have seen a grand total of 2 kills. Certainly one of the most quiet games we've seen, not just you and I, but throughout the entire tournament. Just so much at stake. No team willing to take a chance on anything, really. They're just playing so tight and so deliberate. But again, you know, as more time goes on, we can look and see in net worth. The Alchemist is on. He's opened up a bit of a gap, but right after that, 3 of the top 4, all belonging to Na'Vi in terms of pure net worth. The Lone Druid, Admiral Bulldog, even though he does have his Radiance, still struggling quite a bit.
Well, he is able to do some split pushing now with just the Radiance burn in general, and even Funnick is running away from this thing. That's how annoying the bear is. He's going to sprout it up and throw out some auto attacks, so he's doing what he can to force Admiral Bulldog's bear back. But I still feel like Na'Vi, it's hard to push the advantage, but I feel like they have to try to find a way to. Maybe Roshan is going to be their next choice, because having level 2 Ravage, level 2 Eclipse, and level 2 Wrath of Nature, that's a tremendous amount of AoE damage that, as it stands right now, Alliance don't really have a way of stopping. Their team does not have a mech. So having a mech, having that AoE potential, magic damage coming out of Na'Vi, this is still, I think, their game, at least in terms of map control, of course, and having the capability of pushing. But once Alliance get maybe 10, 15 more minutes, there's going to come a stage where the Lone Druid's tankiness is going to be enough to compensate for that, and the Alchemist is going to have closer to a full inventory. The fact that Loda has BKB, Shadowblade, and Midas at this stage in the game, and now he's also sending himself a plate mail, that's kind of underfarmed considering some of the Alchemists that we've seen, which sounds crazy, but it's just because of the fact that he's been forced into more defensive posture than he's used to.
There it goes. And Alliance taking a look at each other down the ramp near the Roche pit. Roche will be respawning in about 2 minutes, give or take. Right now, Na'Vi just quite happy to try to put more pressure on the Alliance, and as you said before, trying to make that team engage into them now. And company do have the ability to engage into them, especially now Loda with the plate mail, his armor going up significantly. He now has 13 as opposed to previously low total, and they are going to go ahead and try to push Tier 2. That's going to open things up for Na'Vi if they want to try and rush down the Tier 3. Don't think this is going to work, though. They can try to defend this, but this is where that bear does get dangerous. Now he is going to be sprouted in. Here comes the TP in. Let's see if they illuminate as they try to pull back. Here we go. Unstable Concoction on the Din of the Impales there as well. BKB is activated, and Song of the Siren comes in. Havos with the BKB, he's isolated. Waiting on Kuro, just buying time. Illuminate cleans away the creep wave. EGM and Loda pull back. Havos will be able to track him down and get the kill. That's a double kill going their way. The Nyx Assassin drops as well, but look at bottom. Kuro and Funnick hooked up. In the shadow of the Tier 3, trying to split push this down. Ake there, throwing out the Illuminate. And here comes the rotation of Loda. They're going to engage. On Ake, but Funnick going to be blown up. The Illuminate seals the deal. Kuro doing what damage he can. Might be able to right-click Ake. Nope, one charge is pretty good. No! Double KO for the supports. They end up trading a couple more away apiece. Settles though, make it 5-2. That Tier 2 still standing for Na'Vi.
That song by EGM actually totally backfired for them. They used the song to try to stop the Wiz TP from getting a counter kill, but that song actually saved Dendy's life. So they weren't able to take him down. All in all, the 2 pushing bottom actually end up going down. Roshan spawning right now. So I think that Alliance might have a little easier of a time getting in position, but again, we still haven't seen a Ravage, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 25-minute game, not a single Ravage was used that day. But yeah, Alliance, they're going to be going for Roshan here. They do have a bear. Actually, this is only one bear Roshan, so if they want to react to this Roshan, they're going to have to start making their way there now. Havos does not have a lot of HP right now. He really needs that Wisp to be there just to be able to use an Urn on him. But yeah, they can't fight with Havos' low health unless Puppey has a heal.
Use Nature's Attendants, taking their sweet time. Roshan down to about half health. They are going to be able to engage this if they really want to. Throwing out the Sprout, that's enough. Showing the flag. to back out knowing that Na'Vi ready to come in force. And as you said, Dindy has not used a single Ravage. Now Na'Vi might take a run at the big boy. Here we go. They move in. Alliance is on the high ground. A smidgen of damage. See Roshan's spell shield popped. Bunnik off by himself, trying to watch for the end around. Roche out of half health. Let's see how and when Alliance wants to go for this. Na'Vi is committed. Havost is way far back, as is Dindy. They are in there. Roche drops her until Alliance comes in. Here we go. There's the acid spray. Loda's going to go for it. S4's there. Tether stun. BKBs are up. There's finally a Ravage. Got S4. Rest of the fight engaged outside. There's an Illuminate that connects and a Riptide as well. Dindy trapped inside. Havost will drop. Blown through it. Able to get him. And Dindy now being beautiful. Blinding light. Knocked him. Eclipse. The Eclipse doing good damage. Loda has to make a run for it. No, sir. Killed off as he tried to make it uphill. And still standing, as is Puppey, as is Havost. Took a buyback or two, but Na'Vi take what could be the most important battle of the game so far. No, Song of the Siren. Here comes the bear. Can they do it? Nope. Thinking better of. They're going to try to force him out. Havost is in trouble. Illuminates there. Havost is gone. Puppey is gone. Roche is gone. Loda, with the help of Admiral Bulldog and Ake, caught Na'Vi playing green. Their hand in the cookie jar and steal themselves an Aegis.
What a turnaround from Alliance. I thought after the double buyback for Na'Vi that they would at least be able to secure Roshan, but the song from EGM, much better this time. They managed to get the concoction inside of the pit and basically just instantly kill the Luna, and that's one of the weaknesses of the hero. She just is not that durable without her BKB up, and you can focus her fairly easily. But the important... Loda now level 16. His levels have gotten completely out of control right now. They get the tier 2. Alliance, they overcome all these disadvantages, having all your outer tier towers taken away. They've almost equalized it. They even look like they want to try to crack the base. There's no glyph right now on Na'Vi, and Ravage isn't up for another 45 seconds.
Of course, the reason Tidehunter is so rarely seen now, such a slave to his cooldown, and Dindy's out there a bit. Can they grab him? It's there on the Puppey. They're going to engage off of a Kuro, and Puppey are in trouble. One's down. Can you say two? I can. Havost trying to re-engage. Dindy, 30 seconds from Ravage. Loda with the BKB up. Doesn't want to turn and fight. Looks like his supporting cast has to pull back. Phonic tried to re-engage, will be ensnared down. They're going to try to finish him off, and they will. S4, very close to death. Carapace through that last impetus, and Dindy chasing him down. Loda's there off the Aegis pop. Havost with his BKB activated. Beautiful ensnare from EGM coming down from the high ground. Locking him down. Phonic is bought back. Dindy, 1 second until Ravage. Will he spend it? Can he spend it? He will. Onto it. Bulldog cleans up the kill. Phonic's back up, trying to chase down S4. Another beautiful ensnare in the mech. Kept S4 alive as he turns and extends the killing spree. 3-7 in a game that was led for so long by Na'Vi has completely turned on its head. You've got 3 down, no buybacks. There's not going to be a tier 3 standing by the time all's said and done, and the Rack's going to be next on the list.
Ravage is up for when Dindy gets up, but this is definitely going to be a Rax. Like, there's nothing that Na'Vi are going to be able to do to stop this. Puppey's sitting here, he doesn't have any creeps right now, and Alliance just coming back from the most ridiculous positions, able to just stay cool, calm, and they just effectively farm, even on maps where most teams would be scared to. They managed to make another tremendous comeback, and at any stage in the game, you would imagine that a team with no outer tier towers would feel obviously scared to be able to do anything on the map. But they could test the Roshan, even against a Tidehunter with a mech, even against a level 2 Eclipse, with a double buyback, they still take the fight and manage to go in for that Rax. Just unbelievable performance coming out of Alliance here in Game 2.
What I think it comes down to is what we knew it would. Whenever you see a Tidehunter pickup, that's very much a hero who, once the BKBs begin to come out, he just loses his efficacy. He loses his impact in a big way. And even with just one hero really being one that would want a BKB, the fact that it is this hero with this supporting cast, we saw EGM's ensnare from the high ground so important in locking down Havost as he tried to retreat. If he's able to retreat, go back to the well and heal up, maybe that tier 3 is still standing. If not the tier 3, maybe the Rax. But there are just so many tools on the side of Alliance that they all know how to use perfectly. We'll see Phonic come in. He's going to Shadow Blade, and Lotus sniffs it out. Smells the rat, They fall back. Now they might want to re-engage. Loda comes back out. There's S4. He blinked ahead. Misses with the impale. Now Dindy trying to get in for a Ravage. Will spend it. Got two, but the BKB was up on Loda beforehand. S4 right behind him. They get the courier for free. And, oh, wow, he missed with the Sprout as well. Here we go. S4, beautiful impale. Got two. Now the Eclipse. As Savos wants to re-engage. S4 ground. EGM living because of the mech Dindy. Trying to make it away. Poppy standing in the fight, but as these fights get drawn out, it's going to go the way of Alliance. The burn damage on Admiral Bulldog alone, more than Na'Vi can handle. EGM may be in some trouble. Havost cleaned up. Bulldog on a mega kill streak. Their Song of the Siren. And Dindy, the man left behind, going to end up being sent back to the well the hard way. Going back in a body bag as that's a double kill for Admiral Bulldog's Lone Druid. Na'Vi feeds 4. 17-8 in a 32-minute game, and I do believe it's safe to say the worm has turned. Na'Vi, as you said, cleared off every single tower from the map within the first 15 minutes, every single outer tier tower. To be in control, but Alliance turning it completely around, and really it's hard to imagine what's going to slow down this train now.
You know, it's a bit ironic after watching the way this game turned out, like Na'Vi basically losing the game because of the way Roshan went. If they had gotten that, Roshan could have been completely different. They might have had enough momentum to push into the middle racks of Alliance. And when you're a racks down against a Prophet team and a Wisp, it becomes significantly harder. But they lost the Roshan fight, so now looks like the base is going to get taken down again. Top lane fully exposed, no glyph, no Ravage up on Dendy for another 50 seconds, and Alliance seemingly might actually be taking this 2-0.
Havosh is going to be chopped to pieces. Can't even get away. Loda, large and in charge. And with these kills, there it is. GG. In a match that was as highly anticipated as any in the of Dota 2. Alliance puts together a 2-0 blanking of Na'Vi and punches their ticket to the grand finals. GG, well played indeed.
Performance out of Alliance, even with very little map control, they managed to find farm, they managed to get the core items that they needed on every hero, win that really clutch Roshan fight, even after Na'Vi had the double buyback, had the Wisp teleport back in with the Eclipse, and managed to turn the game around completely after, well, more or less one fight. So, spectacular performance out of them, and congratulations, well deserved.
Absolutely, and really, I mean, 33 minutes, 7 seconds, the official game time, 9-20, the final kill score we saw at Draskell. These two teams out to play hard, but really Alliance, and this is what has characterized their entire run through the International. Holding things together, keeping things calm, not allowing setbacks. Well, I mean, can you even call it a setback when you lose 6 towers in 14 minutes? Nonetheless, Alliance punches their ticket to the grand finals, guaranteed $600,000 in cash that they've now earned themselves. Na'Vi, not out yet. They drop to the lower bracket. We'll see if they can fight their way back up from the bottom. I may see that Straskell throwing it back out to the analyst desk so they can break it down.
Won't be seeing any more of them today. They will wait to play until tomorrow, but Alliance are guaranteed a top 2 finish. I didn't think they'd win 2-0. I thought they might have been the favorites going into this.
I thought so.
But,
me too.
Come on. How many towers in 14 minutes? 6, and they have a Nature's Prophet. I was kind of surprised that the Nature's Prophet didn't end up finishing a sheep stick or finding more farm, to be honest, because they really needed that.
I was talking to Toby backstage, and I was telling him how Na'Vi should have this game, and I expected them to breed spades at the 16-minute mark. They went uphill at 16:40. And I thought they should have just continued pushing it in, because I really felt that Na'Vi had the better lineup. This was sort of an old school lineup we saw a lot of in 2012, and it requires a lot of balls to enter the base with, and Na'Vi sort of seemed to lack that. And if there's any team I'd be surprised by not having the cojones to go into the base, it'd be Na'Vi, and I don't know why they didn't. I think they were too frightened by the Keeper of the Light.
All right, well, yeah, certainly sometimes just the magnitude of the match at hand can change how you think and play, but a team that seemed to handle the pressure will, of course, Alliance, and that's where we're going now with a post-game interview with S4.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, S4 is here, and first off, congratulations. Quite a bit of a comeback there in that last game. How did you do it?
We knew what they were going to do. They were going to take all our towers and just 5-man, and we responded correctly. We didn't take the early fights because we knew they were stronger. And we just farmed up our core items, and that's how we won the game.
I'm really interested in the strategy behind drafting, especially when you're going up against a team like Na'Vi. They had 2 heroes in this particular match we haven't seen in the entire tournament so far. What was your strategy when it came to picking the heroes for this particular matchup?
Okay, so our plan going into this match was leaving Wisp against Na'Vi, because we're pretty confident we can play against Wisp, and I don't think many teams can say that. So yeah, playing as Wisp was our plan into this.
How are you feeling? A little bit relieved?
Yeah, of course.
All right, congratulations. We will see you in the grand finals. That is fantastic.
Thank you.
James, back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah, relieved I'm sure they are. And from the draft as well, they really did leave it open to Na'Vi to pick some really interesting lineups. So I felt they looked very confident just in the drafting phase. Did they play as confident as they drafted Alliance?
I think every game we see them play, it's just confidence and trust in their teamwork and their team play. And even if they fall behind early on, they just execute their objectives every single time. It's just like watching a machine just trample over all the other teams. It's poetry in motion.
Now,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, Ben.
I'm just really surprised that Na'Vi went with Wisp the second game. I think that Alliance proved that they can handle a Wisp, and Wisp doesn't work the best into push strategies. Alliance kind of like baited them into pushing. I guess they just avoided team fights, delayed with Cuddle as long as possible, and just waited for the perfect opportunity, which was the Roshan fight around the 27 to 28 minute 27 to 28 minute mark.
Yeah, we can take a look at it here, Ben, if you want to take us through.
So here's the Song of Siren, and there's an Illuminate being charged up by Aki right now, and it's going to hit Havost, and they're so close to taking out Roshan right now. It wipes up the 2 Na'Vi heroes, and this is a straw that broke the camel's back. And Na'Vi has such an advantage at this point, and it was just sad to see that 6 tower early. It was like 15 minutes. They got all the T1s and the T2s, but unable to break that T3. But they need to draft better, I think, to push up the T3. They had a very, very good early game fighting lineup, but Alliance was like, hey, we're not going to fight. They didn't have 0 kills. They had 0 kills for like 15 minutes. And if they want to take a fight at the T3, then Alliance has the advantage because they can fight at the choke. They have to clump up for the out stun and the myriad of other spells that they had.
Yeah, and Bruno, I want to ask, something that was very kind of prominent in the games and just the draft itself was the Naga Siren again.
Mm-hmm.
It was picked both games. It seems to be a similar story to the last international.
Yes.
But it was played mainly as a carry role.
Yes.
This time it's played as support. It's great for kind of just not stopping the fun, as sometimes Toby says, but just controlling the fights. But also over by Roshan, it seems to be a really big deal. I'm sure the Alliance have picked Naga Siren the most, but what can you tell us about the performance of this hero over the tournament?
Well, right now I'm looking at the main event performance. It's been picked 12 times, so a lot. The performance in general is not that great. It's 5 and 7, so it has a negative record, but figure what? 5 of those wins, 4 of them were Alliance, and EGM playing that dominantly well.
So an 80% win ratio with this hero? On Alliance?
No, on Alliance 100%.
Oh, so they've won every game with Naga Siren?
Yeah, the 7 losses did not come from Alliance. They're 5 and 7 in general, 4-0 in Alliance.
Yeah, well, they've only still dropped 1 map, I believe, over the whole tournament. So they made it to the grand finals, and they'll be playing tomorrow in a best of 5. So our next match is going to be the lower bracket game between the winners from the lower bracket today, which was Orange, and I'm going to remember, and Tong Fu. Any thoughts on this match?
I'm very excited about this match. Orange is the most diverse team in the competition right now. They've been picking the most diverse lineups with a lot of different stuff. Mushi has only been playing the same hero twice so far. And then we have Tong Fu, who's one of the most aggressive teams to come out of China, in my opinion at least. And they too pick a lot of oddball heroes such as Doombringer, Pandaren Brewmaster, stuff like this. We haven't really seen the Panda yet. I don't know if it fell out of favor for them, but I'm hoping to see it still.
I like how both of the teams are very adaptive. They each lost 1 game yesterday in the first best of 3, but they came back with pretty convincing 2-0 victories versus Orange over DK and Tong Fu versus IG. So they seem to be able to read their opponent's strategies, predict how they're going to play, and react accordingly. And that is one of the most important things to be able to take a win down in this tournament. But Orange, they have been surprising me with their lineups too.
Yeah, we'll see how that match goes. I think both of them are playing really well today, and actually there's even been threads on some of the most, people have said the most entertaining game so far, and it's been Orange in that matchup, so they are a crowd pleaser. And speaking of crowds, we can go to Casey, who is talking to the attendees of the International.
Yeah, we can find. There, my microphone's working now. Hey, how's it going? What'd you think of what you just saw in there?
It was okay. I was rooting for Na'Vi. We've got some Alliance fans here. We've got some Na'Vi fans here. So I'm hoping that they come back. They make it through the loser bracket to fight against Alliance again. But I still like Alliance. So I mean, it was good either way.
Is that your dream matchup too for the grand final?
Yeah, Na'Vi for life.
For life. I like that. All right, who else? Let's keep walking. Hey, there you go. Let's see what you got here.
Oh, I was rooting for Team Liquid. Unfortunately,
sorry, I know.
Yeah, they lost out last night. But hey, I'm still rooting for Alliance. They did good. I'm really hoping that Loda can carry them through the grand finals tomorrow.
Absolutely. We still have some Na'Vi. Oh, come here. What was that?
We have tomorrow, and we'll be fine tomorrow.
Okay. Who do you have? Who's on your shirt? Who signed it?
I got Havos, Kurokai, and Puppy to do it. I couldn't find Dendi, so
we'll try to find him for you.
I'll get that tomorrow.
All right. Dry those tears. It'll get better.
We'll be fine. Let's enjoy the next game, and we'll see Alliance tomorrow in the grand final.
Oh, there you go. Them's fighting words, James.
Thank you, Casey. There you go. Casey getting the QQ out of the audience there. All the feels. But yeah, that's really the storyline for anybody who's a fan of those two teams. Everyone's walking through the lobby right now, and it's like some people are upset. Na'Vi obviously didn't win or take a game, but I think Alliance, they're picking up fans by the hour, by the game. They've really shown us exciting plays and also just really crisp kind of decision making in terms of, like you said, they didn't want to fight. What was the scoreline? Sure, it's boring in terms of like you don't get to see flashy colors, which always entertains me, which is why I liked hanging out with Bruno. But it's impressive. It's impressive to keep the scoreline down like that.
It's also impressive because they change style from game to game depending on what they need to do to win. The win is all that matters. We saw them in the first game. They pushed early on. They dominated. They wanted to make fights happen and kill people. Second game, they felt like they needed to fall back, which they did, and they did so, and they did it perfectly. It's beautiful.
All right. Well, we'll talk about Alliance and Na'Vi a little bit later. For now, we need to go to our lower bracket game. So let's introduce the first team up. It's Orange.
And Extinct with Orange joins us now ahead of the match against Tong Fu. Tell me what your thoughts are as you head into the top four.
Feeling super happy. Yeah, I never been through like win so in a huge prize pool money. Yeah, so I'm feeling really excited.
How do you, obviously you're thinking about that, how do you set that aside and focus and get rid of the nerves heading into this game?
We just play. I just play like usual. Like I'm not thinking about the prize money. It's not about the prize. Yeah, it's like I want to get a name in this, like a high place in this tournament because it's like the worldwide. It's a world-class tournament. Yeah, so I want to get a higher place.
Yeah, because it means a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good luck, Extinct. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Lee Kong Yang, KYXY, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Chai Yifeng, Moshi, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
Lim Wai Ban, Net, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Ku Tong Sing, Ohio, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
Joel Chanjanel, Extinct, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Orange had an interesting run through the whole tournament. Even in the prelims, they were the final team from their group to qualify in the upper bracket. And they're in the lower bracket now, but they've been entertaining every single game. Ohio, Mushi, KYXY, Net, and Extinct, who we just spoke to in the interview, that was pretty much saying, yes, we need to ignore the prize money going into this game. And I also think he wanted to kind of say, not necessarily just want to finish top, they want to make a name for themselves. They want to stand out as a team and maybe individuals, but they really just want to impress. And so far, they've been impressing me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, what really impresses me about them is that they're willing to pick Ursa or something strange as Ursa in elimination match. One more loss they would have gotten out in the last best of 3, and it takes huge cojones, as you were saying, to do something like that. And in the last matchup,
it takes big oranges.
Huge oranges. Tongfu actually 2-0'd Orange, or Tongfu 2-0'd Orange in the preliminary stage. I didn't have a chance to catch those games. Do you have any comments on their recent performances?
Orange or Tongfu's?
Either. Or their matchup together.
Again, like Bruno showed yesterday, Orange just keeps on picking new lineups, new heroes. The only hero we've been seeing as an ongoing thing for Orange has been Extinct on either Chen or Visage.
Yeah.
And maybe Mushi on Shadow Fiend. Has played it 3 times now.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and Ned on the Bane Elemental maybe.
Yeah, and there's Ohio on the Nature's Prophet.
Ah, okay.
But I mean, they do have their core heroes. But I'm going to say here, they do not pick all 4 of them or 5 of them every single time. Maybe one get the signature hero, the other 3 rotate. And that's why we see so many crazy lineups from them.
All right. How's your Mystic Ball going, Bruno? Does it work still?
It is still working, but we're going to use it later because I'm very enjoying looking at myself there and seeing upside down. It's really
Stop
nice.
enjoying the preview monitor so well. Oh my God, Bruno.
So what do you think about Shadow Fiend? We've seen Mushi play it quite a lot.
All right then, guys. Sorry, I have to interrupt. We're going to have to intro Tong Fu, apparently. Not because of the Mystic Ball segment. That was really good. But, of course, the game is going to be starting. So let's introduce Tong Fu.
And Banana with Tong Fu is with us now, and Josh is once again going to help us translate. And we're really curious. We've been talking a little bit about what to ask you because we've seen you a couple of times this morning. What have you been doing in the last couple of hours to prepare to face Orange?
前几个小时就为了备战 Orange， 你们做了些什么？
我们就因为刚打完最佳季的比赛没多长时间，我们就是在看那个 A 队打那个拿威的比赛，然后没有做太多准备吧，稍微聊了一下。
So mainly they just been watching Alliance vs Na'Vi, and they spent a little bit of time discussing, but they haven't really had a lot of time.
So if you end up in the grand final, would you rather face Alliance or Na'Vi if you had a choice? Now I'm curious, I have to ask.
他很好奇说，如果你们杀到总决赛，是比较愿意对 Na'Vi 还是 A 队？
哪位
？Na'Vi.
Even I heard that. Yeah. Okay. Banana, thank you, and good luck to you. We're looking forward to seeing it.
王娇 ，Banana， 中国开封。
陈志豪，豪，中国广州。周洋 KJ， 中国上海。
张盼木，中国武汉。
王兆辉山生，中国湖南。
Orange's turn to pick.
Tong Fu, a team with motivation to take the whole tournament, and there wasn't even a second of hesitation when Banana was asked who they want to meet, and they said Na'Vi. They want to play Na'Vi ball. If they win this, they get to play them in the lower bracket finals, but of course they have to go through Orange to do so.
And that's your ultimate grudge match right there. Tong Fu against Na'Vi right now after the way Na'Vi beat them down to the lower bracket yesterday. Ultimate grudge match.
Yeah, well, they've got, I feel bad for Orange. They're going to treat him like not even, sportsmanship. Well, I wouldn't treat him as a kind of sportsmanshipy friendly. I'd just be like, I need to go through you to get to someone else. Sorry, it's nothing personal, but we really have to destroy you. But they've been a great team so far. I think the game's already in bantam picks. I'm just going to ask for some predictions, starting with Bruno.
Okay, I'm going to say Tong Fu 2-1. This is the game of the strength carry mid like Alchemist and DK versus the flashy plays from Mushi and Queen of Pain and crazy stuff like that. I think the strength carry wins this one, even though I don't like it much.
5 seconds.
I think it's 2 different mindsets going into this match. I think Tong Fu, as you were saying, wants to beat Na'Vi, but they also want to prove that China is still large in charts in this tournament. So they're going to take it 2-0 because Orange right now is actually satisfied with what they've achieved.
I think Tong Fu 2-1. I think Orange is great, but they're also inconsistent, and I think Tong Fu is just more stable roster, and they'll take it home.
All right, well, I think the better team will win.
Wow.
How's that for a prediction?
You're an ass.
All right, fine. I also think there's going to be life stealer bombs if you really want to put me on the spot. But either way, I don't know. Let's go to the game and find out. It's Orange versus Tong Fu. It's a best of 3. Winner will secure themselves at least 3rd place. Loser will finish the tournament in 4th. Over to the hall. Best of luck to both teams.
Orange's turn to pick.
Orange versus Tong Fu.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Benaroya Hall, home of finish at the International. The loser will finish 4th place. I am LD. I'm joined here by my man Luminous.
I don't think a lot of us have expected Tongfu to make it this far, and a lot of us have not expected Orange to make it this far. Both these teams very, very strong in their individual play, very strong in their teamwork, but sometimes things just don't click as well as some of these top teams. But who cares about expectations? Let's throw them out the windows, because right now, Orange and Tongfu fighting for the tournament lives. Any predictions coming from you? Picks and bans?
I think it's really close. A lot of it comes down to the drafts. To me, Orange Esports very reliant on a strong start. They've been getting it in most of their games. Mushi's been drafting exceptionally well. I think if Orange has good drafts, I favor them. So I'm going to say Orange 2-1, but it really could go either way. Very close series.
Tongfu's going to open up with the draft with Lifestealer and Stormsphere, and the mobility of this lineup really worries me if I'm an Orange fan, because how will Chen and how will Bane really get these lockdowns? Sure, Fiend's Grip is a spell that can kill Lifestealer, can kill Stormsphere, but that's if there's no disable to counter you, which, I mean, Stormsphere is going to come in from a mile away, and I don't think that Fiend's Grip is going to do much.
You know, there's two ways to go at this, I'd say. The first one is to just shut Storm Spirit down in the laning stage. So getting a Chen, a Bane, a Darkseer, you pick up a very self-sufficient solo in the Darkseer. He doesn't need too much help early. In fact, usually needs none. Lifestealer's not going to kill him by himself, and if he needs to, he can go jungle. That frees up your Bane and Chen, jungle for a few levels, and then go gank Storm before he hits level 6. Mushi, we've seen it from him time and again. He can dominate the matchups 1v1. He's beaten almost everybody in mid, and if he gets the right hero here, he definitely could. So don't be surprised when Mushi gets a Queen of Pain, and they just tackle this Storm Spirit head on in the lane. The other way to deal with Lifestealer and Storm Spirit is to 5-man. With Chen, with an early mech, which Darkseer can build, it's a little bit harder to find those pickoffs. If anyone's really in danger, you can send them back as Chen. Bane can sleep somebody as well, like the Storm when he jumps in. So I think Orange have a good lineup to deal with Tongfu, but if they make mistakes early, if those first smoke ganks fail, if they fall behind and they're not able to get the items needed to 5-man, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, speaking of 5-man, if Tongfu gets a lead in that engagement and they need to chase, oh god, this is a lineup that you just can't run away from. I mean, Lifestealer already very quick with a standard phase drums build. He is going to keep chasing. Stormspirit, obviously, we've seen what IG did to Tongfu with the Stormspirit on 430's play. If you run from this lineup, you're probably going to be dead. So Orange Esports, when they're winning team fights, they have to win it decisively, they have to win it quickly, and let's see how the draft's gonna predict. Because Darkseer is actually a good place to open up if you're building a team fight lineup. Their support don't have too much AoE, and that's my concern. So the carries, maybe it's going to be a Gyrocopter, maybe it's going to be a Alchemist with a Battle Fear. They need some AoE in their damage output.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they go there. I want to point out, though, that Orange made some kind of unusual bans in the second stage of this draft. They banned an Enigma as well as a Doom. And you might be asking, well, why would you ban these? And oh, by the way, we're going to see a Mushi Puck. This guy, his reactions, I'm excited for it. And this is a hero, by the way, that can crush Storm in the lane if it's played perfectly. Oh no! Here we go. This is a hero that has fallen off the face of the earth a little bit. Silencer hasn't seen much play lately. Very tough for a Puck to deal with.
For those of you guys that maybe this is a new game of Dota 2 for you guys and have not really seen Silencer being picked in International 3, Silencer's global ultimate or ultimate is a global silence. So nobody casts any spells on the opposite of the map, and it doesn't do anything aside from that. So at times it is the best ultimate in the game, because when the enemy is under siege, they're under fire, you're throwing spells at them, you know, them not being able to fight back with the spells is a big deal. But
Orange is a caster lineup. I mean, you look at these heroes, they're very spell reliant. They don't have someone like a Lifestealer who can get away with just right-clicking, maybe stay alive. They don't have an anti-mage who's naturally very tanky. Darkseer is to a certain extent. They can use their mech during that global silence, but if the silences are timed right, when Storm and Lifestealer jump in, there is nothing Orange can do. On top of that, they don't have anyone who builds Manta normally. They don't really have anyone who goes BKB. Darkseer can, Bane can, but he's not going to get a whole lot of farm. Maybe the Puck is forced to, or Yule Scepter, but outside of that, I mean, this global silence is going to go off, and if Orange get caught, they don't really have heroes that are great at dealing with it. Fantastic pick. Now, the weakness of Silencer is he doesn't have any AoE to stop pushes early on, and his laning stage is pretty weak. So the question is, can Orange punish this pick and set up a lot of early kills?
Whatever their last pickup is, it has to be a BKB carry, maybe less, spell reliant. But the other half of the Silencer ultimate is if you whiff it, like if it's a bad ultimate, then it doesn't do anything. Its ultimate has a very long cooldown, has a high mana cost, so it's one of those kind of bend or break or do or die kind of thing. So hopefully whoever's playing the Silencer is going to have give us some good ultimates.
So best of 3, it's game 1.
Okay.
I said Puck for Mushi, but it could very well be a KYXY Puck. are we going to see something like a Mushi anti-mage? It's kind of weak against this lineup that Tongfu has, but Orange has turned to that when they need a win.
Shadow Fiend, I mean, that's...
Oh.
Yeah, there's like many ways I feel like Orange should go for it. I don't think you want to go for a Shadow Fiend simply for the fact that Lifestealer could be brought in with the Basher because Storm's Spirit, and suddenly it doesn't matter, you know, if you're BKB or not, he is going to shred through you.
I think, like you said, though, they want kind of an early to mid-game combat hero, so Shadow Fiend Gyro, someone who can build a BKB,
Yes.
that really deals with Global Silence well, and it deals with Storm Spirit well as well, on top of the Nyx.
I think both Gyro and SF are great heroes, you know, because of all things that you said. Also because you have burst damage. When you play an AoE lineup that has a very, very little amount of burst damage, like Darkseer Puck, they have some, but it's not like, you know, your big kind of Requiem. It's not a big call down. It really gives Silencer a ton of times and very little pressure to press his global. So I think Silencer, you know, going back to that pick, it's a great pick here so far, and Tongfu bringing out a surprise here in lower brackets.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned anti-mage. No, it's going to be a Sven.
So there's that burst damage. There's that follow-up. If you get a Vacuum, Dream Coil, and one Cleave, that could just be it.
BKB carry, he's got very naturally high armor when he uses Warcry and his whole team gets it.
Yes.
Helps you deal with Lifestealer a lot. He'll build a BKB, so Storm Spirit initiations, Nyx Assassin initiations won't be as strong. For Tongfu will be Clockwork. We expect King J on this one, and he's one of the most patient Clockworks you'll see coming out of China.
Yeah, Clockwork by King J to me is kind of cold sometimes. Sometimes he gives you marvelous performance. In the past, I've also seen him go like 0-14. So I don't know which King J we're going to see today. Hopefully it's going to be the former and not the latter.
Yeah, Tongfu's draft is fairly greedy here. Storm's not the strongest 1v1 hero mid. If you get ganked, he doesn't have an escape mechanism. You are up against a Chen and a Bane. Great setup there. Orange, I think their lanes are a tiny bit stronger here. It could be significantly stronger. It really depends on the Chen and the Bane's movement, which for Orange is usually one of their big strengths. Net and Extinct, fantastic movement early game. They normally know where to go to set up kills. But when you go for a Sven, this hero generally needs help in the lane. He's not great 1v1. Do you think we'll just see him against Clockwork, though?
I mean, I think he's going to get help. Chen as well as Bane's going to be fine. If you do the Clockwork, I think he's going to be okay as well, because Tongfu doesn't really have options to go offensive. I mean, offensive tri-lane between Silencer, Nyx Assassin, and I guess a Lifestealer.
Very
it's
underwhelming.
It's kind of weak, so I think Tongfu sometimes is forced to actually go defensive.
And on that note, game one's underway. Orange versus Tongfu. Game one of a best of three. Winner guaranteed top three at the International 2013. Your loser will finish at a very respectable but disappointing fourth place, because these teams, this close, they can taste it. They don't want to be knocked out now. And on the dire side, we have Malaysia's great hope, Orange Esports. Net handling the Bane, KYXY your Puck, Ohio the Darkseer, Extinct the Chen, and last but not least, it will be Mushi on a Sven. And on the Radiant side, Tongfu. Leading the way is King J on the Clockwork, Sung Sheng the Silencer. Behind them, trotting up, is Banana on your Nyx, Mu your Storm Spirit. We may have an early clash. Observer Ward prepped, and now King J moving forward. Net, he could skill sleep, doesn't need to, just out of range. And last but not least, it will be Hao on the Lifestealer.
So a couple big things right from get-go. Tongfu deciding to go offensive, trialing, but seemingly awkward instead. They are going to do this D-Ward. This D-Ward is very important. It will allow the tri-lane to pull and get a little bit of experience. In fact, immediate ward being dropped down as well, so taking quite advantage of this. Is it offensive tri-lane, or is the support rotating back?
I think I just tried to Vuvuzela. I'm having some flashbacks to TI2. There were a lot in the house. Here we go. The creeps are going to spawn. It is a regen rune for Ohio bottom lane. Not really the best for a level 1 rune, but we'll see a courier coming out. Ohio will be ferried some regen, so they're actually putting Mu on the safe lane. They're going to protect the Storm Spirits farm, and they'll make a kind of a different laning choice. They'll put Hao mid as the Lifestealer. How's Hao going to do here against our Puck for KYXY?
Quite an odd matchup here.
It's not a 1v1. They're not going to give him a fair
fight. This is
fight.
not going to work out. Can you just... Yeah, there you go. You could just phase and dodge those nukes. Or doesn't do anything against a Puck, so... Yeah.
Perfect timing from KYXY there. That early phase shift doesn't last very long.
Here it's going to be a Storm Spirit against a Darkseer. That should be a fairly easy matchup, especially if Mu decides to level up his Storm Static Remnant. We'll see whether he decides to do so. Because if you keep Remnant and pushing out that creep wave, Iron Shower or not, it's not going to do too much. And in fact, you can see the Darkseer. I think he's going to go straight back to the jungle. Yeah, he knows he's not going to win the lane. So I guess credit here to Tongfu predicting the lane here and putting Lifestealer mid. Now he is going to suffer a little bit, but at the same time, you are getting absolute free farm on Storm Spirit. And we see in the past how destructive and how dangerous that hero can be.
Yeah, on the other side for RNG Sports, it looks like they want a really fat Sven. Already, they've stacked the small camp, they're pulling this camp which has been stacked as well, getting a lot out of the jungle. Reminds you in some ways of the Alliance, one of the most efficient jungling teams in the business. Extinct farming a stack here, and Ohio, he'll actually go and clean those out early. So maybe they'll give it to the Darkseer. I'm just curious to see what kind of a Sven we have this game, because we've seen so many different styles. There's your kind of EG Fear style Sven. You go to basically for maximum damage, more of a mid to late game build. Mushi could get involved early if he wants to. Do you have any predictions as far as what kind of Sven we're going to see?
I'm going to see the style that you just mentioned, just big damage, because the team is mostly comprised of lockdown, right? If you look at Puck, he's a more or less lockdown hero. Darkseer, more or less of a lockdown hero. Bane, same thing there. So he is going to be dependent by his team to do as much damage as he can. So on that note, if Tongfu could get some type of ice, if they could get a really good clockwork trap, I mean, they are going to shut down Orange.
I like the fact that they put their Lifestealer in the bottom lane, or in the mid lane rather, and the reason is Puck can't really solo kill Hao unless Hao screws up. Even if he drops low, he'll always build a Rage and then walk away. He's got Tangos and Boots up, more defensive build. If you put Storm here against a Bane and a Chen, there's a high chance that you get smoke ganked and you give up first blood. So they're securing their Storms level 6. We might see Mu rotate after that. Early Reign of Basilius, perhaps looking to push this tower, but I think the way that Tongfu's laned it, Clockwork's not dying top.
So we see an open wound going right on KYXY. The orb was already used. I think he's going to survive, but a good amount of harass. Look at how he's not going to go in for the kill, but yeah, a good amount of harass. KYXY's got to be very careful using his orb for harass and farm, because that is his escape mechanism, and Hao just showed them why.
And again, these lanes are just really smart. Even if he's not getting aggressive, he's not dying, and that's the key thing. Lifestealer doesn't need to farm a lot because he'll have a lot of ganking opportunities later on. They've got Clockwork, Nyx Assassin, and of course the Lifestealer bombs. You've got Global Silence to set it up, and always when we look at a Silencer support, you need to see early levels and early pulling. Same for the Nyx. And so far, Tongfu not really being denied in their jungle. Ohio's just focusing on his own farm, so the Global Silence should come pretty quickly. So too should the Vendetta.
It seems like the Radiant team is getting a little bit more out of the jungle, but if you look at the graph, it's Orange that's getting a ton more, because they're not only pulling and stacking with 2 supports. Chen obviously jungle quite well, and Darkseer is, well on his way to level 5 here. In fact, level 4. He's going to be picking up some big items. In fact, he's going to rotate back home, I think, or pick up a teleport scroll and straight go back to the bot lane to defend his tower.
Yeah, this is when these heroes are weakest, though. The Nyx Assassin and the Silencer is this stage of the game. Early laning stage, when Nyx is just a melee creep that has maybe a stun, and that's it. He's getting level, Sangsheng not being shut down. Orange, you'll want to see some good smokes from them. And already Extinct in Ohio, they're grouped up. They've got a Centaur. Maybe looking to make a rotation towards the top lane. Mid's a possibility, but Hao's much harder to kill. King J, we'll have to see which direction they take this. They want this first blood. They can surge this Centaur. They can Ion Shell it as well. Both are level 2. They're rotating towards the mid lane. Fishing for an